Okay, hey guys, what's going on? Hope you guys are all doing well. Sorry about yesterday, by the way. I actually completely forgot about the stream. I literally did. But in other news, I haven't been feeling too well. I'm trying to recover and feel better. So I decided to take some time just to deal with that, and it's been great. I've been having a great time. I've been here, but I just haven't been here. But yeah, I've just been observing some things and that's what I've been up to. So how you guys all doing? How are you guys all doing? It's February. February is my birth month. So I will be celebrating my birthday in about 2 weeks. So I'm really excited about that. Before I do go into topic today, I would also just like to mention that March 7th will be the day that I will have all of the African merchandise complete. Uh, I first started with 10 countries, and my goal was to have it all done by last year, but I completely procrastinated. So I give myself March 7th. I'll have all the merch for every single African country. I'll at least have two t-shirts and one baseball cap for every African country. So that will be coming out soon. That will be coming out soon. But without further ado, the topic today, right, is do other Africans do other Africans and Pan Africans uh hate South Africans, right? And I know hate is a strong word, so let's say some hate and maybe some have a very extremely strong dislike. I've talked to some Pan Africans about this before, and they said that one of the reasons why they don't like South Africans is because during apartheid, uh, they said that a lot of their African countries raised money to help the ANC deal with apartheid or something like that. So they feel like South Africans don't care, or South Africans have forgotten that their governments came together and put money to help them. That is one of the main reasons why they say that they don't like South Africans. Obviously, aside from the xenophobia things that they talk about, they say that's one of the reasons why they strongly dislike South Africans. But at the end of the day, right, and I've asked some people on some of these panels this question: if your government decides to help another government, does that mean that those people are now, it's like they're indebted to you? It's like it's your government decided to help somebody out of the goodness of their heart. That's a gift, right? So why are you now upset when you willingly gave somebody a gift? Like, did you expect something back? Like, was there a treaty? Was there an agreement that was signed that, oh, I'm only going to give you this money or if you help me back in the future? Were there conditions on that, or was, so whenever they talk about, oh, well, we helped the government, the Nigerian government, this government, the Tanzanian government did this and they did that, and they helped the ANC. It's like, okay, so what do you expect from them now? In 2022, like, what do you want? It's just, that's just the question. So I feel like even when some people say that they're helping somebody or they're giving somebody a gift, they don't actually mean it from the goodness of their heart. They actually only mean it in certain conditions that they're gonna get something out of it. That is what I've personally um, observed or noticed. But what do you guys think? Now, the second reason why some people say that they hate or they dislike South Africans is because uh, I believe this was 2016 to 2019. Let's say 2016 to 2019. It could have been earlier, but I only paid attention to it during 2016 to 2019. That was the height, right, of the xenophobic, I think, attacks that was going on in in some areas of South Africa, right? So that's one of the reasons why they said they don't like South Africa, because of the xenophobic attacks and all of this. But it's like, when we really look into the attacks, I'm not, and I want to make this clear, I am not making excuses for xenophobia, right? But xenophobia is something that can be treated before it gets to a level that it goes too far, right? We have to analyze the reasons why that happened, the root cause of why that happened, not just at the aftermath of what happened. Any of these xenophobic attacks could have been stopped had these matters been taken seriously in the beginning, in my humble opinion. So I'm not making excuses, but at the same time, I understand xenophobia. Like, I can't sit here and lie and not figure out why xenophobia happens. Like, it happens in other African countries too. Like, other Africans expelled other Africans from their countries as well, you know? And there have been some other countries that have also done the exact same thing when it comes to killings, when it comes to violence, they've done the exact same thing, but it hasn't, I guess, been advertised at the same level as the South African one. And also, we can't put, let me say it like this. I think South Africa, it's really easy to get in there. They seem to not really have strict immigration, borders or immigration patrol. I heard some stories of, oh, you can just pay the South African border police and get in South Africa. So there's some like serious immigration things that are going on. There's some serious immigration things that are going on over there. So the thing is, right, there are some people speaking from a perspective of, no offense, but nobody is flooding to your country like that. But if the same situation was happening, when a lot of people flooding to your country illegally, I don't think you would have the same like understanding. You know what I mean? Like, if you were also in that position. So I'm gonna go ahead and move forward and greet all of you guys. Let me see what you guys are saying. I don't understand what that comment means, but thanks for being here. Do you mind explaining what that means? T Shield says Black American love South African. We have a shared similar history. And you guys get it. I hear you guys show us a lot of love over there, and I say thank you. Okay, Lozy says it's either hate or envy. We the only blacks leading an industrial nation, and that comes with weight. South Africa has helped African countries more than they did for us ever since 1994. That's an excuse. Okay, what do you mean? And I want you to explain that. South Africa has helped African countries. What do you mean? Do you mean like Zimbabwe? Because I understand that most people, some people coming from Zimbabwe and maybe other parts of Southern Africa, if they're going to South Africa, they can use the facilities and things like that free of charge. But that's helping Southern Africa. That's not helping the continent. So I just wanted you to explain that, because I'm not really understanding that. The Stoic one is saying that I'm not Pan African or continental African, but I have nothing against Black South Africans. Yeah, I mean, if you go to a lot of these Pan African spaces, right, there's actually, okay, I'll say it like this, right? I'll say it like this. It's mostly It's it's actually, I'll be honest, if I'm being 100% honest, it's mostly some Central Africans, not many, but it's mostly West, Central, and Americans that are in the Pan African spaces. If I'm being 100% honest, Caribbeans are there too, but it's not really heavy like that. But yeah, like in Pan African spaces, you'll never see South Africans. You'll never even see the Pan Africans that are saying that they need to go and make connections with America. They'll never say, okay, well, we need to make connections with us, with I'm stuttering. Wow. We need to make connections with South Africans. Like the Pan Africans will never say, okay, let's work with the South Africans on the continent. They'll be the first to say, okay, let's work with the Brazilians, let's work with the Latin Americans, let's work with whoever, let's work with the Americans, but they'll never say, let's work with South Africans. Because I've noticed a lot of these things that they're talking about, like the infrastructure, the advertisement, even the industries. If we're talking about like industries, South Africa has a whole bunch of companies that are even on the continent and outside the continent. But I mean, like in terms of manufacturing, business, and all of that, South Africa actually already has a lot of those mechanisms. So it's like, why not connect with the South Africans who already have that? Instead of saying, oh, let's go outside of the continent, let's work with the Brazilians, Brazilians don't care about Pan Africanism. I don't remember the last time I've ever heard a person from Latin America, a person from the Caribbean saying that they care about connecting with the continent. Like, I could be mistaken, okay, but I just recently, I've never heard of a Mexican, a Dominican, Haitians, kind of, but that's a different story, right? I've never heard of the Mexican. This I said the Mexican. I've never heard of Dominican, Mexican, El Salvadorian, Chilean, blah blah blah. I've never heard of anyone say that they actually care about connecting with the continent. But the Pan Africans will say that they need to do that, and I'm just sitting there like, but you have South Africa that's literally right there. Like, why don't you just connect with them? Oh no, we don't want to connect with them. They are racist. Say that the black South Africans are racist. And I'm just like, ah, all right. I mean, each to its own, you know what I mean? Like, but let me go further and see what some of you guys are saying. Our government wants to go out and announce to the world when we help African countries. We spend more than 6 billion annually on African countries. Oh, in terms of what? Do you mean like border safety, militants? What does South Africa spend on the African continent? And now I'm asking because I have no idea. That's why I'm saying like I don't know what. Can you explain that? Another thing, right? Another thing. I've heard some people say that they want to go to South Africa to connect with Julius Malema. They said that they want to go to South Africa to try and connect with Julius Malema so that they could have this whole one Africa, one blah blah blah. And I'm just like, I was caught up in that too, right? Because I feel like if you consume YouTube or if you consume like social media, you'll be fooled and you actually think that Julius Malema is someone who's well liked. But Julius Malema is well liked by people outside of South Africa for the most part. It's mostly people who are non-South Africans that like Julius Malema. Like a lot of actual South Africans don't care about Julius Malema. They don't care about what is it called? The economic freedom fighters. They don't care about that. They say that he embezzles money. And yeah, like they say that he embezzles money. He's not really being all straightforward with what he's saying. So I find that to be very, very interesting. Um, Okay, Don Parker is saying, as a South African, I've never heard about other Africans helping us. Yeah, I mean, okay. So if you go to a lot of spaces, a lot of Africans will be like, oh yeah, we donated money to them in the 90s and they never helped us and now they're kicking they're kicking us out of their country. And I just like, you know what? To be honest, I don't think any of us really know everything that all of these countries did to help other countries. We'll never know all of what other governments did, because it seems to me that when a government does something to try to help another country, they don't really announce it, like they don't really advertise it, they don't really make it a big deal. So it's very, very normal um, to have no idea, how other countries helped and how other countries came together and tried to help you. But at the same time, it's like, I mean, what is it doing for us now? You know what I mean? Like, how is that moving us forward? You know what I mean? I just don't think it's that big of a deal that people need to still keep bringing that up. Like, that was what, 27 years ago, 28 years ago? Like, I'm not even trying to be rude or mean, but it's like, okay, what are any of these countries doing to help each other now? You know what I mean? It's like, okay, your country, gave money to help the ANC or whatever, but you also don't complain that your country also donated a lot of money and military to help other countries. Like these same people that are complaining about, well, South Africans don't remember us, they don't care about us, they never said thank you. These are the same people that their governments actually helped other countries as well, but they never bring it up with those other countries. Like they never bring it as bait, like, oh, we helped you with this war, we helped you with this, we helped you with that. What are you doing for us now? It seems to be kind of uneven, at least I've noticed. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point, Stoic One. And thank you for that point. Yeah, the attacks were by just a small group of people. And I've heard that, people got in trouble, people who were involved in the attacks, people who actually carried out those attacks actually got in trouble. They got jail time and some other things. So it's not like people just attack people and they just got away with it. They did get dealt with those actions. And yes, it obviously wasn't everybody that was attacking a whole group of people. It was only a small percentage of people that actually attack people. Xenophobia, and I feel like a lot of people think xenophobia is the act of actually attacking somebody. That I think is the what would be the word? That would be, I think the end result of xenophobia would be actually, having those attacks. But the onset of xenophobia isn't attacking somebody. The onset of xenophobia is having laws that tell a certain group of people, we don't want you here anymore. It would be alienating people in a certain country. So again, like this whole like, okay, well, South Africans are xenophobic. It's like every country is actually xenophobic, especially on the continent. There are certain things happening on the continent that show that South Africa is not that different when it comes to xenophobia. It actually isn't. But let me continue to go forward. Yikes. Okay, so you're saying here that Cuba and Russia did more than any other African country. I have never heard a single Cuban or Russian talking about entitlement to South Africa. Jeez. Hey. Wow. Okay. Interesting. I mean, I know Cuba helped. I had no idea that Russia did anything, but that's interesting. That's interesting. But you're saying, okay, so Cuba and Russia contributed more than any other African country, but Cubans and Russians don't seem to be like entitled to going to South Africa and and getting South African citizenship. Oh man. Anyway, thanks for that comment, Live in Wisdom. I do not believe there is xenophobia in South Africa. I believe South Africa is tired of carrying dead is tired of carrying dead weight and want others to fix their own country and eat off of their own place. Hey, this is a really hard pill to swallow. It's a really hard pill to swallow. But I do understand, and see, this is the thing, right? Some people will think that I'm like trying to cape for South Africans, and I promise you, I'm not trying to cape for South Africans. But at the same time, I understand. Like I completely understand xenophobia. Like I don't like it, but I completely understand it because it doesn't just come out of nowhere. You know what I mean? It doesn't just come out of nowhere. And in some of these panels, I'm gonna keep referencing some of these panels because I want to say it without actually saying it, right? You guys notice some of the entitlement that some Africans have towards South Africa. Like they actually feel like, for whatever reason, that they have such an entitlement to be, you know, to just be so critical of the situation of South Africa and of South Africans. Because, okay, if something happens in a country, it's usually because a government is either trying to solve it or neglecting to solve it. But these people will not ever criticize the South African government. They'll actually come online and criticize like regular South Africans that they've probably never spoken to before. And it's like, how do you just do that? Like, how do you just do that? It's so weird. It's very, very interesting, right? It's very, very interesting. But I hope that the South Africans, have you guys noticed, and I'm asking you guys a question, right? Have you guys noticed that now recently some some non-South Africans are actually trying to cosplay as South Africans? I don't know if you guys have noticed it, but I've seen it. I've seen some non-South Africans, and by non-South African, I literally mean like your family's not from there. I don't mean that maybe you're like Ethiopian and you live in South Africa. I mean like you're actually not from one of the tribes of South Africa, like your ancestors are not from there. Have you guys noticed that even some of those people who maybe have visited South Africa or living there right now actually think that they're South African? Isn't that weird? Oh my goodness, that is so like that's the weirdest thing to me. It's like I literally okay, kid you not, guys, I was listening to a conversation, right? And it was of an African that is currently living in South Africa, right? And this person was speaking as if they were an expert in like South African affairs. And I'm just like, but are they okay with you speaking on behalf of them? Like, are they okay with you, talking about certain things that you might not really understand because you're still new to the country? Like, you don't really understand what even happened like 30 to 40 years ago, but you're here like talking like you're expert in South Africa. That's kind of offensive. Okay, that is offensive. But then they'll sit there and they'll be like, oh, but they're just hating, they're just arrogant. And I'm just like, but you don't think it's arrogant to go to South Africa and now you're saying you're South African, but you're not South African? Isn't that witchcraft? you know, isn't that thievery? That's identity politics. You're literally stealing somebody's identity, and you're also, that should be very concerning. But let me keep going forward and seeing what you guys are saying. Hi, the only JS. Immigration laws are lax because of ANC. They are Pan African corrupt looters. Wow. Okay. Hi, Kenyan by marriage. How are you doing? Hi, Stoic One. Ooh, this is just. I had no idea. Lozzie is saying Cuba did more than all African countries put together. Castro was putting the most finance to Cuba. I will go all out for Cuba. SA recently gave money to Cuba. When was this? I had no idea about this. I need to look into that. What's funny? Oh, how you doing? I don't know. I was probably laughing at something that I was about to say. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and if anyone has anything to add, they can come in here. Um, yeah, I just wanted to quickly talk about this, right? Because I feel like there are some Africans out there and they'll never come out and say it, right? They'll never admit it, right? They have an issue. They have an issue with South Africans. They do. And especially the ones that have never been to South Africa before or haven't even met a South African. There are a lot of Africans who have not met South Africans that have actual issues with South Africans or South Africa. And I think a lot of those issues come from the media that people consume. It comes from some of the stories that they hear from other people. And I think that they internalize those stories or those experiences to be their own experience. I honestly feel like that has something to do with it because if you're really caught up into these spaces, you might get victim to it too because I was victim to it as well. Like at one point in my life, I didn't really it's only recently now that I'm starting to be more dynamic and speak to other Africans and really starting to speak to more Southern Africans. But back in the days, I used to think, oh yeah, South Africans don't like other Africans. I used to think, oh yeah, South Africans, if you go there, they're not gonna like you, they're not gonna want to be with you. Like I used to really think that there was something like that going on. But after speaking to some of them, I started to realize, okay, this seems to be like more of an immigration problem. It's an immigration issue. So I started to kind of understand a bit. But I also have another question for the South Africans who are here, especially. Do you guys find it funny or do you guys find it ironic now, right? Now that a lot of people are listening to your house music, they're listening to Amapiano. Do you guys find it ironic that now a lot of people are dancing to South African music, but they'll sit here and say that they don't like South Africans? They'll sit here and say they don't like South Africans, they don't rock with South Africans, but they'll consume South African music. Do you guys find that funny? I just wanted to ask you guys that before I go any further. Um, and also, did anyone have a question? Because I wanted to also mention, I think I already mentioned this, but I'm going to mention it again. I am in currently in three Pan African organizations, and I don't really know if they're Pan African or if they're just African but calling themselves Pan. Anyways, I'm in a lot of those organizations, right, currently. And I promise you, I've only met one South African in them. And the South African that I met was a Pan African, like they were a super Pan African South African. But, and I'll say it like this I'll say it like this. The Pan African South Africans speak very different from the regular South Africans. What I mean by that is regular South Africans tend to be very like patriotic, like they like their country, they like their culture, they like their people or whatever, and that's cool. But the Pan African South Africans that I've met, it's weird. It's like they hate their it's like I don't know how to describe it, but they're not proud of South Africa. That's what I noticed from the Pan African South Africans. Like they're not that happy about South Africa. Um, they talk about a lot of things that are going on over there that's not fair. And it's very, very different from what, let's say, someone like Josie Gold would say. Because someone like Josie Gold will tell you, okay, South Africa has things that it needs to work on, but there has been a big improvement in a 30-year span. But the Pan African South Africans sit there and they act like South Africa is not a good country. Like they'll sit there and they'll talk about so many things that are going on. And it's like, but have you gone to a different African country and actually seen the what's going on in some of these countries? Like, give yourself a break. Give yourself a break. Oh my goodness. It's really interesting, but I'm gonna go ahead and add Esmen the African to the chats, and then I'll add Josie Gold. Hey, what's going on? Thanks for calling in.
Hello, hello. Good afternoon. Hope everyone is okay.
Yeah.
Do you so the topic is about xenophobia in South Africa, or
Yeah, I guess the topic would be all of the above.
oh, okay, okay. Well, I mean, I don't want to get started without the other people introducing themselves, or if you want me to just get started, I can go ahead and say my little piece.
No, you could definitely introduce yourself. Long time no see, by the way.
Yeah, it's a long time no see, African Berlin. It's been a while. I've been off of YouTube because I had a baby, so I've been spending time with my little son and everything. So it's been a while. I haven't been putting out too much content, but I'm trying to get back into the habit of putting out videos every now and then. So thank you for having me back on your show.
Yeah, definitely no problem. And family is more important. Like YouTube is fun, it's great, but like real life is more important because let me put it like this. I feel like I even got caught up in it too. What's the point in like posting certain things on YouTube? If your real life is not popping, if your real life is not going well, then there's nothing to even post on YouTube.
Yep.
So that should always be the precedence, to be honest. Yeah.
Yeah. So like basically what I wanted to say about and so S-Man the African guys, I'm Kenyan American. I don't know if you can see my little Kenyan flag, but I'm Kenyan American, born and raised in the States, but my dad's Kenyan, my mother's African American. So and I go back and forth to Kenya all the time. Like the last time I was there was August, and I should be going back there pretty soon. So looking forward to making some content when I get back over there pretty soon.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, but what I wanted to say about the xenophobia topic was that I know it's like a really touchy subject because
Yeah.
like we're looking on the surface as outsiders. We're not in South Africa. We're not South Africans. I haven't been to South Africa, but I could tell you like from a general standpoint, like anytime someone comes into your neighborhood, to your town or whatever, and you start to be disadvantaged in one way or the other. Like in America, we have this thing called gentrification. When people come into our neighborhoods and take over, the rent goes up, they take the jobs or whatever, cost of living basically goes up. We get mad. So it's kind of hard to judge the South Africans. I can't really judge them because, I don't know the situation over there. And I do know there's a whole bunch of Nigerians in South Africa. There's a bunch of Somalis. There's a bunch of, the Indians have been there for a long time. So I'll give them that. But Somalis, South African, Nigerians, there's a bunch of Kenyans, bunch of Zimbabweans, and probably a bunch of other people from the surrounding countries in South Africa. So I can't say anything about it. All I can say is, I kind of know what it's like because in our community in Kenya, we're from the coast. We have a lot of people from outside the coast who, we call them upcountry people who come into the coast and basically they're buying up the land. They're taking over land, grabbing land. The cost of living is going up. They are running for our political seats, in the coast province. Whereas like the typical person from the coast, they're a Swahili person, they're a Muslim, they're, whatever, but, they're coming in and basically trying to dominate. So it has an impact. So I can't judge the South Africans. I think the issue of Pan-Africanism, because I do believe in Pan-Africanism, but I think we just need to be really careful. And it's going to take a lot of thought to figure out a way to implement Pan-Africanism without stepping on anyone's toes, and that everyone can benefit from the pie of Africa, the piece of the pie. Like everyone could benefit, and that people who perceive their livelihood being taken away is going to be reduced. Because it's easy to say like, oh, I'm a Pan-Africanist. I want to go to every African country. I want to go and move to whatever neighborhood, whatever town, whatever village. But when you are the villager, when you are a member of that town, then you start to see the effects of it, And we deal with these issues in America too. People get mad at the Hispanics, they get mad at the Chinese, they get mad at, whoever is the outsider coming in to basically dominate. So it's easy for us to talk Pan-Africanism, but when you're on the ground, it's a different story. That's what I wanted to say.
Definitely. And I agree with that. I think that it's easy to just look at what happened in the South Africa. And I think the height of the xenophobia, if I'm not mistaken, it's over. I'm not saying xenophobia is gone, but the height of the extreme hostility, I think it's faded a bit. So it's like, it's easy to just look at those images and just think that South Africans are horrible people, but no one's really putting things, as you mentioned, in the other perspective. Like, let's be honest here, immigration, I've noticed this one thing as well. When Africans travel to other African countries, they don't they don't respect the country as much as they would like if they're traveling to Britain or Europe or US. Like when Africans go to some other African countries, they don't treat it the same as if they were traveling to the first like to the first world. Like they don't do that. But anyways, I'm gonna let Josie Gold go ahead. Thanks for calling in.
Greetings, AM. Greetings, people on the panel, and people in the chat, and of course all the South Africans that are in the chat, and the guy that just joined the panel. Look, personally, do other Africans and Pan Africans hate South Africans? Yes, it's something that I picked up. Yes, they do, and I've also picked up a lot of jealousy and envy over here. And many people are too invested in South Africa than in their own countries. Look, before I started jumping on these panels, I think there was only one South African that was here, and then she just dropped off. I think it was on Mr. Uganda's channel, but no South Africans were calling in. And one of the things that pushed me to calling in is all of the nonsense that I was hearing people talking about South Africans. It's like it was an easy thing for people to just bash South Africans and go after South Africans. That's one of the reasons that pushed me to calling in. Like whatever would happen, the word South Africa comes in, people will just flip a switch, just go crazy and angry for no reason. And most of them have never been to South Africa. I think only one person has been to South Africa that's actually lived in South Africa that's actually been on these panels. So yeah. So one of the reasons why now I'm gonna go into some of the reasons why I think other Africans hate South Africans. Personally, I think many of the Africans in South Africa, I'm gonna start in South Africa, hate South Africans because I think it's because of the progress that South Africa has made over the years, and the standard of life in South Africa has gone up. So in the past 10 years or so, you might argue that we haven't done that well, which is true. The economy hasn't done as well, but there's still a lot of benefits to living in South Africa and staying in South Africa. And I think that's one of them. It's the standard of life. And I don't think many people expected our people to go as far as we have, let's say, in such a short amount of time. I think, and the image that's portrayed of us and the reality of us is not the same. So many of the ones that actually do come here tend to be jealous of that. That's what I picked up. And the Pan Africans that are, how do I put this? The Pan Africans on the continent, I don't know why they hate some of them say it's xenophobia, which I might understand to a certain degree, but some of them, look, I think some people just want free entry into South Africa. And then the Pan Africans abroad, the diasporans. Look, I was watching a YouTube channel by diasporans in the process of moving to South Africa. one of the reasons they gave for diasporans not, how do I put this, that diasporans that want to come here but are not, can't really come here, is because they don't meet the requirements of actually being permanent residents and being citizens of this country. So that's one of the reasons why many of them actually don't like South Africa. It's not because of xenophobia, because it doesn't really affect them. It's because they won't be able to actually come here and live here. They don't meet the requirements to come here. That's one of the reasons. And another reason is that South Africa is not the type of society where they come here and be the big man. Like in other countries, it's easier for them to get there and be the big man. And South Africa, how do I put, they'll come here, people will notice they foreign accents, they'll be nice to them. But when they notice that they're actually broke and they don't have that much money as the locals, you know, they won't respect you as much. So that's another reason why many of the Western Pan Africans, like the diasporan Pan Africans, don't like South Africa specifically. Yeah, that's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
No problem. And that
Oh
is
yeah, hold on. Oh,
oh.
hold on. You
Mhm.
asked the question, do I think it's weird that many of these people say they hate us and so on and so forth and listen to our music? I don't know what it is. That's why I say mainly for me, it's mainly because of envy. I think some people wish they were in the position that South Africans were in, especially other Africans and with diasporans. Most diasporans don't. It's only the Pan African ones that have a problem with us. Look, like I said earlier, many of the Pan African ones, 9 out of 10 times, because they don't meet the requirements of coming here.
You're
Because
saying it's
African
financial
Americans,
reasons.
huh? I
So
can't hear you. Speak loud.
you're saying it's financial reasons. It's like
Yeah,
let's just be honest here, right? Let's just be honest here. I know you've seen videos of the Gambia, right? Of people going to the Gambia. It seems
yeah.
like it seems like okay, you're taking $2,000 to go to the Gambia, you're gonna be a big boss. But if you're taking $2,000 to go to South Africa, nobody cares.
Yeah, I mean, 2000 is nothing. That's like what, around 20
Okay,
to 30,000
I'll
rand.
be more realistic. I'll be more realistic. $20,000. Like nobody cares. Yeah.
Yeah, that's still not real money here. Like you're not like rich, like that's like once off. Let's like $20,000, like maybe around 300,000 rand. You like, you're not there. Many people look, especially here in Johannesburg, right? You need to, like, money is money here. Like, you should really come to Johannesburg someday or watch some of the African Americans who are not, those who are not Pan Africanists, and those who are not like crazy
Yeah, I
Pan
see them.
African. If you know what I
I see them. What's the name? There's one, the real South Africa, and there's a
And
couple
there's
of
other
other,
ones,
but they're like
yeah,
really bougie. Like they have money. You know what I mean?
yeah, but what the pick, the image that they give of South African, of black South Africans, is totally different from the Pan Africans. It's because those are African Americans or diasporans that actually can afford to come here, live here, and they actually hang around South Africans who are in their class. Those other ones, like you were talking about, like the ones that go to the Gambia, they can't afford to actually live here, to be honest with you. Because
Yeah.
another thing is that many South African, another thing is that people don't know is that many, like I live in the suburbs and I don't see white people every day. And then when you go to like high end areas, it's mostly dominated by black people. So I think this is just those people, the diaspora. Let me give you those people in the diaspora who are Pan Africans. Most of them, from what African Americans who are in South Africa said, is because those people don't meet the requirements to actually be in South Africa. That's why some of them develop a hatred towards South Africa. So hey man, like it's rough out. It's not easy to come here and be like the big man. Like there are a lot of black South Africans who are doing well. So yeah. So like, you actually have to have money, like real money here. Like people notice. Yeah.
Yikes. Okay, that's a good point. That's a good point. And you did raise a good point. I think another reason why some Pan Africans, I won't say really Africans, because mostly Pan Africans do not like South Africa is because they hear that South Africa is not being run by South Africans. Basically, is that's what they're saying. that
It's
there's
jealousy again.
in South Africa.
Yeah, like a lot of saying, it's that jealousy again that comes up where like some of them, even though they say they Pan African, both the Africans who are jealous and like the Pan African diasporans as well. They always bring that up, but when you look at it carefully, it's just the Africans are jealous 9 out of 10 times. They wish they were in the positions of Black South African, and the Pan African, like I said, they just can't come in like that, and they can't be the big man. They just can't come in and just be the big man with like little money. Like that won't work here. People notice. People can see when you broke, or you're gonna start asking them for YouTube money. That's not gonna work here. I think that's
YouTube.
why like these are things that people notice. These are things that people notice in South Africa. Like you can't come here and like fake rich. Like they'll be able to pick you out. Like they'll be cool with you, but they'll notice like you don't have money like that. And most of them wanna come in and be like the big man, like kind of like, how do I put this? That savior kind of mentality. In South Africa, that won't really work. So yeah.
Okay, thank you. We'll continue going forward. We'll continue going forward. I think Lizzo, you were next. You can go ahead.
Oh,
Thank you.
okay. You mean Lozi? It's Lozi.
Loisy.
Yeah,
Loisy?
Lozi.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. How are you, African millennial?
Yep, not bad,
Hello.
not bad.
Not bad. And I'm gonna greet everyone on your panel. So I'm calling from South Africa. Hello.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I'm calling from South Africa. And just few things before I carry on. I appreciate what Josie has been doing representing South Africa, in because I've listened to his previous video, I've listened to your previous videos. But I'm gonna put my 2 cents. So I will start with the xenophobic notion, because it's what actually the current South Africa has been painted with globally and even on the continent, and I can mostly blame that on the media as well, and also the South African government not doing enough to actually tell the world the truth. The truth is, when it's immigration problem. So if you look at our history from where we come from, we had to fight apartheid with the help of other countries, some countries from the continent and some countries from around the world. But the initial concept of South Africa, just through ANC government, which is ANC, the African Congress, ANC, African National Congress, sorry. So ANC is the oldest African black political party, probably black political party maybe in the world, I'm not sure. But the slogan was always about Africa, not about South Africa. These are like the most pan-African organization ever. So they opened up South Africa very early after apartheid because they wanted to present what they've been preaching for all the years. I mean, even if you listen to South African national anthem, it speaks a lot about Africa than South Africa. So the aim was always about the continent, reaching out to the continent and getting everyone to work together. But that was an ideal thing. It was not looking at the ground. South Africa is not a developed world. South Africa was never ready for this influx of immigrants in a short space of time. And also they went and agreed with the global agenda. Like if you look at South Africa and look at UK, look at USA, look at places like Australia, it's almost as if we function the same. Look at Canada. We have adopted those laws of developed countries while we're not a developed country. So, in the socio-economic problems, it hits us hard because we are sitting with the largest immigrants in Africa and mostly the largest African immigrants in the world. So, xenophobic it was inevitable because look at what kind of immigrants are we getting from the continent. For example, you find Africans saying we are picking on our people during xenophobic attacks are picking on Africans. It's not really that they're picking on Africans. It's the fact is when they are frustrated, who's next to them that they can blame? Africa is sending poor immigrants into South Africa. It's like Africa is dumping their problems on South Africa. because no African country is trying to to meet us halfway and help us with the border problem. Even if we can build a most secured wall in the world, they will still get through, because the problem is not really South Africa alone. The problem is the continent. And South Africa is an easy target because, of course, we are the most industrial nation. There's there's available jobs in South Africa compared to many African countries because of the industries. So that's inevitable. But how are African leaders, how are they helping South Africa in terms of, do they sit down and ask themselves why their people are running to South Africa? Because South Africans are not running to African countries like the other way around. And South Africans in general, they're not running to any country in large numbers, especially our poor. We keep our poor at home. So now the biggest problem is when we receive poor immigrants from South Africa from Africa who comes and get absorbed into our communities, they live among the poor. So when the poor get frustrated, they're gonna reach out to the next victim. They're gonna blame the immigrant. It's inevitable, and sometimes sometimes it's validated, because you look at the places that for the past 20 years or 15 years that are like now full with immigrants. There's certain things that South Africans don't like. First of all, the places tend to have high crime. The places tend to kind of like turn dirty after a while, because due to the kind of businesses they do there. And in most of the times, I think it's culture clash. So we South Africans have a way of looking after our environment, because it's our environment, it's our country. We care about our country. But if you look at to places like Hillbrow, Sunnyside, Cape Town Park, where most immigrants live in from West Africa, Central Africa, it tend to shit. Those places used to be very nice. Today, they're one of the most horrible. South Africans don't even go there in large numbers anymore. They don't live there anymore, because of what the environment has tend to be. And these are like the same people that look like us from the continent who do this. So when people say we are xenophobic, they don't really know what's happening on the ground. So maybe these people, where they from, they cool with having the environment looking certain way, but we South Africans we cannot allow that. We're not used to that. That's just my
So you're saying that
take on.
when they go there, they don't respect the environment, they don't respect
No,
certain rules and things like
please,
that.
when they don't, most of the time, not all obviously, because most of the times these are places where illegal immigrants will live. These are places where poor immigrants will live. Yes, there's few African immigrants who tend to have money. They don't live in those places, but those are few. And those places tend to be like that. I don't know the reason why. Maybe they just don't care because it's not their countries, or maybe it's the culture they have back at home. I mean, look, you must Google Hillbrow when you have time. I'm gonna give you these places: Hillbrow, some
Yeah.
parts of Sunnyside, Captain Park. Google, take them on YouTube and see how they look, and look how other parts of South African cities look, especially Johannesburg, where there's development and stuff. Look at the current situation with Johannesburg CBD, and we know who lives there. We're not lying about these things. We know people who live there.
Can I say something real quick about that? I just wanted to jump in, not to cut you off, brother, but I just wanted to say I think that can be easily explained. South Africa, I would say, is close to a first world nation, maybe second world, but a lot of the immigrants who probably don't respect the environment.
Sorry, we are first world. We are first world.
Okay, that might be fine. I'm just saying a lot of the
we're
immigrants.
not, sorry, we're not first world. Sorry, just to cut you off. We are a developing country. We're not like a developed country. That's crazy.
No, Z, we are first world, bruh.
You're either second or first, but you're definitely not third. So a lot of the
Okay,
immigrants,
please make your point.
a lot of the immigrants who are coming to South Africa, who you say don't respect the environment, they're probably coming from third world countries where, unfortunately, environment is not really it's not the top priority. Put it like that, because maybe hunger or livelihood is more of their concern. So they're coming from countries that typically they didn't really have environmental management systems, or like they don't have dumps, they don't have proper waste management facilities. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And
Hello?
okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on, why don't we talk about the arrogance of foreigners and the problem that Nigerians have of hijacking our buildings and abandoned houses, and they turn these houses into drug houses, and they even start kidnapping. Now let's start tackling real issues and stop deviating from what's happening, because most of the time, if you check the news, when they talk about kidnapping, it's always a Nigerian. When they talk about drugs, it's always a Nigerian.
Yeah, that's
The
true.
real issues that we are facing from foreigners, this thing of pan-Africanism, Malema is trying to become the president of the Pan-African Parliament. That is why he's pushing the Pan-African agenda. He's only looking out for himself. Yeah, that's what I wanted to add.
Okay, can I just add on what he was talking about? Because I think I was gonna get to that.
Yeah.
That's true. What he said is actually true, but we don't have the stats to show that it's only Nigerians involved in drugs, but definitely a good number of them is them. I mean, this is like international problem with them. You see them getting arrested and actually killed in countries like Malaysia, Indonesia, India. They even sell drugs in countries that have got those kind of laws where they can kill you if you found with drugs. We have seen this problem arise in South Africa with the influx of immigrants. We did have problems of substance abuse, but not at this level. And certainly, certain type of drugs were introduced by immigrants. I mean, even certain types of crimes. If you come to South Africa today, we know that who's doing the car hijacks. Most of them is Mozambique people. If you come to South Africa today, we know that people will do a picky pocket on you or stab you for a phone. Most of them come from Zimbabwe. And if you like, and also the issue of what you call it, slave wages, where an immigrant most of the times without proper documentation can get exploited in certain industries, especially the industries that demand manual work, where you don't have to possess certain high skills to be able to get a job. Sometimes I've heard stories where people will pay them people from Malawi with just food. The guy will clean the whole yard and he just get food and old clothes. I mean, okay, I'm for South Africans, but that the African people are also human beings. They are also our people as well, but they are allowed to be exploited like this, and it's definitely because of the situations at home. It's easier to get in South Africa and just get food and clothes and pass by than in their countries, I believe, because who will go to another country just to do things like that? That's how bad it is. But my question is, we can sit here and discuss these problems in South Africa the whole day, but what are what are African leaders doing about this problem? We have had xenophobic attacks for the past 15 years. And definitely the root of the problem is not in South Africa. We cannot keep spending our taxpayers' money in guarding the borders, deporting people. We have got the biggest issue, and African leaders need to step in and help, or this is declaring a war on South Africa, because these are their people.
But AM, listen
Can
up,
I add to
listen
that?
here.
Can I just add to what you're saying? Look,
Yeah, you can
I
go on,
think
Jose.
I think we need to accept that the whole foreign national thing hits us in many ways. There's jealousy, envy, and disrespect, like
True.
complete disrespect of many of the people that come here into our society, disrespecting our people. That's one thing. There's the crime level as well. I mean, like 60% of the crime is being done in Johannesburg is by foreign nationals. I mean, that's insanity. And I've lived here my whole life. I've lived here in Johannesburg my whole life. That's insanity. So when South Africans in the communities that have a lot of foreigners complain or attack people, it comes from somewhere. I'm not condoning violence. I don't think violence is okay, but it's there. It's them standing up for themselves.
Can I
It's
ask
that,
just
and
one
it's the
thing?
economy as well. Hold on.
Can I ask one question?
No, go ahead.
I'd like to ask like this other non-South African people. Can a South African person go to your country, hijack buildings, sell drugs, and do all sorts of things, set up all these illegal communities, and just go haywire, do whatever they want without anybody getting checked? You see, the problem in South Africa is that we have human rights. We can't do what you guys do in other African countries. Compare.
That's true.
Oh, can I just guys touch on something that they always, and other African people always say, especially West Africans, when it comes to helping South Africa during our tough times, because often this is took out of proportion. I mean, if you really into history and look at what the so-called African countries helped us, which is actually few of them out of the 53 African countries that were available, it's a joke. It's a joke they even have to mention that. It just shows how disparate they are to be, well, for whatever agenda they have. It's as if we have to now suck in the whole continent in South Africa. It's unpractical, it's unrealistic, it's not sustainable. There's no even a single country that is absorbing all the people of its own continent. I'm talking about even the rich countries. I mean, America is trying to build a wall against Mexico. This is the one of the most richest country in the world. It's in top 10. Their GDP per capita is one of the highest. They want to kick the Mexicans out. South Africa is just a developing country, one of the poorest country, one of the poor countries in the world. We just have a promise in future if we get our things together. But we cannot sustain, we cannot feed the whole continent. It's impossible. But then you've got people who are so entitled that they only think about themselves. We should just accept everyone into our community. That's not good. Population is not good. We can see that clearly with countries like Nigeria, Egypt, Ethiopia, DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo. These countries have got large population. Egypt is trying to build itself, but definitely the population, the numbers is a problem. African countries don't have the type of industrialization that can sustain big population, and we want nothing to do with it. If possible, we want our population to be as low as possible. Look at country like, I'll give you example. Look at country like Mauritius, Seychelles, Botswana, Namibia. One of the reasons they're doing so well is because of their small numbers. So we definitely don't want to absorb many people in our community, and we're not going to be apologetic about that, especially the poor people. We want them out of our country, the illegal immigrants first, the poor immigrants in our country don't have to be here, that don't possess rare skills. Look, I love Africa, but we cannot feed everyone when we still have got our own poor people. It's just been 27 years for South Africa. We need to lift our people up. It's so sad that you have to sometimes walk in a restaurant, a nice restaurant, you buy from there. All the waiters are probably from Zimbabwe or Malawi. And it's not like they possessing a rare skill or what. It's just pure exploitation. Then there is an South African somewhere who's sitting and they want jobs. Back in the days, we used to have our students working at the restaurants. It will help them to have pocket money. Those who didn't have bursaries or government assistance will even pay rent. That's gone. And it's the corporate world. The government of South Africa has signed deals with the international corporate world, and they cannot tell South Africans because South Africans, 99% of South Africans never signed for that. Now, they have to stand for the heat. The good news is that ANC is losing power in 2024. And once we kick ANC out, we're going to have a party that is more conservative, that is more like a right-wing link, more like the Republicans of USA. We want a party that is going to actually build walls, secure our borders, and that's it. This thing of mixing forced integration doesn't work. It's a total failure, especially in poor countries like South Africa. We cannot feed everyone in the whole of Africa. It's time African countries pick themselves up as well. And we're definitely not going to build Africa if we keep spoon-feeding these African leaders who fail their people and then dump them to South Africa or other countries. If we force them out, they're going to have to go home and face their government. And then their government will stop to make deals with the Western world and exploiting their resources and actually listen to the people and realize that we can actually industrialize South Africa ourselves. We just need to cut this thing and put stop to it, or else xenophobia is going to keep happening because an average South African on the ground doesn't give a damn. He's not even watching this. They don't care.
That's true.
I would also like to debunk some.
Okay, well, we'll let
major myths going around.
Okay, we'll
perspective.
Let Bullet
what are you saying?
And then perspective. So Bullet can go ahead and then perspective. Thanks.
Okay, I wanted to say that the border problem, we should just implement electric fencing. It will solve a lot of problems. And the second point is that Nigerians are even angry that we are permanent members of the G20. They are angry about everything that we achieve. And the third point is these guys are forging our papers, and after they forge our citizenship, they go to UK because we are accepted in almost every country in the world, and they pretend as if they are South Africans. And we should be careful. These people tend to have bad behaviors, and they tend to carry their behaviors to other countries. So I just wanted to say that.
Bullet, can I just put some 2 cents in what you were saying? That's actually true because South African visa used to be the leading one, number one in Africa. And then for the past, I think 8 or 10 years, in 2010, after 2010, we actually lost that power. We are now, I think, third or fourth. And one of the biggest reasons is because countries like UK started to actually do lots of investigation and trace people that were coming from countries like Zimbabwe, West African countries like Nigeria, who will kind of like maybe get our visas and go there. I don't know how. The system is also corrupt as well. They come from corrupt systems at home, and then they continue with the same culture here. So we are in this mess as well. We are also losing visa because South African visa was good because we're not people who are trying to run away from our country. But then we have inherited people who will get our IDs and do everything to still go to other countries that are better than South Africa. So that has created a lot of problems. And this is true.
Yeah, there's something I think has to be addressed, and it needs to be addressed fully. We need to go back to this thing that other African countries helped us, and we need to be 100% honest here. Because when I speak to people who went to exile, this is what they tell me, and I've asked them this question multiple times. The few people, because the people that went to exile were a few, especially into other African countries. These people, this is how they were treated in these countries, right? They were put in camps, right? Unskilled workers were there to train, and then the idea was that they were gonna go fight back in South Africa. That was what was happening there. And then the ones that had skills, and if there was a skill shortage in the host country, they were the ones allowed to work in that society. So these countries managed it well. And another thing, when people talk about these donations, we need to be 100% honest here. The guns that were supplied to the liberation movements, the ANC, the PAC, was supplied by Russia and China. Cuba was also
True
basically
that.
being
True
supplied
that.
by Russia.
Thank you.
No, Cuba was
Thank
being
you, Josie
supplied
Gold.
by Russia.
Thank you,
Technically,
Josie Gold,
Cuba
for
was
the
being
truth.
supplied by Russia. Yeah.
Josie Gold.
And even the food they were eating, hold on, even the food they were eating wasn't from these countries. The money came
Thank
from
you.
elsewhere. Russia
Thank
and
you.
China specifically, because Cuba technically itself was being backed by Russia. They were also there
Thank
helping us,
you.
but the money itself came from there. That's what they tell us all the time. And the living conditions in these camps were horrible. So this idea that the South Africans were just given a silver platter, money we've never
It's not
heard of.
true.
I'm not saying it didn't happen, but I've just never heard of it. We keep this keeps coming up, but I've never heard it. You mean to tell me that the ANC can donate money to Cuba, right? Because many of them were there, but they can't donate money to other African countries, which I hear they have, but I don't know much about it. I hear they have, but
And
We
the
do give
Cuba
aid.
thing, it was on the news just somewhere this week, so we need to be 100% honest with these things. So yeah.
can I add, Josie?
Yeah.
And also
Okay.
we need to also add on there, especially because lots of people who make this noise about helping us as Nigerians. I even saw one of them attaching an old newspaper that was like a picture that was taken by a horrible camera, old, that says Nigeria gave South Africa 61 billion US dollars during apartheid. That's crazy, considering the fact that Nigeria itself never had a GDP above 61 billion before 1995. That's just crazy. So where did they get 61 billion US dollars to give South Africa? I don't think there's any country in the entire world or history of human beings that has ever given any single country 61 billion US dollars just to help them fight their insurgents
Josie.
in their country. That's
Wait,
crazy.
hold
Those
on.
is
So
rubbish, man.
Wait,
You
can I
said
just make a quick correction?
61
It's not a
billion.
country. Hold on. This is important. Needs to be just a bit of a correction to what you were saying. It's not a
Alright.
country. a liberation movement just to be given
Yeah,
$1 billion.
true.
It doesn't
That's
add up.
crazy. That's true,
It
crazy.
doesn't add
And
up.
$61 billion, not just $1 billion, which is still a lot. $61 billion US. So okay, let me just finish. Anyway, back to the Nigerians who like to preach this and claim these things. Currently, South Africa, in the I'll say last 10 years, we have been on the ground helping them fight their own insurgents in Nigeria, Boko Haram and the so-called Fulani headsmen, whatever the nonsense that is happening there with like some cow guys just going around butchering people in villages. I mean, you look at like during December, in the middle of December, 200 people were killed in a village in Nigeria, in North Nigeria, in 2 hours. So we have been helping Nigeria on the ground with our own soldiers, helping to fight them. That we are giving them free train, like how Russia did for us. We have been giving them the military equipment that South Africa don't use anymore because we manufacture our own military equipment. By the way, we have been helping them and giving them the ones that we don't use anymore. But we will never mention this. We will never come online and tell Nigerians this. They must listen to one of our officials in Nigeria by the name of Kamsanda on YouTube. He was saying these exact things. We are also currently helping Nigeria to become a manufacturing hub for cars because South Africa can develop its own car production from the scratch without importing any single part. We build BMs, we build Mercedes-Benz, VWs, we even build our own trains. People can Google Prasa, which is owned by our government, by the way, and under PIC, which is Public Investment Corporations of South Africans, which is made of large percentage of Black South Africans, more than 80%. We have been helping Nigeria to have this automobile and be able to develop themselves and manufacture, but we will never come in and tell them what we are doing for them. Currently, as I speak, South African scientists are on the ground in Nigeria. They are mapping all the resources, the available resources that Nigeria has so that they can proceed with the mining and stuff, because the West, when they do that, they only there to get our resources and whatever. They just there to rape us. So South Africa has got technology. We are the most industrial. We've got a bit of technology that we've been assisting African countries with. We will never come here and mention that.
Yeah, Lozi. Even now, South African soldiers are in Mozambique. We are fighting the war that Mozambicans are supposed to be fighting.
Yeah, but that's SADC. That's like we are obligated to do that because it's part of SADC. And with Botswana is there too, and Rwanda is there too. I know that, but it's not just Mozambique. We've been on the ground even in DRC. We are on the ground fighting their rebels. Congo. Yeah. We are also funding Mali. People must research Timbuktu. There's this famous guy, I forgot his name. He talks a lot about African history. He's living in UK. I think he's a British. I think he's black. He's Caribbean who moved in British or second generation. But he mentions that. Hello, he's got dreadlocks and he's a big skin. Okay, but anyway, he mentioned South Africa helping even Mali. We are funding countries like Mali in the West Africa to do more research in the depths of Timbuktu because that's a strong African history there. We the only country funding Mali to do that, not the Western, not any single country in Asia or Africa. But we will never come in and try to tell people how much we are doing. But we are forever told how much people helped us by issuing 300 passports to our students to Nigeria. What kind of God is that?
And
300. Think about all the people we've educated from their country. Sorry.
Actually, we have been sending Nigerian students to our universities.
I wanted to add to what Josie said when he talked about the politicians that were living in camps. The war that was fought between Mugabe's soldiers and the British, most of the soldiers that were helping Mugabe were South African politicians, and they lost many lives. But no one is talking about it. Zimbabweans are telling us that they helped us. We were in their camps, and our people lost their lives. But they have too much to say.
Look, let's be fair and honest here. Zimbabwe did so little next to nothing. Botswana did so little next to nothing. Actually, Lesotho tried and Swaziland tried, but they are inside South Africa. So all these southern countries, most of them were afraid of apartheid government because by that time, the apartheid government had third strongest military in the world. Third, these guys were producing their own nuclear weapons. But then Angola had a backup from Castro, and they were hiding many of our
Whoa. No hiding. No. You see that war between the Portuguese and them? There were MK soldiers who fought in that war. Even in Mozambique, there were South African soldiers who lost their lives fighting in those. Look, when you say hiding, hey,
yes.
Well, sorry. Go ahead.
No, sorry for saying hiding because maybe I used the wrong wording, but I know what you're talking about. The South African controversies that were there, they were fighting alongside the Angolan soldiers and the Cubans, and that's where the apartheid government joined with the Portuguese militaries, because they were also hunting down the controversies militaries. So yeah, okay, but I won't get into too much details because I'm not well informed about all that into the depth, or that I might be saying wrong stuff here. But anyway, yeah,
gents. And another thing we need to talk about is that, like what you guys were talking about, like just now, many countries, when I speak to some of these former MKs, there were actually countries that were turning them away, kicking them out. I mean, like there was even a government, I think the leader of Kenya. The leader of Kenya,
he was collaborating with the apartheid government.
With the apartheid government. I even hear stories that Mugabe himself was anti
he was collaborating with the apartheid
struggle.
Yeah,
like many of these
there's a video of Mugabe. There's a video of Mugabe saying he doesn't support what them controversies is doing. There is a video on YouTube.
He said apartheid is South African problem and only South Africans should deal with it. And then the Zimbabweans turned around and said he was just saying that on the video so that they don't understand. Bullshit. They don't understand what. Botswana government was also deporting our people. I think if I'm correct, Josie Gold, they deported Chris. Is it Chris Hani or Gavin? Is it Chris Hani? They sent him back.
I'm not sure.
But one of these. Yeah.
Look, one thing I do know about Botswana is that Botswana is not friendly to South Africans, even like till today. Like many South Africans themselves, like will tell you that, like in the 90s, people who were there during apartheid, even after apartheid, Botswana has never really been friendly to South Africans. It's only now in recent years, but traditionally, no. I'm not sure which political leader it was, but it's there. Like that tension has always been.
I'll try to be fair on Botswana, because if you look at Botswana, I wish we can adopt their laws. They have got fewer immigration. They just don't entertain the whole concept of immigration. They just want to have their country to their own. And I think it's working well for them. I mean, look at their living standards and everything. So I think it's just the culture they had from long ago that they just don't want anyone in their country. But it's said that they actually didn't stand with us during apartheid, Yeah,
guys, they had no choice. They were ran by the English.
Yeah, they were just too small. I mean, their population is 1 million or 2 million, and they don't even have equipment. They were not going to do anything. Apartheid government could just have erased them overnight. So I understand on that stand. But look, we are always reminded of what they did for us. Apartheid lasted for how long? 47 years in South Africa. The whole continent is made of 53 countries without South Africa. None of them, not even 6, could come together and unite against the apartheid government. This is how messed up Africa is. Look at Zimbabwe now. All the Pan-Africanists, they don't talk about Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe did literally what Pan-Africanists are asking. They don't even go there. They don't even visit Zimbabwe. No country is helping Zimbabwe other than South Africa.
And no videos,
half population of Zimbabwe. We are carrying half population of Zimbabwe. All the Pan-Africanists are quiet. They're not doing anything. They keep advising us to chase out the whites. Zimbabwe did. Zimbabwe chased out the whites. Zimbabwe is being sanctioned by the West. The West made sure that they isolate Zimbabwe. They devalued their currency. No Pan-Africanist is on the ground and fighting. They all talk about South Africa so that we can take the role of Zimbabwe and turn to the next Zimbabwe so that they can laugh. Look, we as South Africans are going to come up with our own solution for the problem we are facing. I'll go back to Mandela and the whole concept of what happened in South Africa. Mandela believed in long walk to freedom because of the practical world we live in. Africa is not a military powerhouse. There's no way we can attain everything in Africa if we don't come up with strategies like believing closer to the enemy, just so that we can push our people. That's the aim. South Africans after 1994, in 27 years, we are the most educated blacks in Africa today. We believe that if we chase the white people out tomorrow, we are definitely going to get hit hard. Apartheid and the concept of white South Africans, these guys never had power over South Africans. The power was always with that whole queen in England. That whole system is built there. The Germans, the Italians, the Dutch, the British, they all joined together to come and invade Africa. And South Africa was hit hard, just like another country. So if we chase them tomorrow, all the corporates you see in South Africa, all the industries that we have, they've got the power to terminate them. Even if we can try to align with China or Russia, they're not yet fully industrial as well to be able to only trade with them or control the trade. You look at the Wall Street in America. That's why. Look at the Wall Street.
To be honest with you, hold on, Lozi. Personally, I don't think white people has as much power as people are giving them credit for.
They never had. That's my point. They never had.
No, I mean, like, even if we kick them out, no one wants them anyway. The reality is this: someone who's been here for 400 years just has a South African ID and a passport.
You don't understand me, Josie.
White
you don't understand me, Josie. Look, Josie, listen to me what I'm going to explain. Josie, listen to me what I'm saying. I'm saying the white South Africans are just a tip of an iceberg in the whole global system of what's happening. At the end of the day, you are not going to touch the descendants of the Europeans. You are not going to. They're not going to let you get away with it. They might act like they don't see. What happened to Zimbabwe? They've got a way that they're going to make a statement. They made an example with Zimbabwe. They killed Gaddafi in front of everyone. The whole fucking continent did nothing. So when people say,
I agree.
White South Africans don't hold power right now, or unlike most power, we kind of like share. But if you look at the numbers, because we are majority, what they have appears to be more. So I'll give you an example with our Johannesburg Stock Exchange, JSE. It's the largest stock exchange in Africa, and it's in top 16 globally. It's valued with market capitalization of 1.28 trillion US dollars. And they are also creating stock of Cape Town now. So they're going to merge together. We are talking about more than 1.4 roughly by the end of 2024 estimations. Okay, but anyway, Black South Africans own 30% of that through under things like PIC, Public Investment Corporations, BEE, and other conglomerates and what is the word? Sorry, but anyway, we own more than 30%. That 30% set us to be the most richest blacks in Africa. We have got the largest investment portfolio in Africa, but the white South Africans own 24% of JSE. That 24%, because their population is roughly 5.5 million, then it makes it look like they're the richest because they've got power to invest most with their small population. Whereas we have got numbers, we have to also cater into the colored community, the Indians and the Asians as well. So that's the whole thing. But if you look at the JSE, they don't have much control by numbers. We, the majority shareholders on JSE, but the Africans will keep saying, whoa, South Africans are poor. That's not true, because literally we are the richest blacks on the continent, and we are the third richest blacks globally. We come after the Caribbeans and the Black Americans. We are the third richest blacks globally. And even during apartheid, most might not admit this, but only few countries in Africa had higher standards of living than even Black South Africans. So the whole concept of even when we fought apartheid was not like we were poor on the street. We were just fighting to have a leg in the system as well. We were fighting to share equally. It's not like we're dying. Like people in Mozambique were still poorer than us. So this whole concept that South Africans are living in shacks and slums is not true, because even if you look at numbers, most South Africans are not living in slums compared to many African countries. And if you look at the slums in South Africa, they still got running water, they still got electricity, they still got paved a road. And most of those shacks you see in South Africa, they are occupied by recently being Zimbabweans and Mozambicans, Malawians anyway. So why do they keep shading us with the things that are worse in their countries? I just don't get it.
You know what's so funny though?
Yeah,
it's like these people always criticize us for having like white people, but you know what they do the first thing they do is leave their country to go to a white country. It makes no sense to me. You criticize us for having white people, but then you run to white countries. I don't understand it.
Yeah, they are dying in the
Yeah. Can I
Mediterranean
add this?
Ocean, actually, trying to get
Cheers.
to Europe. It's crazy. Yeah, goes Josie.
You know what the average amount that a white South African earns in South Africa? It's 12,000
Nah,
rand. 12,000
yeah,
rand for those of you not South African is less than $1,000 a month.
Mm,
But it might seem like a lot to the rest of you, but the reality is this: if you compare the 10% of black people, right, the wealthy, the top 10% of blacks, to the whole white people, black people outcompete white people. It's just the
yeah,
reality that people
true,
don't want to accept.
true.
No one wants to accept
And
that right now. It's the
and we
propaganda
are
that's out there that, hold on, it's the
okay.
propaganda that's out there that's being pushed, and many of our people believe it. And it's a lot of things that politicians are doing for their own benefit. Well, AM, can you please keep the panel South African for a while? I mean, all these other Africans are they all their own time to talk and like make a noise. Is that possible? AM, is she there?
Yeah. No problem.
Please keep the panel South African because it's
No,
important
let
that
them come, man.
I've been the
Let
only
them come.
no, hold on. It's
They're going
important
to
that South
distract us.
Africans share their views right now. I've been the only South African like most of the time, so other South Africans need to share and air their views first. So yeah, go ahead, Lucy.
Oh, okay. I lost the train of my thought. Well, okay. I wanted to say.
We're talking about the difference in wealth, the South, like the average
Oh, okay.
10%.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're actually right because white South Africans, as I was saying, they've got a small population. And I was going to make this point. We only, as blacks, had 27 years to actually step in and kind of like take charge in our in the economy. They had more than 150. That means South Africa was like actually as a country was actually uh, uh, um, what discovered in no, I mean made in 1910 is 1910. Josie Gold.
yeah.
Hello, Josie.
You were cutting over
Was
there.
South Africa is okay? Sorry. Did South Africa become a country in 1910?
Like the British left, as in they
1900.
handed over power to
Okay, to the
what
Dutch.
it's
To the
to the
Dutch.
Dutch in 19 yeah
Okay,
in
so my
1910.
point was these people their wealth trace more than 150 years back, and I'm just being kind because we can go even back than that. They've been mining our gold, diamonds, platinum, coal, everything to themselves. We only had 27 years, and we have made a huge change. That is actually this envy and hate. It's because people are shocked. Even Africans themselves never believed that a black man, a black nation, a black man can lead an industrial nation. And I'm glad my leader, my forefather Mandela, took in power after just right after apartheid, because he was practical. His ideology works. Mandela's ideas works. He didn't have extreme views like I'll say Chris Hani or Steve Biko, where it's only Africa. When you can see that it's a losing battle, we were fighting a losing battle. If we went to war like that with these guys, it was gonna be a losing battle.
Facts, man. Facts.
They
Not
had their
entirely.
hands deep.
We need
No,
to
no,
give
no,
our
but
people
listen,
more credit than that.
No, we
but
could have
I'm getting,
won.
I'm coming to
I
that.
hear what you're saying though. Go ahead.
We could have won a war in South Africa, but been excluded in a global play field, because that's the point. That's what it's about. It's not about South Africa. It's about you being
About
playing in the
long-term
global
thinking.
field, where you can trade, where you can be able to have exchange rate. We have
Point
Zimbabwe.
taken.
It's a good example. What is Africa doing for Zimbabwe? That's a good example. They
Nothing at
chased
all.
whites.
Nothing.
So
It's only
if
South
South Africa
Africa.
did that, and we've learned the hard way through apartheid that we are on our own. We were on our own. We had to make deals with these guys that look. We obviously not gonna take the whole economy to ourselves. We saying let's merge together. That whole thing was just a play for Mandela. It was like a chess move. Mandela played a chess move. It's not like Mandela forgave whites. That's crazy. Mandela died not forgiving them, but he had to pretend, sacrifice for us so that I can be here today and be able to access best education in Africa. I can be here today and be able to access best healthcare in Africa. Mandela was smart. He saw the whole thing. He saw the whole system playing, the British system, how they've conquered the world. He saw how powerful the enemy is. They owned America, these guys. When you own America, you literally own the whole distribution of the planet. So how are you gonna fight that guy when you're just a village in the grand scheme of things? So what the move that we have done, it's a slow progress because we didn't just choose to go a long walk to freedom, but it was the reality that we were given. It's definitely we were born into this fate. We had to work with what we had, and I think we have done well as South Africans, especially Black South Africans, to be specific.
Yeah, well, I 100% agree with you. Like for me personally, there's a comment I wanted to address of someone saying that, like, there's a tribal African saying that Nigerians never talk down on South Africans. Like, what
Oh
world do
my
you
word.
live in?
Oh my
Nigerians
word.
What?
bash South Africans all the time. What
Unbelievable.
world do you live in? Are you high
They're
on
the main
Unbelievable.
ones. They're the
Josie,
main
go
ones
ahead.
He's
criticize
on
us.
something. Okay,
This
many
I
Nigerians talk
mean
that down on us.
these
I
guys
mean,
cannot even
I
give
mean,
birth in Nigeria. They have to go to Europe and pay the Europe health system just to give
and
birth.
yeah,
That
and
that's a
you know the
basic thing.
the funny part is when we give them facts, it always end up with them when they lose the battle, the debate ground. They always say, "Oh, whites own you. Oh, we are taking over your women." I mean, how petty can you get? I mean, come to South Africa and see if Nigerians are taking our women. I mean, obviously, if
It's
I
so
move to
stupid, man.
if I move to Nigeria now as a second South African man, 90% of the time I'm surrounded by Nigerian women. I can just find any woman there, but is it really taking Nigerian women? I mean, that's just somewhat. And I always see this even with their officials on the news, on the national news. They say, "Oh, we are taking women in South Africa." I'm like, is this a serious nation or is it a joke?
Guys,
I'm like,
I've seen that.
99.9% of South African women marry South African men. That's just a fact.
I mean,
I don't know what these
99.9%.
people are talking
Only a
about.
few.
These guys are
Yeah.
I
just
never
clueless.
understood that. But anyway, I don't like being petty, and I don't like concentrating too much on Nigerians. But they need to sort themselves
But
out.
Lozi,
Everybody cannot be
Lozi,
crying about them. Even the Black Americans are like they've got a beef with them. The Ghanaians, some Kenyans, everywhere they go, everybody has got a beef with them. Then who's the common denominator in this whole thing?
but look at this though. Look when they criticize Somalia and Ethiopia, they talk about their women. It's always about women. They want
Yeah,
Somalia and
even
Ethiopian
that's
women.
true.
Every
That's true.
single
Even when
time
it
it's
comes to
about women.
even when it comes to Somalians or Ethiopians, these guys are crying for their women. It's just crazy. I don't get the whole thing. Anyway,
They're just
I
lusting
just
over
don't get
other
it.
people's women. Like, I was
It's
on
just
another
petty.
panel where it's like, I don't know, some people see it as a source of pride to be with a South African woman.
I don't
It's
get it.
like it's an upgrade for them.
Maybe
So
we've raised the
yeah, I
bar
think
too
we
high.
must be understanding sometimes. We must
But
Maybe
be
we've
guys,
raised the
understanding.
bar too high.
listen, guys, the women they get are always the poor ones. These are the ones that are struggling, that will take any man
Yeah,
with any amount of money. These are not
yeah.
the
And
middle
no,
Maybe
class
mom.
ones.
and normally they have children from different fathers.
Yeah,
This woman
true.
that
Fact.
Nigerians marry.
They date
Yeah,
women we don't want.
yeah, and on top of
It's
that,
just
they are
crazy.
marrying these women just to get our documentations.
Yeah, we have
Yeah,
raised the
for
bar, guys. We have raised
economic
the bar too
reasons.
high.
Yeah, you don't
I
see
mean,
South Africans migrating to other countries.
I mean,
We are
if I
here.
date a Ghana lady, a Nigerian lady, a Zimbabwean lady, an Ethiopian lady, why must be a talk of a show? Like, why must be a talk of a town? Or
Yeah,
why must I
yeah.
announce to the world? Like, is it an achievement now? Like, I don't understand. I mean, okay, but anyway, the bar is definitely on the floor. You know, I mean, how do you argue with the person when you hit them with facts? They say, "Oh, the whites own you," and you're like, "Okay, present your case. The whites own you." How do you know the whites own you? Then education in Nigeria is definitely on life support, you know.
No, these guys, they have been marketing us to the world. They are always talking about South Africa, how South Africans are not catering for other Africans. But the moment other people come to South Africa, they always come back because South Africa is beautiful. And they do not
Yeah, true,
experience what the other Africans are experiencing. Because check,
true.
most Black Americans who are coming here, they have money, and most of them have rare skills.
True.
We can use that in our country. So
And that,
okay.
oh, carry on, bro. Sorry, I'll
Okay.
come after you.
So compare that to a Nigerian who has been living in a hut. When they come to South Africa, all of a sudden they are living in town. Where did they get that money? First of all, that person did not even go to school. Then they say they are businessmen. I mean, they were bragging about Hush Puppy. Look at Hush Puppy now. Look at Hush Puppy. Let's face the facts. These guys are scammers. And the moment they do not start calling each other out, they'll never change. Even in America, Black Americans have a problem with Nigerians. And the sad part is that you cannot differentiate between Nigerians and people from Ghana because they look alike. So people from Ghana, they get the same backlash because we think they are Nigerians.
Also
Yeah,
Congolese
but
guys.
look, let's not make this about. Look, what you're saying is a fact. You know, we all know as South Africans, but let's not make this about Nigerians because I just don't think they deserve that too much power. You know, there's just too much
I agree
attention.
with you.
So
They're getting too
let's
much
make
attention.
this about the whole thing. It's about us South Africans talking about one thing, the immigrant issue we have, the Africans feeling entitled to us because it's just not Nigerians only. They might be the loudest, but they definitely it's because of the large population as well. You are going to bump into a Nigerian more than anyone often on the internet. So that also plays a role. So let's not just hit them hard because there are definitely few good ones. Few, and I'm just saying, I'm being kind. And they definitely, some of them are in the Western countries doing well in education, blah blah, you know. But there is something that they need to work on themselves. You know, I just don't think everyone can hate you. But anyway, back to what we're talking about as South Africans. Why is it that South Africans are not moving into African countries? Why is it that we are not fighting for any African or for any country in that matter? I mean, I feel like we have got pride and we take ourselves serious. If there is any country crying about us, we will move. We will not go to that country. We'll actually move away. I've never heard of any country crying about us, but I think there is any. We will just,
I would say
we,
I don't know the statistics on South Africans who are going to other African countries, but there are some South Africans who live in other African countries. Like one of my good friends in Kenya is a South African. You know, he's a white South African, but I'm sure there's black South Africans as well.
We're talking about blacks.
we're talking about blacks.
Blacks don't really
I'm
move
sure,
around.
I'm sure there's some black South Africans. So let's not say the whole African continent. There's no
No,
black South.
true. Brother, there is some, but it's like
But you won't find
what
a
we're talking
community.
about. What I mean, let's talk about numbers, bro. I mean,
You won't find a community.
In South Africa you
I don't
find
know if those
Cameroonian.
statistics exist. I don't know if those statistics exist.
It's
Bruh.
the man. Like your mic. Like we can't hear you properly. Like try to fix it.
So in South Africa, you find Cameroonian communities, you find Congolese communities, you find Nigerian communities. The Zimbabweans are all half population of Zimbabweans in South Africa. You find almost quarter population of Mozambique in South Africa. There's more Botswana in South Africa than Botswana. There's more Lesotho in South Africa than Lesotho. There's more Swati people in South Africa than Swaziland. Definitely in 4 years to come, there will be more Zimbabweans in South Africa more than Zimbabwe, if not already now. So we are talking about influx of immigrants. We're not talking about 10 South Africans found in Nairobi or 100 South Africans living in Lagos managing our companies, which are more than like what? We've got more than 120 companies in Nigeria. That's a valid reason why they go there. We have
But
got almost
I
2
think that
million of
gets back to
Nigerians in South Africa. What are they doing here?
That
What are
gets
they-
back to the fundamental question of the topic, though. I think the reason you don't have influx of South Africans into other African countries is because South Africa is a first world or second world country. So there's no need for South Africans to migrate to other African countries unless it's for tourism or just a change of weather, you know, change of lifestyle. But South Africa is seen as like a sought after destination for many other Africans who are living in poverty. So I think the fundamental question is, I mean, I won't say it's flawed, but you've answered your question because you're touting all of the benefits of living in South Africa and all of the advantages of being a South African and the industry. And, you know, these are things that other impoverished Africans are seeking. That's why they're going to South Africa
But
versus.
Isman, S-man, listen here.
but-
But S-man, we have Algeria, there's Rwanda, there's Botswana, Namibia. These are all functional countries. Why don't they go there? Why don't they go
And
there?
Morocco,
Maybe
and
for
Egypt
Rwanda,
as
I
well.
don't know. Maybe for Rwanda, I don't know. But maybe it's perceived that South Africa has more freedom because they're living under a dictator in Rwanda. So I don't know.
No,
You
look,
see,
man.
that's the point I made earlier, man.
I get your point, but why do they come on internet and then say how poor we are and say all these derogatory words to us? I don't understand. If we have to sympathize with them, how do you feel sorry for someone who's so arrogant and telling you how poor you are in your own country? I mean, let's balance the logic there. I'm not saying all of them, but if you get on the internet now and just type any content regarding South Africa, under the comment sections, you find almost people from West Africa, Central Africa, East Africa, just trolling us and telling us how poor we are and how whites are controlling us. But they run into the same country. They run into our country. This is just bad, and it's look, it pisses me off.
But I
You
think we need
shouldn't
also
take them
to be honest.
seriously.
Can I just add? Can I say this? I think we also need to be honest. I think some Africans are ashamed of the countries that they come from. I mean, some of them are even like pretending to be South African. I remember, like, there was a live. I'm not sure if you guys watched it. I can't mention the name. It's like an
I
American.
remember it, bro.
Okay, yeah, no, don't mention the name. And then there was a guy that showed up, and I was one of the people in the comment section saying, "Hey, man, this guy doesn't look South African, and he doesn't sound South African." Everyone agreed with him. Like, there are many people out there pretending to be South African, and I
Yeah,
think
that's true.
maybe I don't know, maybe it's because we're not seen as a threat, maybe in the West or something, or maybe there's some sort of benefits to being South African. I don't know, because I've never lived outside of South Africa. But many people are pretending to be South African. I think many people are ashamed of the countries that they come from because of the lack of progress in their countries, and their countries have deteriorated very badly. So I think we also need to be understanding. I'm not saying we should just open borders and things, but I think it's on us, like as a Bullet was saying earlier, we need like electric fences at the border. We need to make it harder for people to come into our societies, especially illegally. Because believe it or not, it's not easy to come into South Africa legally, but illegally it is. So we need to start working on that. Pushing that. Look,
Please, guys,
we need to
vote
start pushing
for
that for
Action SA or Gaton
Yes,
something
Action SA,
in
guys.
2024.
Action SA.
Just something. Action SA, or I'll say Gaton as well. It's just there, And
No, not
please, guys,
Gaten, not Gaten, not Gaten.
support.
Action SA. Gaten is
su-
too
Action
radical.
SA, guys.
Action SA, yeah.
Action
Supporting
SA. I'm also
Tatalax,
giving
guys.
Action SA.
Okay,
Action
supporting
SA.
Tlatlalax, guys. Let's support Tlatlalax, and thanks
Yeah.
to people
Operation
like
Lula.
Lerato Pillay for starting Put South African First movement, and also pushing on Twitter. Let's just recognize our people and build from there. I'm really done with Africa. I don't care anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
This-
the border walls, they won't work. Let me just say in short, they won't work. US is
Are you
already
South
seeing.
African?
Look,
No.
man,
you
we're not
South
gonna
African?
look,
no,
man,
but,
we
but,
serious.
but let him
Yes, man.
comment.
Let him speak, man.
Let me comment.
Let him
Listen,
speak. Yeah.
the border wall, it won't work. US has seen that with Mexico. Europe, they have a Mediterranean Sea between North Africa and Europe, but people, they still find a way. Border wall, it won't work. The only way is for those African countries to improve their economies. And the United States right now, they're putting money into South America, into Central America, so those people can stay in their own countries. They're trying to help build those economies. That's the only way it's going to work. I'm not saying that South Africa has to do that, but I'm saying when those African countries, they improve their economies, that's when you won't have people running to South Africa.
Can I
Yeah,
say
but
something?
hold on, Ismail. Can I just say this?
Okay.
We have no control over what other people do in their countries or how their countries run. We can only focus on ourselves, whether it be border control, like growing our own economy, making sure our people are employed. Those are the only things that we have control over. What other people do, like, we have no power over that. We have no power over what the Zimbabwean government does, Mozambican government does, Nigerian government does. That's something we have no power. We can't focus on things we can't control. What we can do is do everything we can to keep people out and deport people, like massive deportations. Because if you look carefully, last year the ANC slipped, like in the elections. When they slipped in the elections, right now in January, they were like acting like they're deporting people because they know it's something that matters to people. So that's where our power is. As far as what other African countries, we have no power over that. The only thing we have power over is our vote, and this is our country, and pushing our own narrative. Operation Tutula puts South African first.
True. Can I just say something, guys? So the S-man who said the borders don't work, it's a lie. Botswana is a good example. The Botswana border works, and it has always worked. What we need in South Africa is to only build a wall against Zimbabwe and Mozambique, because Namibia and Botswana, their borders work, and they're not trying to come to South Africa in large numbers. Their population is small anyway. During apartheid, they had electrical fence. It worked. No one was here. If you were here, like very, very few people were here. During apartheid, the few whites did take control of the border. The few whites who were here, we can do that. There's many of us Black South Africans, we can definitely guard our borders. Our current government just don't want, because of their agenda or the deals they've made with whoever.
Yeah.
But we are
Can I
definitely
ask you
kicking out.
Can I ask you a question? What is
Okay.
the government like? Are they doing something about that? Like, well, yeah, what's going on?
No.
No, that
Nothing,
well,
not
we
doing
need to be
anything.
completely honest. Initially, for many years, they were not doing anything. That's because we never punished them
True.
for it. We kept voting for them. But if you look at like what I said earlier, right now, there has been a slight shift because the ANC can tell that they're losing power. So there's a strong possibility that they'll lose the election in 2024. If you look at the local government elections that happen now, they lost a lot of major cities here in Gauteng. So they and other parts of the country as well. So they slowly losing power. Well, not slowly now, rapidly, and they're going down fast. So now what they did when they did that they tried to like deport people. Like they tried to make sure that mainly people from Mozambique and Zimbabwe, people coming in through those countries were being deported and barred from coming into South Africa illegally. So it's been a push that's been happening because right now I don't see them winning the election in 2024. So I think South Africans have realized where their power is and that where we actually have control. It's not in attacking people on the streets, even though I think that hey, if someone does you wrong, hey man, it's a fair game. But
Can
I
I
don't
just
see how that's going to solve the problem. So yeah, go ahead.
Okay, can I just address one comment I just saw now? This guy is saying Nigeria is 200 million people. What are Zulu warriors gonna do to 200 million Nigerians? They're just 50 million. Look, South African military can just wipe Nigerian military overnight, if we be honest. You know, there's like we are the things we're capable of doing. Obviously, I'm not saying we're the best and we're no longer like performing like I would say 10 years ago, but we're still the best on the continent. I mean, we even sell our military weapons to countries like Saudi Arabia, and some weapons we do give like it's few, but we do sell to USA as well. So in terms of military technology, Nigeria is nothing to us. We actually training Nigerian soldiers. We know their secrets. How can this person say Nigeria can? I mean, Nigeria is nothing to us, to be honest. So they need to sort out their ego stuff and sit down.
Yeah, I also want to address another question. Can I also address another question? There's a guy here, again, tribal African. I don't think these guys represent the average South African. They may be privileged South Africans who don't even care about their own poor South African people. That's nonsense. We care about our people. Come to South Africa and say that. You'll be shocked to know like how many people have these feelings. Both poor people, middle class, upper class, and the rich. We're talking about black people. Sure, you might find some sellouts who don't believe in the things we say, but it's mostly privileged people. Poor South Africans believe in the things we say. Like, we represent the average South African. It's no joke.
True.
You can even ask these guys on this panel.
We're the majority. Trust me, we are the majority.
True. It's true. True, Josie. I support that. Okay, let's talk about education as well, because there's this notion that Zimbabweans are the most educated, Nigerians are educated. Guys, can we just talk about facts today and stop these small talks that we
let's
always
debunk
hear
everything. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yes. So South Africa has got the second best education system in Africa, and South Africa has got the dominating universities in Africa. Out of 10 best universities in Africa, 7 of them are from South Africa. So what's with this talk of other countries being educated, but they're not found on stats? I mean, literacy rate of Nigeria is what, 63%? 15 million children are not having access to education in Nigeria. So that must just stop. Zimbabwe education used to be good. Zimbabwe education used to be good, but it has collapsed. So that thing of saying immigrants, they work hard, they are more skilled, and maybe immigrants from Asian countries in South Africa. But in Africa, we're definitely getting at the bottom of the barrels. We are not getting any special thing from Africa.
The worst
In
of the
fact,
worst.
they getting skills in South Africa because they even get education from our universities. So that bullshit must stop today. They're not
So
as
do you
educated
bel-
as us.
So do you believe in South African supremacy?
What
No.
does that even mean?
No,
I
we're
mean,
just
what
proud of being South African. No, come on,
no.
like
We
no, we're
just
just
tired.
proud of
We are
being
kind of like
South African.
retaliating here.
We're just tired.
We just want facts. We want facts out
yeah,
there.
yeah. There's a lot of bad things have been
No,
said
just
about
these are
us for too
facts.
long. These are facts.
No, it's just the South Africans for a long time on these online spaces are an easy target. So
We
I
need to
think,
bring facts.
but
AM, we've always been quiet.
facts.
For how many years? For 10 plus years, we've been quiet about these things. Just
Perspective.
quiet.
True.
Now we're finally speaking now. Now you gotta say
True.
we what supremacists. Come on, man.
we are no, that's not us. We are one of the most humble people. We don't even have egos. You never find us online bashing other countries unless if we are retaliating, like they come in our spaces and start to degrade us. That's where we just retaliate. We're not going into people's spaces and being in their business. No, we don't do that.
I mean, I was watching a video, like Mam Velile, like the one
Oh, yes.
who is like who she takes us across the room. I mean, like the people who just come on her channel and just start attacking her and South Africans there for no reason whatsoever. So, hey man, South Africans have a right to also respond.
It's crazy. And Mam Filile, she has grown. Like, did you see her interview with the African about the unapologetic nomad? She really does
Yes.
stand for us, bro.
Yeah.
She's very strong on her views, and I liked that. That's like it's few old South Africans who will come on social media and never just say it like that, and I appreciate them more, and I appreciate their work even more. I mean, we need to really put South Africans first. It needs to be about us this time. We have been carrying people who are so ungrateful all these years. We just need to send them home. Well, I mean, we just need to send them home so that they can deal with their mess, and we cut the ties. They hate us anyway. When we help, they hate us. When we don't help, they hate us. So yeah.
Look,
Wow.
I don't think we addressed the education thing like as deep as we should have. Now, let's start here. There are many kids here in South Africa who are being educated for free on our tax money at many government schools. Many of them are here illegally. The South African government has also sponsored many people from across the continent. Many people come here and they add to this thing. So like the education part, so many of them actually come here to be educated. It's not just the other way around. So, and another thing is healthcare. Our healthcare is overburdened with too many people from other African countries. Like, we have no control over, like, the only thing we have control over is our own borders. So for me personally, we have to find a way of like shutting them down completely, deporting people who are illegal here. If you have a skill that we need, yeah, sure, come through. We'll support you. We'll work with you. But people with no skills can't come here. Like, we have no use for you. Yeah.
Wow.
So you're saying that if immigration is dealt with, that there's not going to be any more problems with these type of things? Is that
No,
what you're saying?
we have our own problems. Like, we're not gonna sit here and deny that South Africa doesn't have its own problems. We have our problems. We do. Like, we won't deny that. We have our own problems. But the whole immigration thing right now, it's becoming a thorn as well. Like, it's a huge thorn right now. I mean, 60% of the crimes committed in Johannesburg,
we have been quiet.
People that were arrested or foreign nationals. That's shocking.
Josie,
yeah,
we have been quiet all this time. It's our time to speak up now. We are tired of hearing people telling us that we are lazy. But they left Zimbabwe, that is not working. If they are hardworking, why can't they stay in Zimbabwe and fix Zimbabwe and fix Nigeria?
See, come on. You can say whether people should not be calling you lazy. I don't know who is doing that. If they are doing that, they are wrong.
Nigerians.
If Nigerians are doing that, if Nigerians are doing that, they are sounding very much like you. here. Because there are two kinds of people. There are people. Let me finish. Let me finish my point. There are two kinds of people. Let me finish. Let me finish. There are two kinds of people out there. There are some people that do things in a constructive way. And there are others that just drag the whole people, the other group down with them, because their feelings are hurt and stuff like that, and they just want to say negative stuff. When I listen to all of you talk here, it's unbelievable. I don't know whether the Willie Link letter is real or fake or whatever. Whatever that stuff, wherever that letter came from, it says everything. Everything you are repeating here is what is in that letter. You should go and read it. You'll be ashamed of yourselves.
What are you talking about tonight?
You are basically saying, oh, the other people are envying you. Yeah, this. It's like somebody that is, just because you have proximity to power. You know what that logic, the logic. It's like being a slave in a castle versus the ones that are working in the field. And you're proud of it. Let me finish talking. Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish talking.
You need to present an argument.
Let me finish talking. I'm talking about proximity to power here. That is what you people have, and you are using it to rub against fellow Africans. And when you don't even realize that the people you are rubbing it against are your allies too. You think those people are your friends? Those people that have the power in the country? Do you even know what the difference between power and economic advancement and political advancement is? Do you even know the difference? Just because you have political and economic advancement, who owns those weapons companies? Can you answer me? Is it owned by black South Africans? Can you answer me those questions?
Can we answer you? Can we answer you? Because you just
it's like Brazil. Most of these companies are in the hands of Europeans. Don't pretend as if you have power.
Can we respond to you about the companies? Because you're just mumbling now. You're not saying anything. Can we respond to you? You asked who own. What companies are you talking about? Because so we can give you information.
Company you refer to that sell weapons to South Africa, to Saudi Arabians.
Daniel, you mean one of them is Daniel that produces our weapons?
Who owns the put the name of the company here. Let's check it.
Daniel, it's the government. It's the government and the PIC.
Put the name of the company. Let's see what they are manufacturing and selling.
It's Daniel.
Put it on this private chat.
Government owned. Majority.
Put it on the private chat. Let's see what they are manufacturing and selling. Then
you're just mumbling, and this is gonna go.
Stop talking. Just put it on the chat. Let's find out what they are manufacturing, because you're just talking. Maybe it's my mic. You have been talking and spewing out xenophobia against fellow Africans, talking about how your schools are better than other people's schools. You know how petty that sounds.
You only live in South
You are a disgrace to South Africa. If this is what Mandela represented, you people, you are all disgrace.
Nigerians are a disgrace.
No, I'm not talking about Nigeria. I'm saying you are a disgrace to South Africans. South Africans don't deserve you people representing them. That's what I'm saying.
To Niger, but you see the hypocrisy though.
Where is the hypocrisy?
You're literally telling them that they're a disgrace to South Africa. The South Africans.
Yes, because they're not representing their people very well.
But they are representing their people.
They are representing their people, but not very well. Anybody can carry a madman and put on screen to come and represent the people and insult their own fellow black people. Do you see South African president insulting Africans?
Wait, hold on.
What do you recommend?
What do you recommend? Personal, because I know some people on here said something about Nigeria or Nigerians, not Nigeria. Are you taking this personal because of that?
No, I'm saying it because it's weird, because these people are crazy. They've never heard Nigerians go about talking badly about other Africans, and that is the one good thing I like about Nigerians. Nigerians don't talk badly about other Africans. Have you seen Nigerians come online to talk badly about? If we are calling South Africans out, it's because they have been xenophobic against us.
To Niger, you are living in a bubble.
Oh, I'm living in a bubble. So all that riot, you people attacking Nigerians and killing Nigerians in your street is all fake news.
You are living in a nice, comfortable bubble. You are living in a very good, comfortable bubble. And I think
so. All that stuff that Africans know about South Africans is all fake news.
He's not going to present any argument.
Yes, man.
I'm asking you a straight question, but you're not answering it. You're just waffling. I said,
look, I was away.
People killing South Africans, is that fake news?
Niger,
Wait,
why
wait,
did
wait.
xenophobia
Like people
start?
that do it on the ground.
To Niger, why did xenophobia start? Why did xenophobia start?
Because your government didn't do their job.
It can't just happen. We
Oh
were
my
tired
God.
of Nigerians. We accepted Nigerians in 1994. Then they started with the scams.
You know
You
how
have
sick,
never been
you
in
know
South
how sick
Africa.
what you are saying sounds. There are countries in the Middle East where there are wars and millions of people pour into their borders, and you don't see the kind of behavior our fellow black people are doing.
African millennials.
You are
we
in
are not in
disgrace. Watch the Middle East, and you
we are
will know how
not in the
disgraceful your
Middle
behavior is.
We are not
African
in the
millennial.
Middle East.
African millennial. Can
You've
we
seen this
just
behavior in
about
Europe,
South Africans
where
now?
people are
Can you
fighting
make
wars
this
or there is problem in their country
a
just
South
because they
African
come into their
panel?
country. You see Europeans attacking fellow Europeans because of xenophobia. Do you see that in the Middle East? Do you see that in
Actually
South
happened.
America?
To
What is
Niger.
wrong with our black
To
people?
Niger.
To Niger.
You're just making
It's actually
noise.
Sick
happened.
It's
people.
propaganda.
To
Wait, to
Niger,
Niger.
UK, it
And men,
happened.
for that matter.
To Niger, it happened.
Hitler.
Not just
Remember
Hitler.
Hitler?
Whoa, in the
Hitler
UK.
was dealing.
The,
It was
whoa,
war.
whoa. Hold on. The Polish were attacked in the UK.
No,
It's
they were
not a
not
matter.
attacked.
It happened.
They were.
It's a well-known thing.
Jesus
They were
Christ! I
attacked.
am in the UK. They were not attacked. You don't see a riot attacking
To
Polish
Niger, I know
people.
South Africans were
Nigeria.
living in
They
the
will
UK.
Wait,
attack black
Niger.
people before they attack
To
Polish
Niger,
people.
why
What are
you
you
in the
talking
UK?
about?
Why are you in the
This
UK?
is typical.
To Niger.
This
Yeah,
is
why are you in the UK? Why are you in UK to Niger?
Oh my goodness! You see,
typical.
this is a silly question. Why am I in
You
the
Typical.
say
UK? Because
in UK.
because I came to the UK to do what I need to do to
Of
survive.
course. Of
What
course
is
you
wrong
Yeah,
with you?
that's our point. That's our point. And
How
I'm
is that
sure
your point? How is that your
and
point?
Too many.
the last time
I don't think it's too much to ask because I think
can't
what
hear anybody now.
Niger is saying, it's true. I think the South African brothers, they are talking bad about the rest of Africa. Okay, there's problems with xenophobia. There's problems with South Africans' rights being, whatever, taken away. But I think the way they're saying, like, go back to your country, build up your country, it's kind of like they're taking for granted the state of those countries, the political
Yeah,
establishment.
Look, listen.
And
Listen
Josie
carefully.
knows
No,
well. I've
hold
told
on.
I've
No,
told
I'm
you, Josie,
talking.
before that
No.
it's your government that is responsible for this problem. If your government had done their due diligence like other countries do
I'm talking.
and moved their
I'm
people
talking.
higher in the
Being
economic
talking,
ladder,
no.
they wouldn't be
No.
having problem with people coming to
Tonight,
earn
I'm
a little,
talking.
do petty
Tonight,
shopping.
I'm talking.
So stop pretending
I'm
as if you
talking.
don't
Let
know
me
that
talk.
your government is
Tonight,
responsible for it.
To Niger, I'm talking. The reality is this: your own government is responsible for you leaving. Look, I'll take accountability for my own. Well, hold on, and that's what we've been doing. But the level of disrespect that comes towards our people, online and in person in this country, is a reality. That's why South Africans feel the way they feel. It's the behavior of many other foreign nationals, especially people from other African countries that come here. Their behavior is unacceptable. It's wrong. Hold on.
Taking on
No.
It's a white man takes against black people. That is behavior you are taking on.
No.
Wait,
Teenager, why you want to speak over others?
And why people don't take that against themselves is the behavior white people take against black people.
Teenager, let's be honest. Chinese do not come here and say South Africans are lazy. Indians do not come here and say South Africans are lazy. But it is always our African brothers when they come here, they tell us we are lazy.
Did you just say that? Did you just openly say that? These are the people that call us monkeys and animals. And you just
we are talking about current affairs to Niger. When our African brothers come here, they are calling us lazy. How are we supposed to feel? Tell me.
No, I agree with that. If somebody calls you lazy, that is wrong. They shouldn't be doing that. I agree. Why should they be coming to your country and be calling you lazy in your country?
And it's not just that. That's just the bare minimum. Like some of the stuff we hear them say, it's unbelievable.
These things you are talking about, you know what bothers me about it? These things you are talking about happens in almost every other country that has had influx of immigrants. Why is South Africa different for attacking their own?
Niger, can you develop listening skills? It's not about you alone. You're not the only person with a mouth here. Can you just listen to others for a second? I mean, behave yourself, man. It's embarrassing now.
Are
Just
you
learn
going to
to listen
talk
to
or you are
others.
just going to be
No,
waffling
you're-
again?
Yeah, but
have
Tunaja,
some
honestly,
shame.
let other
Have
people
some
talk.
shame.
You have been talking for 1 hour. How
Have
long do
some
you need to
shame.
talk? Is that how
Encouraging
much
your
Let
parents
other
you
now.
have the
talk.
complex that you have to
Okay,
be talking for hours?
Have some.
Make your
have some
point.
shame.
Hold on,
You've been
hold on.
talking for
Make
hours.
your
What is wrong
point.
with
No,
you? I
wait,
just
wait,
came on.
wait,
You're
wait,
saying
Jen,
I'm
hold on.
talking all the time. You've been talking
Jen,
for hours,
okay,
and you
wait,
are the worst of it all. Actually, Lozi, you
wait.
are the worst
The
of
last
it.
time,
Oh my goodness. Oh
the
my
last
He's
God.
been
time
talking for
Please,
hours,
no,
and
no,
he's
no,
just
no.
saying
It
I'm
doesn't need
talking too
any.
much.
No, no, no. You don't
some
need to say anyone's name. It's fine.
No,
It's
it's
fine.
Lozi because
No,
I've
no,
had
no,
him,
no,
and
no,
he's
no.
the one that points at Nigerians and says all
No,
kind
no.
of derogative things about
Mr.
Nigerians.
Tunaja,
no,
before
Tunisia.
you came
The
in, no
last
one was
time
interrupting.
Somalians were saying the same thing about Nigerians. Somalians have a problem because Nigerians are always attacking Somalians. So the last time Somalians were also responding, and they did not
Of
get this
course.
backlash.
Okay,
They
I
did
have
not
a
get this backlash.
wait, bullet, and everybody else. I have a question.
5 December.
I
Okay.
okay. There's somebody else that wants to come in here. They're not South African. Do you want that
Where are they
person to come
from?
in?
It's fine. Let him in. Let him in.
But
Bring them.
you allow people like
Are you
Tunisia
sure?
just
I'm just asking.
It's South Africans
Yes,
only. That's
bring
the
them.
that you
Bring them.
understand.
Yeah, I
Bring them.
know. It
This
is
is supposed to be South
South
Africans
Africans.
only.
Others have to
But
come in
Why
now
does
because
to be
you
everyone
have
have
been
to
honest,
be in our
waffling and
business?
to
spewing
be
out
honest,
xenophobia. You don't
it's
even
been
hear
mostly
yourselves.
South Africans. I'm actually shocked. There haven't been as
Some
many
of
South
these people have been
Africans as
saying
people.
is unbelievable. I can't imagine an African panel that they
Yeah,
will put
man,
together
whatever.
in
But will
Nigeria
you
will say
shut up?
all these poisonous
Tunisia,
things you
why
are
are you in
spewing
the
out
UK?
against fellow
You love Africa
Africans.
so much, but you're in the UK. Tunisia, you love Africa so much, but you're in the UK. I don't understand it.
But
Makes
you
no
are
sense to
on
me.
the ground and you are
Why are you in
poisoning
the
the
UK?
continent. You are worse.
But why are you in the
I'm
UK?
outside
You are
trying to
building. You're
heal, and you
contributing
are
to Africa.
inside. You are the one that is
Tunisia,
inside and poisoning the
Doing what?
continent with
Tunisia.
negative
What are you
and
doing tonight?
derogative statements about fellow Africans, fellow black people that are suffering like you.
African millennium.
Tunisia.
Can you just block this? Like, can you move to Niger? But like, this is not gonna be.
Oh my God! Look
This
at
is
the
No,
not
you
gonna go
can't. You
anywhere.
can't. You
look at
can't.
the
You can't.
ego.
You can't do that.
This is not gonna go
You
anywhere.
can't pick
Oh
it
my
up.
I mean, how do
God.
you
Hey,
talk
you
to a
guys,
person
You're
like
telling
bro,
me
that?
how what to do now.
you guys are
How do you
being
talk to
arrogant.
someone
South
like that?
Africans, calm down. You got the World Cup, but calm down. Calm down.
Just make a little call.
The last time
There are wars going on in other parts
Tunisia
of the world.
Wait.
Millions
Yeah.
of people pour
Can I
through
say
Someone
borders.
else
Do
something?
speak.
you see
Can
what you
someone
people
else
are
speak?
doing?
Can
Do
I
you
can
see
I
that
say something?
in Lebanon? Do you see that in Jordan? Do you see that in Egypt? Where do you see these things that you people
They
are
have
doing and you
slaves
are
there.
proud of it?
They have slaves
Tunisia.
there.
Tunisia, I
They have
think
slaves there.
Wait,
Nigerian slaves.
Tunisia.
They have Nigerian slaves.
25 December, Somalians were talking about you and Nigerians
Oh
were
my
quiet.
God!
Who
I
cares
just
about
made a
Nigerians
point.
about
were
Answer
Somali?
quiet.
me. Do you see
Listen,
other
who cares
people
Nigerians
doing
about
were
what you are
quiet.
Somali?
doing?
Now,
Tunisia, I
now
think you
it's
should.
South Africa.
Tunisia, I think you should take accountability for the behavior of the people in your country. The reality is that
I did.
Nigerians do not have a good reputation across the globe. You
Can I
guys
can
are
I can I
known
What
can
do
I
you
for
mean
can I
across
say
the
the most
globe?
something?
horrific crimes
Can
all
I
over
say
the world,
something?
and
That's why they are in your
quite frankly,
universities.
we are getting
That's why they
tired
are
of
in
you guys.
universities doing all the good work. You see what people hate about Nigerians
Can
is
I
what,
say something
what
to
Africans
Nigeria?
need actually. Nigerians have a very, very no die mentality. They don't fear anything. They go anywhere and fight anything. If maybe if
But
you
they go
will
to
have
the
a bit more
UK.
of that spirit,
But they go to
we'll
the
be
UK.
Yeah,
But they
a
go to
lot
but why
Europe.
further.
to fight in your own
Go to
country?
Europe. But they
No, we
go
still
to
have a lot of
Europe.
work to do. That said,
I don't understand.
I'm not in any denial that
Why
black
are you
men
in Europe?
specifically are failures in this world. Black men specifically
Why
are
Whoa,
are you
failures
in
because
Europe?
Okay.
what you are doing
whoa,
represents the failures of
whoa,
most black men. We are not defending our
Nigerians
people.
are
This
failures.
We
is
just
so
Don't say
defend
Listen,
and
heartbreaking. Oh
fighting
my
each
don't
other.
god.
include us. Don't include us. Say your
let's
fellow countrymen. Don't include us.
listen.
You can say that
Don't
I will
don't
include
involve
you
us.
because except you are not
Okay,
black.
Listen,
well, one second,
Tunisia,
one
don't
second.
involve us in
Except you are not black.
your no.
You are not black, eh?
Tunisia, please. No, I am, but don't involve us in your
So that's why are you
in
from
your
South
lack
Africa?
of.
And that's why the Europeans control your country and you think
Oh
that is a good way
Lord.
to
what
be.
are you talking
Tunisia,
about?
you can say whatever you want to say about us, about the
Tunisia.
Look
European
at Russia.
narrative.
God.
Russia is about to defend their borders. They have not even been invaded, though. They have not even been attacked. They are about to defend their people. And you what? Man, you buy forget it. I don't even want to
Tunisia, do
say
you
it.
think
It's
do you think
impossible.
Russia has?
People don't even understand. You can't
Okay, okay.
understand.
Understand
You are
what?
too far
Yeah.
away.
Understand what?
Your weakness. You are
No,
weak.
we're strong.
Oh my
Weaklings
god.
that like to talk to
Wait,
each other.
Niger,
Black men,
don't
black
compare
men
to
are
you.
weak.
Tunisia.
Do not lie
Black
to
men,
me.
you are all weak.
We are not lying.
Tunisia,
Pick on
you
small
Tunisia.
games.
Listen,
Tunisia,
Tunisia. Whoa, Tunisia.
Tunisia, keep quiet. Keep
Tunisia.
quiet.
Oh, Tunisia, guys. Can I say something? Tunisia. Tunisia, if we were to be,
I'm
if
sick
we,
of black men.
if
I'm
in
sick of
Africa,
black men going on and on and on and on, blaming everybody for all their problems.
No,
blaming
let Radi
Nigerians,
talk.
blaming Europeans.
Hey man, this is not
You
your
people are the
panel.
problem.
Yeah man, stop
Not
talking
the
like this is
women.
your panel.
You men are
This
the
is
problem.
not your panel. Hey Tunaja, this is not your
Failures that
panel.
go about
Let Radi
winning
talk.
their gold medal
You
of
are
failure.
cheating.
This is not your
You are
panel.
unfair.
Let Radi talk.
I'm not going to lower my mic. These people are a disgrace. When I hear black men talking like this,
You
it
are a
annoys me
disgrace.
to no end.
Just like your
Tunisia,
favorite.
first of all, we,
Not only you,
yes.
to be fair, on this point, not only you guys, all the from America to Africa, black men are failures. Yeah, there are men out there that are 5 foot tall. They are defending their own people. What are you people doing for your people?
We're
Well,
defending them.
you know,
They are
South
Asians.
Africa,
Wait,
Asians
you
that
are
are
not
5
Africa.
foot
What
tall.
is
We
that?
are
Tunisia.
Africans. Yeah.
By the way, petty talk constantly.
Okay,
You are
all right.
in UK.
Okay,
well,
one
first of
second.
all, in terms
One
of,
second. Whoa. One mic.
Constantly.
All right, we're gonna
okay,
let Tribal African go ahead.
and then next is Radina.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Well, I made a statement. I wrote a comment on the comment section that I don't believe these guys on this panel represent the average South Africans, and they say that is not correct. I am really sure that these people that are on this panel right now are privileged South Africans who live maybe like in Johannesburg, Pretoria, these like really developed African, South African towns that have a different life, completely different life with that of the average South Africans, and they don't even know how these people live their life. They don't even care about their own people. I think this is just a group of selfish South Africans, like these people. I'm not gonna say South Africans. The ones on these panels, they're just like really selfish South Africans that are just there for their own personal needs. They don't care about Africans. They don't care about their own people. When we sit and listen to how they speak and how they are happy that other Africans should be deported from South Africa, this is really, really sad because we continue to give the Europeans this mindset for them to treat us as a really stupid group of people. I'm going to say some example. I'm from Cameroon. My country is not doing well as South Africa, but I'll tell you, we have a bunch of people from Chad, Ivory Coast, Senegal in my country doing the same businesses with Cameroonians, and all of these people are competing. But there is no one time you're going to listen or going to hear that, oh, we are fighting away Chadians from our country, which we're fighting against. We're asking people to deport Senegalese or Ivorians or even Equatorial Guinea. So I don't know why these South Africans, where do you get this xenophobic kind of mindset towards Africans? I don't really understand. And you speak about it, you speak over it with this kind of pride that these people need to go where they need to go to your country and build your own country. I don't just get it. I'm trying to understand. That's why I don't believe that these people really represent South Africans. I've got 2 South African friends. I'm in Italy. They think nothing like you.
So you're in Europe now.
They think like completely nothing like you guys.
Can I please go? Well, obviously he's not going to think the way that we do because he's afraid of offending you. Whereas for us, we really have no connection to you, so we can be honest with you.
It's not defending me. He's defending South Africa.
Yeah,
he does not care about me. He talks about South Africa.
Please let Radi talk. Let you talk
Yes.
and listen to you. Please let Radi
talk.
Thank you so much. You know, wait, are you done?
Finished.
Oh, sorry.
Well, I don't really have what much I've got to say. I'm just like disappointed. That's what I say. I believe, that's what I tell people. A stable Nigeria is better than a stable South Africa for the African continent. Because this kind of mindset, you don't see it with Nigerians. Nigerians are great in their own way. Individuals, like they're doing great stuff, but never will you see Nigerians come along.
Okay, please.
I've never seen them hating
Let me finish, please. Can I finish? Can I finish, please? Can I?
You said you were finished. You continue.
No. Listen, I just want to take an example. Nollywood is a massive industry in Nigeria. You have so many Africans rushing to Nollywood just to represent themselves. But the competition is there. Who is best? You do the job. Nigerians don't say, oh, this person is Ghanaian. We can cast him in Hollywood movie. This one is from Cameroon. We can cast him. They don't do that. Why do you think it's okay for you to come online and bash other Africans and tell them they need to go away from their own countries? I don't understand. Why do you think that's okay? Yeah, I rest my case.
Thank you very much. Can I asked to go next, so can I please go next, if it's okay with everyone?
Yeah,
go. Yes. Thank you for the opportunity, African Millennial. I had to join in when I saw the title, and when I logged in and I heard Niger going on and on, I just had to intervene. If we break down the African nationalities, for example, Africans from Botswana, or Africans from Namibia, or Africans from Eswatini, or Africans from Lesotho, they are Africans, but nobody complains about them, because when they come to our country, they don't come to our country with malicious intentions, usually that we get from Nigerians. It's a fact that some Nigerians are a problem with the whole scamming situation. Some Nigerians are a problem with the whole drug situation. And as Josie Gold keeps on explaining, that a lot of people are coming to South Africa for economic opportunities, which we understand, but we ourselves are burdened because there aren't any opportunities for us, and having such an influx of people coming in our country, it just makes the situation worse. The other one is, most of these African countries have their own natural resources. Why isn't the government, or why aren't the politicians coming up with a way where the people can benefit? I think also it's about taking accountability and being honest with yourselves that, some of these African countries have failed their people, and we, South Africans cannot be the backup, for failed states. We ourselves, we can't anymore. You understand? And also the question of if we are attacked, if we are invaded by some sort of military, as Niger has been speaking about, if we are militarily attacked, well, Niger, you need to understand that South Africa has something that we call BRICS. It's what the BRICS alliance. So if we have a military threat, we have people behind our backs. You understand? Actually, the whole of Southern Africa have people behind our backs. We have Russia, we have China. So we don't really worry about that as much as you do. So stop making it an issue. We are okay in terms of national security threat. So stop alluding to, if we are attacked, we don't care about our people. We are okay. You should be worried about Nigeria.
So you're thinking that BRICS is going to come and save you? So you think BRICS is like NATO that is going to come and save? No, it's not a military alliance. Whoa, I can't believe this guy. It's an economic alliance. It doesn't even have teeth. It's a talking shop. What are you talking about? That is not a military alliance.
That's not
you think the US and the Americans will allow the US, an African country, to have a military alliance with this in China? What are you talking about?
Niger. Even with Russia.
Stop.
Even with Russia.
BRICS is not a military alliance.
Niger. Do you know
we
that
have other allies to Niger?
Apartheid, Russia and China were on our back, like they were helping South African military.
That's kind of mentality that he came here with. You are thinking that foreigners can defend a black country. What is wrong with these people?
Listen, Niger, at the end of the day, listen to Niger. At the end of the day, South Africa is in a much better position than Nigeria. That's my point. And stop.
How much more paranoid should you be?
So my point is, at the end of the day,
to wake up.
Let it finish the point. Let it finish.
Wait. At the end of the day, Nigerians are coming to South Africa. That's the point. You guys are coming to us. You guys are coming to us in masses.
What does that make you? You are just like every other black people that have been downtrodden down the ages and are still trying to figure their way out. If you men can wake up to the fact that the people that you are trying to rely on, you just stated it just now. Most of your security, you are outsourcing your survival to non-Africans. Can you imagine that? Our men, this is a problem.
Do you think that there's something that the Nigerian government can do then to help because the Nigerian government hasn't addressed this issue? I don't think they have.
I know that. This is why I say it's a black people thing, and it's weird. It's so weird that it's precisely a black people thing. Look at the African map, and you will see it's a black people thing. Not Africa doesn't have the
countries like Nigeria.
Can I just finish my point?
No. There's no
countries like Nigeria.
Can I finish?
North
Africa doesn't have this problem.
No.
North Africa doesn't have this.
No.
Can you just shut up, please?
No.
You can have your time to talk.
It's not about
you.
You will have your time to talk. Let me make my point. Then you can
No, you are not making any point. You are not making any point to Nigeria. Just
can I finish my point? If I'm not, let the listeners decide. North Africans, can you just be quiet? North Africans,
you've been talking too much. You need to be quiet.
Can I talk? You are just interrupting. You spoke just now. Allow your South African brother to speak. You've all spoken. Let me talk.
No, we're not going to interrupt.
You don't want to hear the truth. Okay, go ahead and talk. Go ahead and talk.
You're talking nonsense.
You see the feelings I'm talking about. They don't want to hear the truth because you people are all about your feelings and you don't want to think rationally.
Yeah, you're not rational.
What you're saying.
You finished? Okay. North Africans have got their North Africans have taken care of their business.
No,
because they are more defended than even South Africa. When I'm quiet, they are quiet.
They're not
saying something.
Tunaja, what was the point that you were trying to make? I'm getting confused.
The point I'm making is that he just talked about how strong they are, how they sell weapons, and how BRICS was supposed to defend them. That is the wrong-headed thing that I've been complaining about our people. Just somehow we have been pacified as African men, black men. Black men have been pacified and we have not woken up from it. For some weird reason, we outsource our survival to foreigners. No group does that. No group on this earth does that. All the ones that have done that have almost gone extinct.
Out of the topic.
This guy is not going
in the topic. You know why it's in the topic? Do you know why it's in the topic? Because you people spend time here hating on fellow Africans. Something I don't see with other Europeans hate each other, but they don't do these things.
Tonight, do you think that you're being a bit like biased?
Yes,
maybe, but I'm condemning all our black men. I'm not condemning only South African men.
Yeah,
but I'm saying that the way they are behaving here today, see, okay, let me address the xenophobia one. That xenophobia one. The South African president could have taken care of it because somebody, even a South African said it here, that Nigerians come take their jobs and all those type of things. The South African president could easily have elevated their own people to a higher level. But that is me saying these things in theory. I understand why he has not been able to do it. Because Europeans do the same thing every year. The people come into their countries. America has people coming to their country. You don't see riots against foreigners.
Nigerians are not taking jobs in South Africa. We've never even said that. That's not what we said. We've never even.
They are bringing crime.
Right? Yes, exactly. Stick to the topic. Stick to what
they are bringing crime. They take your women. Is it not the government job to take care of crime?
Yeah, not taking our women.
Who is it that the citizens who on the street take care of crime? See, can I finish my point? Is it not the government who takes care of crime?
You've been talking for a long time. You've been talking for a long time.
I stopped for 30 seconds. It says for a long time. Jesus Christ.
No, watch the way you
other
speak to
people
us.
have.
Who are you?
Want to reply,
this
though.
guy.
See, I don't care about ego, you know. You can say whatever you like about me. All I
man,
care about
whatever,
is
man.
you have to be
You're supposed
accountable
to
and
just
address the
make
point.
your point.
To Niger,
Make
grow
your
up.
point. Make
The
your
point
point and
is
finish.
your government they are the ones that should address crime. It's
Oh.
not the people that go on the street and start attacking fellow Africans.
Can we tell you something
Am I
about
wrong?
South Africa? Can we tell you something
Okay.
about
See,
South Africa?
answer the
Are you-
question.
okay,
See,
hold
this
on.
is the
Make your point and finish.
let's make progress here.
To
Am I
Niger,
wrong to say that?
To Niger, just make your point, finish, so someone else can talk, and make it clear. That's it.
Okay, clear. In terms of economics, I've already addressed it. The government should have elevated their people so that they don't go and start competing with fellow Africans. In terms of crime, is it not the government that is supposed to make sure the crime is not very high? Is it not the government that is supposed to regulate the people that are coming to the country? They should do their job better so that the citizens don't have to go feel the need to go and start attacking fellow Africans. They could also educate their fellow citizens not to attack their fellow Africans. Because you know what? This is what is going on all over the world. There are refugees everywhere. There are economic migrants everywhere. But you don't see this type of riots attacking those migrants.
To Niger, can I respond to
Can I just say this? This is important.
Okay,
go ahead.
Okay, so to Niger, who's attacking who? There's no one who's attacking anyone. We're not even talking about anyone attacking anyone here. Why you bring up the whole things that we're not even talking about?
Nigerians already. What are you doing? It's not even in theory. You've already done it.
I'm still talking. Can you just keep quiet? Okay. So we are talking about immigrants here. We're not talking about anyone attacking anyone. Stop making up things just to create some delusions here. So you cannot repeat the same talking points here that are useless. So we are talking about influx of immigrants and African countries not doing anything to help their people but dumping them on South Africa. And we never said Nigerians are taking jobs because that's not true. Most Nigerians are not even qualified to compete in a corporate world in South Africa. So which jobs are they taking? We are addressing the issue of crime. Yes, you said our government should deal with the crime, but let me tell you something about South Africa. In South Africa, we don't sit and wait and let everything be dealt with the government, and that's why African countries are not progressing. If the government doesn't do anything, we the people take the lead. And what we are doing now is telling our government to correct these things. People have been striking, directing the anger and the energy toward the government most. So what are you talking about? Who's attacking who now?
I don't see people attacking the government about that. I see Nigerians being attacked. I see Zambians being attacked.
No, listen. I think perspective is important here. The reality is this: in South Africa, things work like this. I'm from Johannesburg, right? Growing up in Johannesburg, let's say when I was a little kid in Soweto and Alexandra Township, if someone was caught doing something, they were dealt with by the community. That's the culture that we come from. Even before the cops come, we do have a culture of vigilante. So if someone is caught doing something wrong, they're dealt with. And then in terms of the economy, we need to talk about this carefully. Like, South Africans are not entitled to share anything with anybody. Whether low income, skills, jobs, no. We shouldn't be sharing that with anybody. Middle and upper is not a problem, but where's the problem is where the lower income skills are. And another thing, I want to address something that tribal Africans saying that South Africans, we don't represent the majority. Actually, we do. Many South Africans have a huge issue with so many legal foreigners coming in the country. If it's not affecting you economically, it's affecting you on a crime level. It is a reality. So most South Africans feel the way we do. We don't hate other people. But the reality is that this foreign nationals coming in large numbers is causing a huge problem. Our system can't handle it. I've said this many times. Like, how can you even ask another country and tell them that, hey, look, your country should have pulled you up economically first? No, every country is poor people. They're white Americans who are poor. In many other first world countries. This idea that everyone's going to be working higher end jobs, it's not a reality, especially in a developing country. That's what South Africa is. It's not a first world country, it's a developing country.
Joseph Gold, can I ask you a question, or any other
go ahead.
people on the panel? Who is, aside from SADC, who is South Africa ally on the continent in terms of government and things like that? Like, who stands with South Africa?
SADC mostly, to be straight with you.
Yeah.
Okay, can I respond, Joseph?
Other allies.
You didn't
Yeah, go
address
ahead.
the point that I made, though.
Can I
That,
respond?
that
Yeah, I'll
other
just let
parts of
Lozi
the world
talk.
don't do
Wait,
the
wait,
same
No,
wait,
thing.
man,
wait.
stop
No,
doing
Tinaja,
that.
Address the
Tinaja.
point. Address my
No,
point.
man,
Tinaja, keep
let
quiet.
Lozi
Keep
talk.
quiet. Keep quiet.
This is why we
So
don't get anywhere.
we've got so African millennial. We've got Russia and China is also in our alliance, and also some
She said
Western
on the
countries.
continent.
I'm not. Oh, on the
She said on the
continent.
Yeah, so
continent.
basically
Outside
nobody
of SADC.
except for the South African
Oh, I
countries,
think
right?
I think Nigeria is our ally. It's one country that is aligning with us, and I think Tanzania as well, obviously.
Okay.
I'm just not sure about Mali, but yeah, I think definitely Nigeria and Tanzania are on our side. Yes.
How weird
Outside
is
of
that,
SADC.
isn't it?
So I'm confused.
How
That's
weird is
crazy.
that? Your leaders
I'm
are
also
aligning with
confused.
the leaders
No,
are
You
but how
working
is
said
with each other.
Nigeria
Nigeria,
like
You
but
people are
South Africa?
hating
No,
on each other.
no,
No, but how is South Africa like Nigeria?
Tunaja, can you be rational? When we're talking about government and talking about individuals, like people, like normal people, these are two different things. At the government level, there's no emotions like how you are now. You are too emotional.
Oh, you
At
are
the
the ones that are
government,
being emotional, actually.
listen, you understand? Do you even understand what is Nigeria? Do you even know your own country?
You still don't even you have not addressed my
Can
point.
I ask you
This is why we
something?
don't get
Can I
anywhere.
ask you something? Can I ask you something? How is South Africa is the country that is helping you defeat Boko Haram now? Why are we on the ground fighting side by side with your soldiers? How did that come about?
Let me see.
Wow.
Let me tell you something. If you are helping with defeating Boko Haram, it's on a how do I put it? On a supportive level. That I can tell you for sure. You are not doing any major thing, because if you had if we put it that way, it doesn't even matter. The point is, both sides are failures. The Southern African region have issues. Mozambique
Wait,
has
what do you mean both sides of failures in terms of what?
failures in terms of
Yeah,
defending
exactly.
their people,
Address that.
their territories, and the not outsourcing their survival to outsiders. Nigeria has recently refused to invite this in, because there are some Nigerian lawmakers calling for mercenaries. You see in African countries asking for what are our people doing? We have 200 million people. What are they doing? Russia has 100 million people. They have 1 million people in their military. Nigeria has 200 million. We have 200 and something thousand. This is the disgrace of black men, not any other group.
Tunaja, that's a topic for another day.
Go to
Only
other
UK.
countries.
Only
But I'm trying to let you
UK.
know, this is why I feel
Only you guys left
frustrated
in the
when I
UK.
hear this type of conversation.
You are taking us out
Okay,
of
I
the
Tunaja.
think
topic. We are not
I'm
here to
finally
discuss
with
Nigerian
Tunaja.
military.
Yes. Tunaja, I want to hear your opinion. What do you make of Nigeria depending so much on oil? I just read somewhere that I think more than 80% of the export is based on oil. So what's going to happen if your oil resources run out? What's going to happen to the future of Nigeria?
That's an interesting one. You know what? I looked into Nigeria's GDP recently. It's almost 500
No, come
billion.
on.
Let me finish
No,
my
no,
point.
no.
Can you
I mean, why are we talking about Nigeria now?
answer your
We here
question
to
now?
talk
Answer
about
your
South
question.
Africa. South Africa's only now. All of
You
a sudden,
see,
Nigeria.
he doesn't want to hear
Josie,
anything
but
about
to
any
be
other country.
fair, Raddy did ask him a question. That's why.
Yeah, but
I was
Radhi
going
needs
to
to
say
not ask
he
about
hates to
Nigeria
hear
only.
about other, especially Nigeria, because it's envy or hate or whatever
No.
he calls it.
Tunaja,
Is
you
there.
can just answer the
And when I
question.
call you hater, you say you are not. Okay, my point is, when I looked into Nigeria GDP recently, I was very shocked with what I saw. It's like I was thinking, did they make it up, or did somebody forge something, or something happened here? Because that number is so high that, and at the same time, the country seems like it's out of control. It doesn't make sense. And it tells you what is going on in Nigeria right now. If Nigeria can output that kind of this thing and create that kind of output with their hands tied behind their back, they are relying on oil. They have not even started. Our president recently admitted that Nigeria's arable land, we are farming only on 2% of it. 2%. It's madness what is going on in our country. We know Africans, we have not even tapped into our potential. No African country has tapped into 10% of its potential, because the numbers don't make sense. And when I look at it, I even compared it to Ghana, because if I look at Ghana today, Ghana is doing better than Nigeria in terms of almost all the metrics, education and everything. But yet, when you look at the money Nigeria is generating, even taking into account the population of Nigeria, is still well higher than that of Ghana. I'm like, where is the money going? It must be some serious mismanagement.
So, Tunaja, I think the question here is Nigeria, and you can say it very quickly, is Nigeria doing anything about being over dependent on oil? Is there something else that they're doing about it?
They are doing a lot about it. Did you see the Nigerian rice pyramid recently? And then the
No.
Nigerian government recently, that's why they blocked the border. The outcome now is that rice pyramid, because they are trying to become more self-reliant. And the Nigerian president realized it after how many years in office that Nigerians are not farming enough, that they need to even farm even more. They need to start diversifying. Nigeria is beginning to diversify. Personally, they need a leader that has vision. Right now, they are not doing it fast enough, if you ask me.
Okay, thank you. So we have Last Zulu. Last Zulu, you can go ahead.
Hello, how you doing to the panel? I used to go by James Brown, but like I said, I'm under a different account, so just gonna weigh into a small bit. When it comes to the Nigerian situation, I hate to break it to you, to Niger. Personally, Nigerians do come over to a lot of places and get bucked. Now, you ain't got to admit it, you ain't got to believe it. Now, I mean, like I said, I live in America. I've been in the corporate scene for like almost 10 years. So I know what I'm saying necessarily on, I know what I'm saying. I've been here, I've been doing it long enough, and I've met a person. I went to college with them and everything. When they get over here, the whole different ball game. Now, I ain't gonna lie to you, the ones that do come over here, all the ones who do money, who come from a high class society, which is fine. But usually, when I see them come over here, and necessarily, and when the people that I talk to personally, so this is the word from mouth about person to person, they usually come over there and call people late. They do the same thing. I know for a fact because when they came over here, they come to America and say, we're getting all the handouts, we get the immigrant handouts, we get the Black American handouts so that we get the eat off of, and then call everybody late. And that's what I say for a fact. I've seen them physically do it. And I can pull up a whole bunch of YouTube videos.
Can I stop you there? Can I stop you there? Because you do have, I'm trying to understand, you have like an accent. I like it, but like I'm trying to understand. Did you just say that when Nigerians come over, they call people names slaves? Is that what you said?
No, I'm saying when Nigerians come to America, that's usually what they do. Nah, like I said, because I've dealt with enough. Yeah. Hey, I mean, it's just it don't take more than I cannot, like I said, it don't take too long for people personally to start changing when they get a little bit of money under themselves. The personality of the person start changing. You know, that's the reality of it. So that's what I'm saying that I've seen
So you came on here to say that Nigerians are not innocent. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, what I'm saying is, basically it's not necessarily what Tuniger was going on the fact of, like, I understand Tuniger represents Nigeria. I understand that. That's fine. But what I'm saying is he's saying stuff without no context. And I'm providing that context back to the situation. You know, when people were saying, oh, a lot of Nigerians come over there and start doing some crazy shit. It's true, but I understand it's not all Nigerians. I understand that. But you got your few people that's fuck it up. But the reality is when your name is, when your reputation precedes you, it don't really take too much for people to remember your bad deeds when your reputation precedes you. That's all I'm saying. And we understand that Nigerians have a bad reputation. Now, all what I'm saying is simply this. I've seen them physically seen them. When they get over here, different ball game. Now, maybe in Nigeria, cool. Then, maybe in Nigeria, it's perfectly fine. I'm telling you, once they hit over that flight, you see what I'm saying? Different person. And that's all I'm gonna say. And
so
I'm gonna hand back out.
As soon as they leave the country of Nigeria, different person.
So what did they say? What did they call you? I don't understand. Did you say they call you lazy or something?
Oh yeah, no. See, but I'm not gonna lie to you. That shouldn't seem to be like an African thing. That y'all really quick to call anybody lazy in any African countries. Like, I'm not gonna flex it. That's just seeing. I've heard
that
this.
What Europeans call us too. They call African American. They call we have been called all kinds of names. Let's face it. And
So
Nigerians specifically, I know if they go to the West and they see somebody that has all these opportunities and they don't take it, they feel like, oh, that person is lazy, because that's what they call Nigerians are not taking advantage. They are not hustling. Let's put it that way. Nigeria is such a hostile environment.
I'm gonna say one thing. Tonight, I'm gonna say one thing, and I'm gonna get off. Right? For you to say that to me necessarily, right? It's the same thing for me to look at you in your own country with your own resources in your own land and say why y'all shit ain't popping over there. Now we both know. No, we both know why it ain't popping over there. But necessarily, that's the same thing to say when I hear people say why shit ain't popping over here. If you could have did it over there, you would have did it over here. If I could do it over here, I would have did it over here. But I'm not gonna get into it. Like I said, I gotta go back to not just put in the report. But I'm just gonna keep listening in and catch y'all back and catch you guys later. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
This S-Man the African. Can I chime in?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you, African millennial. So, and this will probably be my last comment. I'm probably gonna get off, but I'll say like, I'm in America too. It sounds like the brother accent might have been from down south. I'm not sure. He might have jumped off. But I mean, I think a lot of people call African Americans lazy. It's not just Africans. I think the Mexicans, you know, they call us lazy. Asians call us lazy. Pretty much anybody who, you know, interact, they might call African Americans lazy because they see us sometimes as not wanting to work. I mean, there's a high unemployment right now in the African American community. There's a lot of jobs right now. You have people who come and do the jobs that they say African Americans don't want to do. So I wouldn't just limit it to Nigerians. It's probably Africans across the board who can probably be said to, you know, calling an African American lazy. Then another comment I wanted to quickly make, or a question just to throw out there. I'm curious. I'm ignorant of this, but I want to know to the South African brothers on the phone. Maybe they know, maybe they don't. Like, what benefit, what advantage did they have from, you know, years and years and years of white rule? Like, I want to know pre and post apartheid, and I'm not saying, you know, apartheid was a benefit or whatever, but pre and post apartheid, like, what were the industries in place pre or during apartheid and post apartheid? Like, what have Black South Africans done? Because I see the guys they're kind of like being a little bit arrogant. So I want to know, what have Black South Africans done, and what diversification of their economy exists? I know they depend like largely on the mining sector, but what else do they have to brag about? Because they seem to be a little bit.
Can I respond? Can I respond, guys?
Yes.
Can I? Okay. First of all, he's wrong. South African economy doesn't depend on the natural resources. It depends highly on financial sector. So first, he's wrong there. The other thing is Black South Africans have built companies like MTN, ShopRite. They were born after apartheid. They don't come from apartheid era. But the other good thing is, other companies that are from the old government, we did take them in and maintain them and even transform them as far as Africa, Europe, Asia, and even Asia. For example, many people don't know that WeChat of China, one of the largest shareholders is PIC of South Africa. And it's made of 80% Black South Africans. We invested in WeChat with $30 million in 2011. Today is one of the biggest tech in Asia. And WeChat is under Naspers, and Naspers is South African company and is the biggest tech company in Africa. So these companies, they emerge under leadership of Black South Africans. It's a whole lot of companies. Some companies include more than 120 companies that we were able to send them to Nigeria, specifically in the list of saying these are the companies that were invented after 1994. I'm not specific about them, but I also know about South African banks. Most South African banks are the leading banks in Africa, and the largest shareholder is, again, PIC, which is made of 82.5% South African. Bank like Nedbank, bank like Absa, bank like First National Bank, all these banks are the major banks in Africa, and the large shareholders are Black South Africans. So it's a whole lot of, and MultiChoice, for example, which is it's a DSTV around Africa. It owns DSTV, it owns GoTV, it owns other 65 news channels in Africa. We actually owning the largest multimedia company in Africa. So there's a lot.
Okay, wait, hold on. 1 second. I know who's going next. The next person, he's been waiting for a while. His name is Dishwa, so he will go next. If I pronounce your name wrong, I'm sorry. But
Hello? Yeah, no problem. So I just have a question, just out of curiosity. Do you guys consider North Africans indigenous Africans?
Bro, that's
not on the topic.
That's off topic though.
Like, geez,
just like what do you call? I was watching this stream and I saw 2-9 just saying North Africans are not, what do you call, indigenous or something.
So, come on, man, like that's off topic. Like, you're throwing us off.
I'm saying that North Africans are taking care of the business, so I never criticize them. So I don't know.
Oh, okay, my bad. Just go on.
My 2 cents on North Africa is that we should work with them, especially because they seem to manage their countries very well. we should really align with them, and that's if they're also willing to align with us. I know for a fact that Algeria is by side of South Africa. Most of the times, politically, ideologically, we support Algeria. Algeria gave a strong support to South Africa during apartheid. So yeah, and
I'm not shocked that
Libya
you want
as
to work
well, I would
with
say.
people that look white.
Wait,
Not totally shocked.
wait, did you ask that question because you're
Hello?
North African? I'm just wondering. Okay, I guess he's muted. Before
Okay.
anybody goes forward, we need 30 more likes. So like the video, else the stream is ending. We need 30 more likes, and I'm watching. I'm giving you guys 2 minutes.
Hello?
And yeah, Pill, you can go ahead.
Okay, now from the outside looking in, I'm an American. I don't think I have too much of an accent to throw people off, but hopefully you can understand me. I see it like this. South Africa has a standard that all of the people are attaining to. And thankfully, because of the internet and Black Americans going over to Africa, we can see that countries like Botswana and Namibia also have standards. And I don't think it can be argued whether or not Black Americans with the visualizations we see of Africa, there has been an influx of Black Americans moving there and taking money to different countries and infusing money into those economies. And I believe that the Nigerians are guilty of always running their mouth when they go to other people's countries, and they do very little for their own country when they get to places like America. Hold on. I'm just going to say what I got to say, then I'll let it be. But this is the problem that really drives people crazy about the Nigerians. They run their mouth and they don't build anything. Yeah, they can amass wealth and they can get a lot of education.
Facts.
But there are no Nigerian high rises in America. Okay, there are no multi-billion-dollar companies from Nigerians in America. Now, you might find a Nigerian billionaire, but you're not going to see infrastructure. They don't build anything. They can't even build apartment buildings in their own country without them collapsing. So before they get on here and put down other Black people, they better get their own house in order, because the one thing I can guarantee you is South Africans and Black Americans, if given the money and no interference, we will build our own infrastructures and economy.
Power,
We had it.
Power to that. True.
Wow.
Fact.
Did you just hear what he said?
Fact.
The last statement said everything. Let me, of course, I've got to respond. Without interference, we will do this because you are not able to do it. There is a reason why Black Africa is generally not doing that well. Let's not pretend that there is something exceptional.
Also need to respond to
that. Tunaja.
Yes.
See,
well, I will.
This is the problem.
That I also respond.
Okay, wait 1 second. Tunaja, this is the problem. You're trying to compare everybody on the same lens. You can't do that though.
Because any of our countries have reclaimed their destiny. Why? None of our countries have reclaimed their destiny. None of them can stand up and say, you know what, I'm going to look in the eyes of any of the world powers and say, you can't make me do this. None of them. So why are we pretending? We are living on scraps, living on this thing, basically borrowed time if we carry on like this. And we act as if it's like crabs in a barrel. Some of them are a little bit higher and some of them are a little bit less, and they are dragging each other. That is what is going on here. There is nothing more. So it's pathetic for me.
Tunaja, if two different people go on the same diet, it doesn't mean that they're both going to lose the same amount of weight.
You know what? I can't make sense of that. I'm sorry.
You can't make sense of that.
I can't make sense. No, if you can contextualize it, maybe I will understand what you are saying. Two people can go on the same diet. They may come out with different outcomes because of their contenance, isn't it? That is true.
Because they're different human beings. Yes, that's exactly the point.
One point that they keep making. Everybody keeps making one specific
No. I just need to say something.
Nigerians are always going to countries and saying things, and they are very, very loud. Nigerians are loud by nature. They leave their countries, and many of them. See. I don't care about excuses. It is what it is. If you like it or not, that's the nature. But the point is that, the point is that when they go to other countries, Like people like to say that Nigerians can't compete. They can. Nigerians are some of the most educated groups. Even in America, we compete against the Asians and outperform them. And if you keep trying to destroy and talk down the only group that is going out there competing, even if their countries are messed up, because our countries are being messed with, then what are you learning from it? Hating each other is not going to solve any problem anyway. The only thing you can do is try to understand where they're coming from and let us try to meet halfway.
Can I just say what I wanted to say?
Go on, Josie. Go on, Josie.
Wait, hold on. Look, like the whole thing of development, for me personally, I'm sure the other South Africans would agree with me when I say this. Most of the development of this country happened after 94. And that was spearheaded by the government. Like if you look at the roads, the infrastructure, things like the Gautrain, everything, like most of it happened after 94, done by the black government. So we've been building. So we've never stopped. And most of these things are done by black people, black engineers, black construction companies. So this whole thing that we're not building.
I don't know where you're saying that most of this stuff was done after this.
Josie.
Yeah, go ahead.
Josie, can I just yes.
South Africa
go ahead.
Nuclear power, nuclear weapons power.
Whoa. Can one person speak out at a time?
Okay, so I just saw a comment, someone talking about Safaricom. Safaricom is a mobile service network in Kenya. So there is another company that is also 35% of its shareholders is South African government. Black government, 82%.
Where you are talking, you think you are the largest economy in Africa.
So
Nigeria owns a lot of banks.
Technically, we are.
No,
technically, we are. Tunaja, can I just explain to you why we are? Because I can explain to you. Tunaja, I do research. The problem is you don't do research. I do research. So let me tell you about numbers. Nigeria has got a GDP of $480 billion as we speak, but your total wealth is $225 $225 billion US dollars.
Total what?
So your total wealth is $225 billion. South Africa total wealth is $763 billion. So that's the richest country in Africa, without a doubt. So
if that is true,
it's true.
I'm not going to argue with that because I can't speak from the backside of my mouth. All I can tell you is that the way you talk as if the South Africans own everything on the continent. Come on, let me talk.
Stop being emotional,
you just said your own piece. What is emotional? You are the one stopping me from talking and you're calling me emotional.
Emotional.
Okay, talk then. Okay.
Talk, man. I'm waiting. Talk.
Let me talk.
No, let Kaiser talk. He's been here for a long time.
Oh my God, now he wants to shut me up. See,
let the Kenyan talk.
Nigeria, if
say
you say
something.
South Africans own all the infrastructure, basically all the banks and all the rest, then what is the Nigerian banks doing in also many African countries? What is the Nigerian supplying power to other countries?
Is this going to be Nigeria versus South Africa?
No, because some of the things they say, and this is the thing they've been saying from the beginning, it's like this thing where
those things are true.
Letter, I think you really need to see African Millennium. Please bring the Willie Lynch letter and just show it to them. So it shows them what we are fighting like crabs in a barrel. We are all in a bad place, and we're just acting as if I'm better than you. You are better than me. See, I want to address a key point. Why people hate Nigerians? That one is a very interesting point. Why they pick on Nigerians specifically to attack everywhere Nigerians go.
Because
I say
they
to Nigerians
are destroying our community with drugs. That is why.
They are tired. Are they the customs agent in your country now? Nigerians are the customs agent in your country. Sometimes people need to be rational. Nigerians are not the customs agent in your country.
No, I think there needs to be like, look, tonight the reality is this. You can't lie about this. Are all Nigerians doing bad things in South Africa? No, but there is an overrepresentation of Nigerians in the drug business and, of course, in the human trafficking business. Many people's children, little girls, are being kidnapped and sold and being found in other countries by Nigerians. It is a reality. Am I saying all Nigerians are bad? No, but it's a reality. People are speaking from their own lived experiences. I
you are
can't
saying
dismiss it.
the other guy, Lozi, actually used the term. I'm just being generous here, but they are really, really, most of them are bad, but some of them are a little bit of them are good. Because you don't know what you are talking
It's a
about.
fact. Are you in
That's
South Africa?
you
It's
see, and
Are
he's
you in
still
South Africa?
repeating it. That
Tonight,
Nigerians
you
are
don't
bad. You know how many Nigerians are in your
To
universities?
Niger, it's a
tonight,
fact, man.
Brad, it's
tonight,
It's not a
60% of the
fact. How can
crime
it be a
comes from
fact? Why are you
Nigerians.
telling me that Nigerians are mostly bad?
60%.
to Niger.
Statistics
Nigerians
say
hate those people
60%
you
of
are talking
crime.
about.
To
They hate,
Niger.
most Nigerians hate corruption. They hate
To-
criminals that
to
you're
Niger,
talking
there's-
about because they have been
there's few Ni-
traumatized by those people.
Maybe in UK.
To Niger,
Maybe
there's
in
few
UK.
To Niger, there's few Nigerians in our universities. That's just a fact, and these are the best
Wow, this
universities
guy
in
is
Africa.
To Niger, to be fair, they're speaking about Nigerians in South Africa context. They're not speaking about
That's a
Nigerians
fact.
globally. Or yeah.
In the South
To
African
Niger,
context, even
most
in
of
the
the
South African
students
context,
are Congolese.
most
Most
Nigerians
African
are
students are
doing
Congolese.
these illegal jobs and they are supporting the South African economy. They are in the education
To
system.
Niger,
They are
to Niger,
in
to Niger.
the
I know you
service
Nigerians like
sector.
yourselves. To
Let,
Niger.
Why
No,
you
but then
telling
to
us
be
that that's
honest,
not
let
true?
him finish. Wait, Josie go. Let him get to the point. Let him finish.
Yeah,
okay,
see,
go ahead.
Nigerians are in the service sector. They are in the this in educational this is sector. They are doing small businesses. I don't know what you think Nigerians are. You know, there are villages. You I don't know where you get your ideas from. Nigerians.
Name one
Maybe
Nigerian business in
maybe
South
not the best
Africa. Name
Nigerians are
one.
going to your
Name
country.
one.
Maybe they are all going to the US
One
and Europe
Nigerian
because
business
they
in
don't
South
see any reason
Africa.
to go to your
But
country.
they are talking
I
about
don't know
business.
because
Name
you are
one.
saying the
Yeah,
Nigerians.
we also don't know
There are
that business.
videos online of
We
Nigerians.
also
Even with the Maya met Nigerians that have restaurants in the
Okay,
country. What are you
okay.
talking about?
Can I add to this? This is important. They need look. The reality to Niger, the brilliant Nigerians are not the ones in South Africa. Like I know maybe you guys like from what I see online, you talk highly of yourselves. Even some of the Nigerians I've
Oh
met.
God!
But to be straight with you,
You
that's
guys
not
are the
what
one
we
talking
see.
highly of yourselves.
Let him
No,
finish.
no.
Let him finish.
No, hold on. That's not what we're seeing here.
Man, this
Most
conversation
Nigerians are here are very poor. We don't even know what they're doing, what they do. And then there's also the negative news like I spoke about later on. Even I've had run-ins with some of these guys as well. It is a reality that's there. It's not like the Nigerians you talk about, oh, they own this, oh, they own that, oh, the Nigerians. That's only online talk for the average South African. The average South African does not see that Nigeria.
So you're telling me that the average rich Nigerian is not the one that's going to South Africa? Is that what you're saying?
They're in the UK. They're all in Europe.
Look,
They're all
the average rich
all in Europe.
Nigerian is going to the West. Like middle class, most Nigerians that are here are very poor. It's just the reality.
It's possible because
Look,
Dubai and other
look, whether we
countries.
like it or not. Hold on, let me finish. It's people who are lower class Nigerians coming here, and unfortunately, some of them have come here with bad intentions. And I think that's one of the things that's caused. Well, I don't think it's one of the things that's caused tensions with Nigerians, unfortunately, but it's the reality. South Africans are telling you they live experience.
So not only the Nigerians, but in this case, the Nigerians that are going
Yeah,
to
we
South
talk about
Africa, the
Nigerians,
low
but it's not
quality
just
ones.
Nigerian.
Yeah. So the
Yeah,
low
like most
quality
people.
immigrants are the ones that are going to South Africa, not the rich quality immigrants. Is that?
African millennials,
Yes.
can I tell you the jobs
Yeah.
that
I
they do
agree.
in South
Why
Africa?
would they
Like
choose
what they
South
do in
Africa
South
if
Africa.
they have options?
African millennials, can I tell you what Nigerians normally do in South Africa? Can I just tell you the honest truth?
Go ahead.
Can I say it? Okay, so most of the times they are found in saloons. They probably dominate the saloons in the section of like CBDs in the city. They are bouncers in the nightclubs. They are security guards in some properties. You know, they are Uber drivers. They are found again in drugs anyway. That's their major drugs.
Oh, no.
And they are pastors. Some are like pastors. They just come to South Africa to be a pastor. I don't know if we need that. Some are like into property as well. They are few who bought properties and they rent out and there and there in some part of CBDs and stuff. But they also those who have hijacked our buildings. It's a whole big thing. But they are really on the law. This thing of Nigerians being academics, Nigerians being on a corporate world in South Africa. It's an online talk. It's a small talk online. It's a pipe dream. They know.
Wow.
Facts, man. It's mainly Congolese.
You know that there are towns in Nigeria where every single family that has got a professor. You don't understand. You don't know Nigerians at all.
But
Then
to
it
Nigeria,
just
to be
tells you.
fair, again, they're speaking from the Nigerian and South Africa context, not Nigeria,
Exactly.
period.
He should clarify that because he says it's
Yeah,
a
but we were
fiction because
talking
he said
about
it
South
generally.
Africa.
That it's a fiction
No,
generally.
to
So
Niger.
he's not
No.
contextualizing it. That's the difference.
No. Let's be honest here. The panel is what? These are South Africans that live in South Africa speaking about their experiences in South Africa, the Nigerians they met. They're not talking about Nigerians in the UK or the USA. Come on, like
You know
don't
what?
play
Maybe
that.
there's some
You
truth to
know,
what you are saying. Maybe there's some truth to what you are saying because, for one, I know of a case where a guy, involved in university court in Nigeria and had argument, and I think they even hurt somebody, and I heard that the person took off and escaped to South Africa. So you see this type of thing, and they do it to Ghana too. And what I always say is that when this type of things happen, as governments, we do what Europeans do. You cooperate with the home countries to capture these people and deal with them. If your governments are not doing their due diligence and the citizens start doing this thing where we start blaming each other, it's a failure of leadership. To me,
Okay,
it's a
all
failure
right.
of leadership.
Okay, wait, we're gonna let. Okay, yeah. You
Can I
go
just
ahead.
talk African
Yes,
millennial?
go ahead.
Can I just
Yes.
talk? Okay, just to give to Niger a spirit so that he can come back. There's two companies that I know that are from Nigeria in South Africa, and these are good companies. One, it's a cement company owned by Dangote, the richest black man on earth. And the second one is Access Bank, which they just brought it not so long ago. I think it's 2 years ago in South Africa. They're not yet big, but it's one of the successful business they managed to bring in South Africa. It's called Access Bank.
Okay, so and I know that there are in many other countries too. Zenith Bank is even in the UK here. So, see, these things is not something.
Sorry to cut you. I'm not sure if Zenith Bank is really originally owned by Nigerians. I did a research on that. Last time I saw it, I'm not sure. No, listen.
I know
do
the
research.
owner of Zenith Bank. I know the
Okay,
owner.
that's
That's
good.
literally is like our village guy. What are you talking about? So don't even go there.
To Niger, I might be wrong. Is there Steny Bank? Is it called Steny Bank or something? Steny Bank in
Stanbic.
Nigeria.
Stanbic.
Do you have Stanbic? Do you have Stan?
Yeah, it sounds like
Yeah.
that is one of the banks I have heard of in Nigeria, but they are not
Yeah,
a major bank.
I think I need
The
like
major banks are
Standard
GT
Bank is
Bank,
owned by like
Access,
Standard
UBA,
Bank.
It's
First
South
Bank,
Africa. Okay.
Zenith.
To Niger.
Zenith is the top one.
Okay,
Okay.
in
okay,
Nigeria.
to Niger, I might be wrong. Zenith might be the one that owned by Nigerians, but I think Stanbic it's South African bank in Nigeria. Okay, sorry about that. I might be wrong about that. Yeah.
See, we are in the financial sector too, and I see that you are see when you are criticizing Nigeria. Personally, if you hear Nigerians criticize Nigeria, you will shiver. Nigerians are the worst critics of Nigeria. So don't. The only reason why I come here and I say what you are saying, what I felt when you were saying all those things, I just feel like I am tired of our men keep focusing on the wrong things. We keep doing this over and over again. How are a people that have got the tallest, the fattest, the smallest, the shortest people on this earth, how have we become so pacified? No people do this. No people are doing what. See, this is a record. Black men are we are winning the race of mediocrity right now. It's
Okay,
a record.
all right, hold that. Hold that
Sorry.
thought. Hold that thought. We have the K and H block. K, you can go ahead. Sorry for the long wait.
It's okay. Yeah, I think it's interesting. I don't want to go too much back and forth about Nigeria and South Africa. They both have their issues. Nigeria has a bit more issues. But, it is what it is. To Niger, I want to ask you this question. Why is it that Kenya has one of the first, if not the first, so-called nanotechnology microelectronics processing factory, like an actual full factory, and it's fully made now for shipping and dealing with the shortage of microelectronic semiconductors? Nigeria, the largest so-called country with a big GDP, they can't even get electricity to work in that one country.
That's a very hurtful thing to say. Stop it. Why would you come and say something like that? I thought you were going to say something positive. See, I saw that your live that you wanted to this in stream, and I checked it out, and I was quite happy to see that Ethiopia was doing this. See, I've been saying it on the continent. We need to start manufacturing our microchips. This is the kind of things I want to see. This is the kind of things I wish for South Africans too. Black South Africans, by the way. This is the kind of stuff I wish for them too. We should not mistake access to funds and political stuff for real power. The Jews used to own slave ships. They used to own banks, insurance company, and all the rest. Look at what happened to them in the last century. Now they have their own country. They are one of the strongest countries in the world. I wish our every region on the continent is doing it. I just heard recently that Senegal is manufacturing their own vaccines now. That is what we want to see.
But
we need to start taking control.
To Niger, can I just add? You know that South Africa just opened like the largest vaccine factory in Africa a week ago, and it's owned. It's South African government collaborating with the Asian richest doctor in the world, who's a South African Chinese. They just opened that facility 2 weeks ago. It's the largest in Africa and will be supplying all African countries with vaccine. Back to what you were saying on the fact that we need to, like you said, you need Black South Africans to be on that level. Black South Africans are ahead of all blacks in Africa in major corporates. I mean, I just told you that Naspers, please Google Naspers, it even owns 5% of shareholding in Tesla. Tesla, Elon Musk company. It's the biggest giant tech in Africa currently, Naspers. We are doing major things there. The Kenyan guy is just reporting about what they do in Kenya. You don't have to compare that with us. We are ahead in most of the things. But if we say that, you're going to feel like we are arrogant. But you just see what you did. You said you want Black South Africans to be on that level. We are already there. We are ahead. Our universities are the best in Africa. Where do you think we get this?
Why am I not convinced? Because
I'm not seeing you in UK. You are in UK. How are you going to be
control
convinced?
the nuclear technology in your country? Do black people control the nuclear technology in South Africa?
Yes.
You are in
I'll
UK,
even give an example. Hold on, let me explain this.
Give me evidence.
Hold on. If you go online around 2015, right, when I think Barack Obama was still the president of America, he asked South Africa.
That is not an evidence.
Hold on. To hand over that nuclear weapons that we have, that dismantled ones, and we rejected it. If they wanted to take it from us and we were weak, they'll take them from us. We control it. And we even know where they store. Yeah, that is the evidence. We didn't hand them over.
No, because there are white South Africans that will not agree to hand it over. I know of Canada. See, I know of Canada developing a kind of aircraft.
You're talking nonsense. You're making up stuff.
Let me talk. I'm talking from evidence. You are just saying that somebody said this and somebody said that. You have to tell me.
No, it's the reality. It was on the news. It's a well-known fact.
It's a simple thing to prove, Just show me proof of
go on the internet, like
the nuclear technology in South Africa.
Go on one of the South African news channel, like on YouTube. You'll find it. I guarantee.
But to Niger, just to add a 2 cents, Nigeria is also like in the hands of whites. Almost all African countries. I mean, look at your oil and your gas. Shell and Total, they're raping your oil. Look at your new Eco-Atlantic city. That thing is owned by the Lebanese and it's developed by them, the Lebanese brothers. So who's fooling who here? Why are we keep mentioning whites when it comes to South Africa? But the whole continent is actually held by the former colonizers.
See, everybody has different problems. Everybody, I'm not telling you, I've told you just now, Nigerians are their biggest critics.
But you always isolate our case and make it sound like it's worse. You always say Black South Africans this, Black South Africans that.
Am I making it sound worse? I'm saying I want the best for you. I want to hear, did you hear me?
I want to be straight with you.
I want to hear that South Africans control these things. Because personally, I feel like
where do you get
survival
the
is being outsourced to other people.
No. Where do you get the thing that South Africans don't control it?
Where do I get it? Because they disarmed themselves before they handed over to Mandela. There's a reason why they did that.
No, to Niger, your narrative.
It's a fact. It's not even made up. So
no,
I don't know why you're saying
that's not what happened. That's not what happened.
Jesus.
That material is in South Africa. That dismantled nuclear weapons are in South Africa. They were never handed over to anybody. It's under the state's control.
Without the ability to use it,
to Niger, there's no evidence of what you're saying.
They decommissioned all their nuclear weapons.
There is no evidence of what you're saying. That's just the reality. We live
in. Before America walks away from from South Africa
to Niger, then why would they ask us to hand it over to them?
Why would it? Because they are asking for specific stuff. Maybe fissile materials.
They were asking us
what
to hand
material
it over
are they asking for?
To
What
Niger,
material are
they
they
were asking
asking
us
for?
to Niger. They were asking us to hand it over to
You
them.
don't even know what they are asking for. So
We do.
see, if
They were asking
personally,
for that nuclear that we
you
have.
know, we've had a discussion before. If I was you, next time I will come, I will have proof. You don't have proof
Where's
of what you're
your
talking
proof?
about.
No. Okay.
My
All
proof
the
is
other
that
South
these
Africans,
Europeans
we
built
ask
it.
them.
Europeans, they commissioned
To
themselves, and I've seen this
Niger,
happen in many countries too. This stuff is happening in Brazil.
Niger.
It's happening in
No,
many
no, no, no.
countries where there are a lot of black population in
To
America.
Niger. Why do you feel like you can speak on South Africa as an authority? That's
Because
problematic.
you're not giving me
And
proof.
9 out of 10 times you speak about anything, ask all the other South Africans on the panel. What
Did
proof
you
do
just
you have
hear
of the
me
things you're
say
saying?
to? Did you just hear me say
Niger.
to Dr.
What
K
proof?
that I know that
Niger, what proof do
Kenya
you
was
have?
manufacturing
What
this is
proof
semiconductor. If for some people,
you
you will
have?
understand that I'm
Niger,
not
what
picking
proof
on
do
your
you have?
country.
To Niger, what proof do you have? Nothing.
Of what?
Talking on points that you just hear about
Of
on the
what?
internet.
What
Wherever.
proof?
Yeah, he
Of
doesn't
what?
have the proof. He
I'm
doesn't.
asking
He
you a
doesn't
straight
have
question.
proof,
Of
and he doesn't know
what?
the things he's
No.
talking about. There's no research.
He doesn't know.
Proof of
And
what?
when we school him, he's arrogant. Just research everything we've been talking. Listen to this video after she ends it and go research everything I mentioned here. Please start
I've
to do research.
researched everything you've
Start,
mentioned,
No,
and
you
the way
haven't.
you
Because
go on, the
it's
way
mentioning the fault.
Josie, you say Lozzie, you say your things, you make it
Yeah.
sound as if South Africa is running the whole continent, but that is not the case.
What did you research? What
Let
did you
me
research?
finish my point. If you
No.
had come here and told me this is the proof that South Africa
What
the
did
black
you research?
people are controlling their nuclear technology.
To
They are
Niger.
running this, they
I
own
already
this
gave
power
you a
plants, they
resource.
own
I
everything.
gave you a source.
I'll
Now
be
go
like,
look
well
for it.
done. That is very good now.
To Niger, what did
Niger.
you research? You said you have been
Ivo
researching what I've been.
Ramaphosa was on TV saying the other day
Oh
that
my
we don't
word,
want to
you are
invite them back
deflecting.
into our country.
You are deflecting.
Invite
Ramaphosa
who?
himself said it. That
You
they don't want to
invite
invite
who?
the foreigners into their country again.
Yeah, that's because that's what the people want.
Because
You
he's
don't want
afraid.
illegal foreigners.
He knows he's a guy
You
that
don't want
doesn't have
illegal
enough power.
foreigners in our country. You don't want illegal foreigners in our country.
Oh
That's what you were
man,
saying.
come on. See, I agree. See, sometimes it's almost as if we are on opposite sides. What I'm saying is that whatever you think
Niger,
you own,
many of
go
the
and
things
double
you're saying
check
are
it.
not true.
Bring proof next time.
Niger,
Double check it.
No, there's something that needs to be addressed here. For whatever reason, to Niger, you feel like you can speak on South Africa as an authority. Many of the
I
things
can
that I've
speak
been
on what I
saying
think
on
I
this
know
panel.
better
Hold
than you
on,
because you
hold
have not
on.
given
To
me any
Niger,
proof to the contrary.
Niger, I'm talking. You talk about South Africa as an authority and things you've never researched, things you've just heard about. Many of the things that South Africans and other South Africans have said on the panel are true. It's a well-known thing. We research it in our own country.
Okay,
It comes across. Hold on. I'm gonna be
the
honest with you.
European invented
Hold on, let me
the
finish.
alpha numerals. I
Come
don't
across
know
as a very
anything about
jealous person.
ABC because
No,
they
but it's
own
the
it.
truth. To
It's
Niger,
not about
come
jealousy. Don't you
across
get
as a
it?
very
It's not
jealous
about
person.
jealousy.
No,
It's
you
about
are
confirming
jealous.
what you are.
No, you're
Bring
jealous.
proof to show what
No,
you say
you
you
are
control.
jealous.
Why would I be
To Niger,
jealous?
you are jealous.
Oh my
He
God,
is.
this
He's
guy is
very
Why
jealous.
you are
He
jealous?
is. He is.
You're jealous.
He
Oh
That's
my
the
is.
God,
only
I
You
really
are
thing.
wish I
teenager.
was. I wish
okay,
jealousy was
wait.
my problem.
even get
That would be a
emotional.
better problem to
You
have.
even get
My
emotional
problem now
about
is
it.
that you guys are still
chill.
hollow and you think you
You
are
even
whole.
get emotional when we tell you about the black achievement of South Africa. You even get emotional. You don't want to believe it.
No, I'm not
You
getting
just don't.
emotional. I'm just asking for proof. I'm not
What
getting
proof?
To
emotional.
Niger, let me ask you a question, to Niger, and everyone here as well, because I think you guys are speaking over each other. So let's go through the population of South Africa between so-called blacks and so-called whites. Does anyone know the population between whites and blacks? And then
Can I answer that? Can I answer that?
also, maybe to Niger is saying that proportionally, there's a lot more blacks relative to the population in poverty compared to a much significantly lower percentage of whites in poverty. Therefore, in his calculation is that white South Africans are still ruling the country because a much significantly lower proportional percentage of their people are actually in so-called poverty or lower levels of society, unlike the so-called black South Africans. And then in response to the black American gentleman who came earlier, one second, the fact is black Americans compared to Africans are lazy because Africans go there, they succeed. Black Americans have been there forever, and statistically speaking, there's more Nigerians in Ivy League schools, Kenyans too, Ghanaians, etc., than there are Black Americans. As in 80% of Ivy Leagues are actually Africans compared to only 20% being Black Americans, even though Africans are statistically significantly less than Black Americans.
Can I respond to you with facts now, numbers, and you can Google them? Can I do that? Okay, let's start with South Africa. White South Africans are 5.5 million in South Africa, and Black South Africans are between 48 and 52 million. Whites and colors, they both, I think, 250 million, something around there. But anyway, there's around more than 48 million Black South Africans. So let me tell you what's happening in Africa. The richest group in Africa is white South Africans at the top. They are richer than everyone in the entire continent. The second is the Egyptians by numbers, but not by living standards. They are the wealthiest, second to white South Africans. The third is Black South Africans. They are richer than everyone in Africa.
God, this guy, Jesus Christ. That's the one you're going for. That's the number you're looking for.
Can I continue?
Oh my God.
Now let's play. Can I continue?
Slave mentality.
The black American. Why don't you let me talk? Let me talk, because even if you don't like to hear it, the Black Americans you just mentioned that you said they are lazy. There's more Black millionaires of the Atlantic slave trade in America today, more than the entire continent put together. There's a large Black middle class of the Atlantic slave trade in America, the largest middle class in the world of Blacks, and that middle class is larger than the entire continent put together. These are not the results of the lazy people. Lazy people cannot achieve this. So you guys need to stop with this petty talk and start to do research. Now, let me go back to explain why white South Africans are the richest, the Egyptians are the second, and why Black South Africans are the third. By the way, Black South Africans are the third richest Blacks in the world after the Caribbeans and Black Americans. But anyway, coming back to the continent.
Yeah, sorry. So one second. Before Amara, let me finish. Let me respond quickly.
No, I need to finish. I need to break it down to you. I need to explain it to you how this is, and you can go check it. So back to Africa. White South Africans own 24% of Johannesburg Stock Exchange. Black South Africans own 30% of that. That's the richest stock exchange in Africa, and it's in top 16. We own 30% of that. The Egyptians are the richest. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, the Egyptians are rich because their population is above 108 million millionaires. They've got more millionaires and larger middle class than the Black South Africans because of numbers, not by standards of living. By standards of living, we are far ahead of an average Egyptian to an average South African.
I also need to respond after that.
Okay. So, but when you put the numbers, Egypt has got 21,000 Egypt has got 21,000 millionaires, whereas Black South Africans are 300,000, which is the third largest in Africa. So if you break it down to middle class, yes, Black South Africans make up the largest middle class in Sub-Sahara.
You want to blow my head.
Wait,
did you notice the pattern there?
I think you're missing the point.
You saying they are the richest, they have proximity to white people.
Hold on.
Oh my God.
Wait,
do
can I
you
just
notice
talk?
the pattern?
Hold on, can I just talk?
Oh my.
I think the question
He doesn't see the problem.
Can I just say something?
Yeah,
don't
okay,
see
so
the problem.
Josie can
No, I
go
need
ahead.
to respond
Wait,
to,
one
like,
second.
I
Josie can
respond to
go ahead,
questions.
and then Mara can go ahead. Thanks.
Yeah, okay,
Hello?
look. I think, could you let me finish? What is it, Amar? Can you, mute yourself? You have feedback, and it's annoying.
Excuse me?
Can you please mute your feedback?
Can I mute? You want me to mute?
Yeah. Yes.
Why? What's the
Because you
problem?
have a lot of feedback when people are talking.
Okay, let me make some arrangements over here. I'll get back with you. Okay?
He's gonna put a spell on
Okay,
you.
how's the background? How's the background right now?
Be careful. You're gonna have a spell.
How's the background right now?
Yeah, it's good. Josie, go ahead.
Can you
Oh my God, take it easy.
Okay.
How's
Look,
the background right now? No feedback?
Okay.
Can I go ahead and speak?
Can I just talk? Can I just talk? No, fuck.
No,
no,
don't
I'm
say
talking.
anything. Let's just talk, please.
Okay, let him finish.
Okay, yeah. I think what Kaiser was saying is that, sure, you'll have a lot of black South Africans who are very wealthy, as in extremely wealthy in many sectors, basically outdo white people. And that's just the reality of it. Sure, and he's not talking about rich lists, like, 10, he's talking about as a group, like personally. I think that's what Kaiser was saying. Maybe in proportion. So he's not talking about the 10% of upper South Africans, like, that are doing exceptionally well. And of course, outdo white people and other minorities that had privileges before us. I think that's what he was talking about. I think the question is that what have we done to uplift the rest of the poor? Sure, there's successes. Sure, through the whole BEE thing that we've had, employment equity, many black people have come up, and many black people as a group, if you compare, sure, would outdo white people, will be wealthier than white people. But if you look at white people, technically they still do very well, even though they're a minority. Sure, the majority will be black. I think that's what the question is. Sure, and for me personally, to a certain extent, I think there's a bit of truth to that. To a certain extent, even though I think we've done a lot in the past, going on 28 years this year. And I think for me, that's what he was saying. So for me personally, no, I'm talking. And for me personally, I'd say, look, I think we've done very well, even though I still think we have a lot of work to do. But I personally see a lot of progress in the economy more than before. So yeah, that's my response to Kaiser.
Okay. African Millennium, how's everybody doing? Okay, this is a good thing you brought this South Africa issue up, because a lot of Africans I personally were very disappointed because of the incidents that happened over there about the local population turning against other Africans. But that's another separate issue. Okay, we're talking about wealth here, and basically all across Africa, we have patches of progress. You got people that are doing well, which is mostly people that are connected to the high ups that are really doing well. A lot of monopoly. Their economies are not, openly competitive, and merit is not there in many cases. So you find a lot of across Africa, a lot of people are left out of the entire system. So the fact that anybody could brag about saying Africans, categorizing Africans by a rich list or whatever, that doesn't cut it. Because if you really want to see how widespread wealth is, the wealth Africa possesses, if you take the coefficient by the people there, the average people, how much it's supposed to have, it's supposed to be enough wealth for all Africans across the board. Even countries that are not don't have a lot of natural resources and whatever, equal distribution. There's a large equilibrium that goes to the elite, and so we cannot really brag about what the elite got. That's why economies are not middle income economies. That's our problem. Our economies are not middle income economies. They're just out there for the elite. The gap between the elite and the everybody else is so wide. We lack a middle class. So nobody can brag about who got whatever, who's doing. You across the board, you cut it, a large 80% of Africans across the board are not doing well. In Africa, it's truly elitist, really elitist. So this comparison thing doesn't cut it. GDP per capita, you can see it across the board. Inflation eats up all the money. People cannot live, they live by a certain amount of money a day. They're day laborers. when you get whatever you get, you spend for the day. They don't have like a future, no 401k, no retirement accounts, no the governments are not trying to tap down inflation. That way, goods and services are affordable across the board. It's not there. So nobody can really brag about what a few elites enjoy. Just take a typical example, the United States. I give you an example of the United States. I use the United States example. 80% of the people here are middle class because the economy, they keep inflation down. That's why they got places like a Walmart where goods are relatively expensive, relatively cheap. Everything is cheap for the average man to live a good life. You have health insurance. Let me break it down to you. Go ahead. 80% of people in the United States are part of the middle class. They got different levels. They got a higher income people from 400,000 and up, and then you got lower middle income, and then you go working poor. Okay? But each one of these guys can afford 3 square meals, can afford a place to stay, can afford power, electric to pay their bills. They don't go home hungry. They don't go. They got a job. 85% or 90% of their money might be going into taking care of their living standards, but they have it. That's what we don't have in Africa.
So you basically,
we don't have a large middle class.
Are you saying that there's nothing to brag about? Is that what you're saying?
Huh?
There's nothing to brag about. Nothing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's elitist. It's more elitist in Africa. The elites and the minority are really the rich people. Everybody else, 80% of Africans live on a day-by-day basis, $1 a day or average. With high inflation because the way our economies are, we import a lot more than we manufacture. We need foreign exchange for imports. We don't manufacture our staple foods. Then it's profiteering and price gouging all the time. There's no government program where you can say, okay, housing has gone past the inflation. So let's give incentives for developers to provide decent housing for everybody across the board that you live. When I say 24-hour electricity, you have access, you pay your bills just like in America. People are not rich, but they pay their bills. They got an apartment to stay in. They pay 80% or 90% of their money goes to bills, but they got a house to live in. Power is on. Groceries. You got places like Walmart that keeps the food inexpensive, so people can live. They're not rich, but they live. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what we lack. So we can't be bragging about the elites. Even in America, nobody brags about Bill Gates or Zuckerberg. Nobody don't care about it. They care about their own day-to-day situation.
Okay.
Bill Gates don't know them from a can of paint.
All right, point well taken.
Can I add to this? This is important. Please, this is important. The reality is we can't paint Africa with one brush. A lot of the things he's saying that hold on. The reality is in South Africa, those things do exist. Government housing does exist. It's called RDP. Getting electricity into houses. Electrifying houses. Okay, hold on. Let me finish. A lot of those things do exist. Government assistance if you can't afford to buy food. Where we might lack is the employment thing, but a lot of those things do exist, and those things were implemented by the black government.
That's what I'm trying to say. There's a difference between.
Hold on, let me finish.
No, you interject. Let me interject.
No.
There's a difference between government subsidies and people having a meaningful life. If I get it, like I got a job. I got a job. My job can afford to pay bills. I'm not relying on government assistance. You see what I'm saying?
I speak to people from the West all the time. They get government assistance. They'll
Bro,
tell you
you know what percentage of the people in the United States get government assistance? What
Okay,
percentage
anyone
of the
from
working
you live in
what
America?
percentage of the
Do you
working
live in
population
America?
in the United States
Do you live in
get
America?
assistance?
Do you live in America?
I
Because
live in
right now
America.
you said 80. Yeah, but right now you said 80% of Americans are middle class, and people who live in America were saying no. So your stats and the things you're saying are not true.
What consists of a middle class? Give me the definition of
Americans
middle
in
class.
the chat were saying something different.
Yeah, no, give me
Look,
the
I'm
definition
no
of middle
expert
class
on it.
because
Hold
I
on.
tell
Hold
you,
on. Look, the reality is this: the Americans in the chat were saying something different. They were saying no.
I
80%
live here.
of
I've been
Americans
here
are
for
not middle class.
25 years.
Yeah,
And I tell
sure,
you,
but other people are
Okay, all right,
disagreeing with.
all right.
That's all
See,
I'm saying.
we're getting caught up in semantics. Can we,
yeah.
like, yeah.
In South Africa, the job market, what's the unemployment level in South Africa?
Honestly, it's high.
That's what I'm trying to talk about.
Sorry. Can I
That's what
just
I'm trying to
Yeah,
talk
but
about.
all the other
People
things you
need
do have.
employment.
But all the other
When
things
you
you
get
have.
a
You
job,
have all the
your
other
job's supposed to provide for everything you live, your living standards.
When you do have a job, it does
guys,
provide for
can
you.
I
If
just
your
add
job
on
cannot provide for living standards,
Yeah,
then
but when you
government
do have a
assistance.
job, it does.
Can
Yeah,
I just
but
add on the
we do have
unemployment
those
rate?
things.
Can I just add on the
You
unemployment
you
rate
did
of
say
South
the
Africa?
unemployment level is high. And
Yes, I
what
did
about
say, but the
salaries?
people who do have jobs can pay for the way.
What about salaries? Can the salaries meet inflation? Even for people that got jobs,
They
can they meet
support
inflation?
themselves, live.
Can I just add on the unemployment rate? Because this guy is just talking. Look, my guy, South Africa has got high unemployment rate, but
Thank
it's also but listen, can you just listen, Jesus?
Go
But
ahead.
it's also exaggerated because South Africa uses higher standards on our national stats. There's a World Bank stats, and then there's our own national stats. What we do when it comes to unemployment rate, even a 15-year-old, if it's not working, will go under the stats of unemployment. People who are in informal settlement, they are counted as unemployed as well. Even a taxi driver is counted as unemployed. So our unemployment looks very high, but it's also because we are using higher standards. If any country in Africa can adopt our standards, you'll find out that maybe 90% of their population will be referred to as unemployment. So you need to consider that fact. I'm not saying
Okay, let me ask a question. Let me ask a question.
Listen,
These people in the informal sector, you mentioned taxi driver. Can the taxi driver live off his earnings? The people in the informal sector, can they live off their earnings?
Yes, they can.
Now, what standard do they live in? Do they have 24-hour electricity? Can they pay for those bills? Can they? Oh no! Wait a minute. Can they buy their own groceries? And I know in South Africa they pay for school. Don't they pay for school fees? School supplies. Can they feed their kids? Can they send the kids to school? They're all covered under that. That's what I'm trying to say.
Guy, why are you screaming?
Yes. So why are you quoting? Okay, let me know. Let me give me some information. What sources are you quoting? So you can educate me. What source are you quoting?
Let us explain to you, and so that
no, that's what I'm saying. Do you guys want verified source? No, does he have it on verified source?
So loud.
I want a verified source. Like,
it's our lived experience. We live here.
Guys
In the
shouting.
communities that we
no, I mean, can you give me a link or something so I can verify? Google? Can I Google it up?
Look, this is
can I Google it?
Maggie, can you just go check everything we talk about here and just type everything we
give
talk
me
about?
A link. Where are you getting your sources from?
We will get to that. I'll try to post some if I can find something. Listen to what I'm gonna tell you now. In South Africa, like as young as in the what we call primary school. Josie, what is a primary school in other countries? Like
primary school. That's basic. Basic.
Okay.
Well, the later part of it is high school. The beginning part of it is mixed between middle school and high school.
Yeah, we get it. From primary school to tertiary level up until they complete. People who are from disadvantaged backgrounds and they can prove it on the government, they go to school for free, even access to all our universities in South Africa. The poor people get grants from the government, whether the child, unemployed people, and old people. There's what we call, we also got a good pension fund. There's also housing projects where people who are from disadvantaged background are the government build nice houses for them, not the best, but they up to standards. We also got what we call road accidents funding. You can get, one of my friend is a millionaire now from road accidents. So we also have that. In South Africa, we're not perfect, but we also have got this thing. So definitely African countries are not the same. To brush us on.
Okay, no. Let me give you a typical example.
He wasn't
How
finished.
many percentage of these university graduates?
Wait. I don't think he was finished his sentence yet.
Like, how you gonna, like, where you from, bro? Like, why you guys talk, like, why you guys always scream? Like, I don't get this. Why you have to scream to just make a point?
We're aggressive, you know, western part of Africa.
That's barbarism.
Super aggressive. That's a nature.
That's barbaric. That's barbaric.
Hey, every region got their own traits.
No.
But let me tell you this. Let me ask a quick, simple question. Okay, let me ask a question. All right. How many percentage of the university graduates find a job? What percentage of the university graduates find a job?
Let the man finish his point. Let the man finish his point.
I'm coming to that. Can I just finish my point?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so now if we talk about Africa, so we have to talk about percentage, numbers, majority, and all that. In South Africa, what we're going to say is in South Africa, you have a better chance of getting a job after you graduate compared to many African countries. Is it compared to Canada or New Zealand or Australia? No, definitely no. It's not even compared to some places like, I don't think it's compared to places like Saudi Arabia. No. They are, but we are on the move. We are a better country in Africa in terms of those things. We are not perfect, but to say we are all the same, it's like kind of like looking down on the effort we have put. And
no, but what I'm saying is,
to be inspired
what
by
percentage of graduates graduate out of university every year? Of those graduates that graduate out of the university every year, what percentage of them can you employ? Are being employed? They graduate every year. Every year, there's new sets of graduates. How many percentage of them can find a job in the workforce every year?
Can I talk? Can I talk?
Go ahead.
Okay, Josie, let me respond. Okay. So South Africa, it's a count. No, I don't have specific percentage. I'll be lying if I say I do. But here's the point. Here's the point. But let me talk. Here's the point.
Go ahead.
Bro, let me talk.
Go ahead. I got you. Go ahead.
South Africa has hired more immigrants in an expat jobs from outside the country, from the continent, from Europe, from Asia, from America, in our corporates, because we are the most industrial country in Africa. So we are capable of even giving jobs to people who are outside from South Africa in large number compared to other African countries. That means the percentage of Black South Africans or white who are graduates who get the job, they are in a better position compared to another person outside South Africa on the continent. It's a fact because they even come to South Africa looking for the same jobs. It is a fact. We're not the same on the continent, but are we all at the best? Are we all at our best? No, we're not.
Okay, all right. So we're gonna.
Okay, you're doing that.
Wait,
but you're not doing better across the board, man.
Yeah, so we're gonna let Kwesi go ahead and.
Well, let me quick announcement before Kwesi goes, right? A quick announcement. I swear down. This only costs 30 seconds. Okay. Congratulations to all my South Africans. To all my flipping gods must be crazy looking people. You know what I'm saying? All of you sounded like you just came out of throwing bottles at the skies and things. You guys are officially the winners of the fucking struggle marathon, okay? It's the best country in a shitload of shitholes. You are the best. You are the finest and most team in the shithole, innit? You know what I'm saying?
At the bottom of the barrel, we gotta have awards.
But that's an outcry. You're just being petty, my guy. That's an outcry.
Shout out. No, I'm giving you your flowers, my bro.
We are the
them
best
if I
in
do,
Africa,
them if I don't. I'm giving you your flowers.
Best in Africa. It's
you know what I mean?
We don't need your flowers. We don't need your flowers.
I'm giving you your roses, man. I'm giving you your 90 days. I'm giving you your purple hibiscus. Man's giving you your grass. You know, like that.
Nah, you just being petty because you are defeated. We are the best.
We're not. Man's not defeated, bro.
You're beneath us.
Man's not defeated about what? You in your country, you don't even run that thing, bro. What are you talking about?
Bottom of the food chain.
I'm giving you your flowers, bro. There you go. Take your roses, your purple hibiscus, and your grass too. You know what I'm saying?
We don't
Where you
need
from?
Take your trees, blood.
My
Nigeria.
brother, come back to Africa.
Who the hell is that Negro over there?
Leave the UK. Leave Europe. Come back to Africa.
Go back to Nigeria.
Congratulations, man.
Oh man. You know,
You
South
love
Africa's
Nigeria so much, you leave it.
it's like how we are in America. When everybody's doing bad and they promote one or two black people, they'll say, oh, I'm doing better than the rest of the guys.
But we are.
You know,
But we
that's
are.
how you
But
you're
we
doing
are.
bad across world standards.
Why is that
Against
hard?
world
Why is that
standards.
hard to believe?
You know
Why
what I'm
is that hard
saying?
to believe? We are.
You made a category in Africa, okay. You're doing better than the rest in Africa, but across world standards, you don't
And it
got
should
it.
be an inspiration. It should be an inspiration.
Inspirational, dude.
Than
You don't
guys
make the
taking
world
it to the
standard
heart.
as an inspiration.
It should
Across
be
the
an
world
inspiration.
standard, you don't count.
It
Again,
should
in
be an
Africa, yeah, I
inspiration.
give you that.
We actually,
But we
you know,
we go by the world
we
standard.
inspire you.
Everybody's doing bad.
We should inspire you instead of you being jealous.
Okay, I'll bring everyone back up in a second. Kwesi, are you there?
Yeah, I'm hearing it.
Okay, did you have something to add to the topic?
Yeah, I wanted to speak to the other South African, not Josie Gore, the other one,
Which
who
one?
was saying that Black South Africans are like the third or second richest.
Do you
Let's
remember
say.
who it was?
Oh,
Was it Lozi?
I don't know. Actually. Yeah, but he was saying
You know
something
what?
like,
You know what? Let me just add them.
It was me.
wait,
Yeah, I said the Black South Africans are the third richest group in Africa and the third richest globally for Black people among the Black.
So what was the question, Kwesi?
yeah, so he was saying that Black South Africans are like the second or third richest people in the world. And I didn't really quite
No, I think he's talking about black people.
get his point
I
in
think
terms of.
hold on. I think he's
You
talking
don't
about
listen.
black people.
I'm finished. He's saying they are the third richest black people in the world. And he mentioned other groups that were first and
Yeah,
second. That
he
didn't
said. I
make any
think he
sense.
said the third richest Black people after the Black Americans and the Caribbeans.
Yeah, and that's when everybody started laughing because it was a good joke over the year, and it was like an April Fool's joke, and if that's what he's thinking, and he clearly hasn't been to a place like Ghana, you're telling me, yeah, the African Americans are wealthier than Ghanaians. Like, you clearly don't understand. What are you talking about?
They are.
Can I tell you?
Statistically, they
Can I,
are.
can I tell you facts that you can go check? Can I tell you facts that you can do research on your own? There are 3.5. There are 3,500 millionaires in Ghana. There are 3,500. There are 3,500. It's crazy.
Brother, why are you pocket watching Ghanaians though?
Can I just give you numbers?
bro.
There are 300,000. There are more than 300,000 black millionaires in America. Ghana is tiny compared to those guys. You are crazy. You don't do your research. You are just crazy. You cannot compare black Americans to any black nation. Stop being jealous. Those guys are ahead, a mile ahead. It's not even funny.
Lozy, what the fuck are you talking about? These are people we conquered and sold off.
Dude, I do research. Do you even do research? Do you ever do research on? Can you check African? Can you check the bank, like World Bank? Can you check stats on the World Bank?
Just check
worldbank.com. No. You have no clue what happens in West Africa. These are people who sold off for bottles of wine and umbrella. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's just a say, bro. That's just a say. You're not even being real here.
Being emotional. Just being emotional.
Don't even bring
Ghana's
Ghana
useless.
because I know facts.
You're just talking rubbish here, blood.
You cannot even compare the rich people in Ghana to Nigeria. So I think
why are you not in Ghana?
First and foremost, just to address this Lozy brother. We all know what you're like, bro. We've listened to you a couple of times on several occasions on African Millennial Show. We know that you're butthurt
for some reason you just bought out about West Africans. I don't understand, blood. Like all these man have got in South Africa is fucking some clean roads and
Facts.
water.
Facts are facts.
Look, you man got lights, you got road, you got water. That's all.
So, yeah, it's true. It's
Other
a
than
fact.
that, what you got, that doesn't make you
Guys,
the second
do
richest
you guys ever
African
check
people on the face of the
HDI, or
planet.
you just come in and say things? You ever check
You
human
man are middle
development
class
index of
brothers,
these
bro.
countries?
Let me break it down. The West African way to be rich. It's a West African way to be rich. People, not everybody declare their income. There are people, a lot of people in business that don't tell you nothing about your income. And even like
you know the amount of
like,
brothers and sisters I know that have tapped into like natural reserves from Nigeria, from
yeah, they got all
they
kinds
don't even
of
brag about their money.
money. They keep it under their mattress. They keep it, but they don't declare. So all that
talking about millionaires. We're not talking about people who keep money under the mattress here. We're talking
there are
about
people who
millionaires.
keep money under their mattress. There are people that keep they don't deal with the bank.
Why are you
They're in business.
Stop shouting.
They got millions and
Stop
millions of
shouting.
dollars. What you talking
Stop
about?
shouting.
People keep money
I'm
under the
telling you,
Stop
mattress.
shouting.
bruh.
Makes sense. That's
There are
slavery.
people,
Anyone can say that.
illiterate in West Africa, illiterate
anyone
business
can
people
claim that.
in West Africa that are millionaires. They don't care about
Those
the
are
system,
claims.
about declaring
Bullshit.
how much money you got.
Bullshit.
That's
There are
nonsense.
hundreds and
No,
thousands
I mean
of them.
this is the reason why
You see what
most
I'm saying?
African countries can't move
They
forward.
don't
Because look at
declare.
our
I'm
youth.
telling you.
Look at the psychological status of our youth. Brothers like Lozi, all you need to do is give them clean road, water, and electricity, and all of a sudden
Go
they
check
think
the
they're on
World
top of the
Bank.
world.
You know,
Yeah,
like some
you're
of these
talking
young
shit.
boys that
Yeah, you're
got
talking shit.
businesses that are millionaires. You talk about dollars,
why
they come out with
when you're
dollars for you,
speaking, it's
but they don't
stupid.
declare it. It's not on paper.
That's just
So you go
claims.
by the paperwork.
Doesn't even
Go
make
on the
sense.
ground. Go on the ground and see beyond the surface people that got money. Shit, the houses they live in.
The wealth in the hands of Black Americans can combined. It's more than the whole entire continent. This is the richest Black nation on earth. Deal with it. It's a fact.
My friend, you're dealing with paperwork, bro.
There is no
There are
nation
people who
fucking
got
Black
money
American
and
in
don't
doggies,
declare.
blood. What are you
West
talking
Africa.
about?
I tell you that.
Google Black
Okay,
American,
can I
blood,
just
and
say
see what comes
We
up.
talking about Google. We talking about something on the internet.
Look it up on
We
Google
tell
Maps.
you research on the ground. Go with these
Okay,
business
can I just
people.
say something?
Buy, and see.
Jesus
I don't
Christ of
see
Nazareth,
people
fam.
who rich, elite get people
grief,
in
yo.
business come
Yo.
out with $1 million cash,
Why are you
but
guys
they don't
shouting?
declare.
Yeah.
Stop
What you
shouting.
talking
Hold
about?
on.
They're
Can I
in
just say
business.
something?
Stop shouting,
Look.
bruh.
Look. Okay.
uh,
Now the conversation. What? Say what you want to say.
I just think Lowe's is just chatting shit, you know. Like, a lot of the things he's
Yeah,
saying doesn't
okay.
He's
Yeah,
basically
but
don't cut the brother off,
Google
man.
searches. Let me finish. He's basically relying on Google searches
Okay.
to come to a conclusion
Exactly.
about
Get on the ground. She, you be surprised.
Come to Ghana and we'll show you what wealth is.
On
You're
the
just chatting
ground.
shit.
Get on the ground.
Like,
You be
come to
surprised
Ghana.
at some of
Are
these
you
boys.
serious?
How much?
Are you serious? What's impressive about Ghana, bro? Like
Yes.
you guys, the way of your thinking, it's crazy.
Actually,
There's nothing
What's not
impressive.
impressive about Ghana, you Lozi brother? What's not impressive about Ghana?
You guys even know the concept
What's
of
not
rich
impressive
people.
about
When we
Ghana
say
though? We're
people are
talking
rich,
about
can you
individual
grasp
wealth and
that
riches.
concept?
Hang
You
on.
talk
Now
about
you're talking
individual
about,
wealth.
you want to talk about
You
road.
talking about
When we say these are millionaires,
South Africa got more money. The black people in South Africa got more money than everybody else in Africa. All the black people in Africa.
no, that's not what I
That's
said. Yeah,
what you
yes,
said. Is
for
that
the
the
blacks,
third largest?
So that's what you
After
said. That's what you
African
said,
American and
Lozi brother. That's
Caribbean,
what you said.
when it comes to black,
Can't take
it's
it
South
back.
Africans. That's what you
Yes.
said.
Why are you guys
Listen,
shouting? Stop
listen to
shouting.
me. Listen to
Please
me.
stop
Don't
shouting.
shout. Don't
You're
shout.
in den
What
of
I
the
said.
lion. You shut up, man. Who's that talking about
Listen.
shouting,
Listen.
bro?
Listen. What I
Who the
said.
fuck is that?
What I said is that Black South Africans are the richest
Barbarians.
blacks among
Poor
blacks
barbarians.
in
Shut up,
Africa.
man.
Based on your research, go on
Not
the
my
ground
research.
in West Africa
This is
and see
reality.
who's rich. The people that don't make it to
Don't
the research. They don't get
No
research.
need to shout.
Well,
No,
who
I'm
saying
telling
who
you,
saying
man.
don't shout there? Is it that the brother named Bullet? Is that the brother named Bullet? I bet your forehead look like the tip of a bullet, fam. South African brother. Shut up, man.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. Let me tell you something.
Don't
Some of
come into stuff like
these rich
that.
people
Don't
they put
respond.
on paper in West Africa, they're the
Yes,
richest.
don't respond.
They're not really the
Don't
richest.
Look,
respond.
man, listen. What is look, man? Listen. Look. Lozi thinks, like, I don't know, like, from what he's read, the South Africans are rich. Look, for me, I honestly don't care. I was just talking about my own country and some of the things that happen here, some of the concerns that I have. That's the main thing. That's the main issue that I care about.
But
I don't live in no Ghana. Now, let's look, man. Look, I'm talking. I don't live in no Ghana. I don't live in Nigeria or Zimbabwe, wherever. That's what the conversation was about. And for me, all I was saying, and maybe look, people have their own positions, that illegal immigrants, we can't accommodate them. And that's just the fact. Yeah, you can
Woo,
argue.
I'm happy you came down to that. Oh boy.
That's correct. Because we can't. We don't have the resource to accommodate them. It's just the reality.
Yeah,
Such a rich country. Such a rich country.
You know, no. Everybody knows South Africa can't accommodate all African foreign nationals, isn't it? And South Africa should be for South Africans first primarily. But Lowe's is basically trying to say that they're so much wealthier, and even African Americans are much wealthier than Africans in their various
but
countries.
Kwesi, at the end of the day, who cares?
No, it's
But I
not
mean,
who
look,
cares.
it's
It's not
just
about.
about.
They need to get on the
Let's
ground
just
and
piggyback
fight
on
for
what Kwesi just said there.
yeah.
Usman,
People have
I'm
these
about to leave the
arguments
stream
all
now.
the
I'm
time.
about to leave the stream. Everybody calm down. Let me just shut my.
Again, it's not about
We
freedom.
can
It's
only go
about
off stats. We can only go off
Wait,
stats.
like Kwesi.
Just like Kwesi just said just now, right? Look, primarily South Africa is meant to be for South Africans. Then there's no problem at all with the South African people being proud of South Africa. The thing is, look, just don't come out here and disrespect other Africans. I've been seeing this happening from various South Africans over the past few months or so, more especially on this channel. This Lozy brother on this upload and trying to like disparage other Africans.
Like, look,
More
man,
especially, not even whether these African
ways.
people have put in work for
It
them in the
should
past
go
before.
both ways.
But
It should go
with
both
that said,
It
once
should
again, I'm
go
going to
both
leave the
ways.
stream now,
Respect
so
those-
nobody cut me off because I don't want to cuss man anymore. You know what I mean?
Okay,
With that said, before I leave the stream,
look, man, I
shout out to all my
go
South African people, all my Gosmos, the crazy looking people,
respect.
fresh out of throwing bottles at the sky mentality. You know what I'm saying? You guys are officially, once again, just to call out your award, official winners of the struggle marathon, the most pimped nation in the gutters. You know what I mean? The best out of the worst.
Enjoy
Out of the worst
Europe.
bunch.
Enjoy Europe.
Take your roses and things. And
You
before I
need to
leave, right,
Europe.
I think that's
Country
Keizo
Europe.
over there. I think
You
that's
need to
Keizo over there with the black screen and all.
You are hurt.
Keizo, you need to get pattern still, you know.
It hurt. It hurts.
I think you be talking shit about Africans being low IQ on the YouTube thing. You need to get pattern.
Back to
It
Africa.
hurts.
Okay,
With that
can I
said,
say
before I
something
leave,
quickly, please?
all
Can
my
I say
South
something
African
quickly,
people,
please?
take your roses, take your purple hibiscus and your grasses with you too, bro.
Can I say something quickly, please, about this? I think Lozi has used this term of the Africa, the South Africans are the second, richest black race on earth. And what he's failing to see is the
I did
proximity
not say
of
they are
that.
second.
Can
I did not say they are second.
second
Quote
or
me
third
raw.
or whatever
Right.
you want to
Don't
call
quote
it?
me raw.
You
Don't
said
quote me
it.
raw.
What? Okay,
No,
tell
no,
me what
say
you
what
said
I
before
said.
I carry on. Then.
Yes, ask. I said we are the third richest blacks on earth.
Okay, good. So
Sure.
what you fail to see with all the people you quoted just now are their proximity to Europeans. That wealth,
What
what
does
you are
that have to
failing,
do with anything?
can I finish my point?
What does that mean?
Wealth, don't you understand that wealth is based on the power of another group? What we are talking about
That
here.
can be said about anyone in Africa.
No,
Where do you
no,
think,
no. It
where do you
cannot
think
be said. Are you telling
who
me
do you think
European
is
wealth is
controlling
based
the
on any
global
other group?
system? Who do you think is
Can
running the
I
global system?
finish my point? That
Not
same
making sense,
group
bro.
are the ones that colonized you. That
So
same
what?
group as the ones that are still controlling your very existence.
You are
You
in
have
UK.
That's
basically
false, man.
subscribed
That's
to my
false.
point. Can I
You in
finish?
the UK,
You
you
have
with the
basically
colonizers,
taught.
but you living with the colonizers.
You live
God,
in
Move with
I'm
the
the
not in
colonizers.
colonizer UK.
denial
Shut
of
up,
where
man.
I
You're the
am.
last
You are
person to judge us.
One second, guys. I just need a break. 1 second. 1 second. Oh, thank you to Just Call Me Brian. Thank you. I will send half to Afroscope TV. And he said what the South African said about Ghana versus African American is speaking fact. Also, what the South Africans are saying that the South African is the third richest blacks in the world. I thought that was Nigerians, to be honest, but whatever. I'm gonna go ahead and add them back in. I forgot who was speaking. I think it was to Niger. Tunaja, you can go
Yeah.
ahead.
So as I was saying, that they have become complacent and outsourced their survival to another group. All the groups he mentioned that are
But
powerful
Tunaja,
they are
you've
tied
heard,
to
but
Europeans.
Tunaja, you've heard South Africans say though that their country people are their country people. So what are we supposed to do about that? If they're fine with that, then what does it matter?
Well, if we are fine with that, that is the downfall. Now that is what I'm talking
But
about. The
Tunaja,
downfall of our
they
people.
can't expel their country people from their country.
I'm not saying they should expel them. I'm saying that they should own more power over their country. Because what is happening here is the same lamentation that even the African Americans complain about, the Brazilians complain about. This is another thing we keep missing. The pattern repeats. This is why it's easy to see the pattern. You see our people, the closer they are to the Europeans, then they generally do better than the ones that are not even close to Europeans at all. The reason that is because you have proximity to power, just like during the slave era, where you have people living in the mansion while others are in the field. The ones that are in the field are treated worse. And when the ones that live in the mansion, because that is what the Willie Lynch letter said here itself, they said the black slave, after receiving this indoctrination, shall carry on and will become self-refueling and self-generation for hundreds of years, if not thousands of years.
Tunaja, let me ask you a question. If the same situation that happened in South Africa happened in Nigeria, are you telling me the Nigerians wouldn't do the same thing?
Maybe they would. It doesn't excuse the facts that we are still a weak people that are proud of being, like Ogene said, top of the bottom of the barrel. We are all in the same. Let's not make the mistake. Let's not mince words here. We don't call short on anything.
True.
If we pretend as if we are calling short on anything, we are missing the point.
That's true.
Look at Russia today.
Yes.
Russia is paranoid like crazy. They have not even been attacked. Our lands are full of people. Look at
Tunaja, but the problem, Tunaja, I understand what you're saying, but the problem with what you're saying is
Can I please go next?
Yeah, you're also demeaning the progress that our people are making every day by saying that we're all on the same boat.
I apologize to all the good people doing good work there that realize this truth and are doing the best. It's true. Even in South Africa, in Nigeria, you will see Lagos is 25 million people. There's a reason why that city is still functioning. Because when you look at it, there are a lot of people doing good work there. True. But I'm saying that the dial has still not moved. And black men specifically, when we keep talking like this, we are missing the point so much that it is scary. It's really scary how we behave like this. We should be panicking. 5-foot men in Asia are able to defend their people. Japan was nuked. Look at Japan today. We, with all our wealth, all our inheritance, we are docile and asleep. Instead, we have more energy facing our own fellow Africans than facing the people that have really hurt us and put us in this state that we are in. That's what we need to be waking up to.
Primitive. You're primitive.
African millennial, can I?
Yeah, go.
Come on.
Guys, can I please go next?
Yes.
Go
ahead.
Yes. Honestly, I'll have to kind of side with Tunaja on this one, because I've been following world events, and it's very interesting how NATO has been interacting with Russia, and how Russia has been I've just been following everything of how Russia has surrounded Ukraine, and everything is just so interesting to me. And when I think of all those events and I try to pin all of that into our context, Tunaja's kind of right. South Africa may be better in some aspects, but on the larger scale of things, we as Africans, we are really open to invasion. Bad things could happen to us, and we don't have the capabilities of defending ourselves. I think that's what Tunaja is trying to do, and that's true.
Exactly.
Yeah, but no one does though.
We have to reclaim our destiny. We can't outsource our children's survival to outsiders.
Can I come in for a second?
And also, wait, guys, I'm not done. guys, I'm not done. And also, I think also what he's trying to say is that sometimes we South Africans, we may be leading in this and that, but it's all really petty in terms of what we're capable of as a country, as a people, right? Our achievements really pale in comparison to what we should be achieving as a collective. I mean, tomorrow, if not even Russia, let's say a country like, a country like India decided to infiltrate Kenya, no one in Africa is going to do anything about it. No one has the military capabilities like they do, and we also don't have their numbers, and we also aren't organized as they are. So literally anyone can come and just do whatever they want with us. You understand? And also, we really aren't a self-sufficient continent. You understand? So I think that's what Nigeria's been trying to stress all this time. You understand? And sometimes we as South Africans, we should just relax a bit with oh yes, we're better than this country with that, and we can do this better than this, which in some aspects it is true. But as a collective, what can we do? And it's nothing really. You understand? So I think.
Can I please go next? I got just one question for the man over here, Lasser. I just got one question. The land in South Africa that got all the natural resources.
Yes.
Who owns the majority of it?
Government.
Okay,
government.
Can I explain? No. Wait.
No.
Can I explain?
What percentage of the government of South Africa own, and what percentage of the white minority own? Can you give me percentages?
You asked me, and you need to listen and stop talking. So, South African government own the largest land in South Africa.
What percentage?
Listen carefully. You need to listen and stop talking. So, the largest landowner in South Africa is the government itself, and it has always been the government, even during the white. The white individuals are among the individuals who own the largest part of the fat land, but this comes as corporates like Anglo America and Mine of London. They own some of the most prestigious land, and this is distributed. This is the same across Africa. There's no single African country that is responsible for its
Actually,
own resources.
Ethiopia,
Here
Ethiopia's government
Shut up.
people own it, the land.
Okay,
Sorry,
we'll
stop.
attend to that later.
Don't say false
Now,
things.
I
Africa.
want to continue. Here is the difference. So, Niger was trying to explain how the system runs. We the Black South Africans and the Black Americans, the blacks that are at the core of the system. So obviously they are in USA, they're closer to the system. We are also closer to the system. If you look at how the structure was placed in Africa, South Africa was industrialized on purpose like that. It dates 150 years back. Today we are here because of that past. We are part of the past, and that's why South Africa is the most industrial nation in Africa. Yes, the whites played a major role in that. No one can deny that. That's the reality we live in. Today, that land, what the difference is, our resources, the ones that they stole to the Queen, right? Just like every African country. What we have was the initial infrastructure that was built, and we carried on maintaining it and build more after 1994. Here's the difference. Other African countries get their resources looted, and they get close to nothing in terms of infrastructure. That's the major difference, and I hope I explained well.
Okay, well, let me back it up. Now, you said one key thing. You said I asked you who owned the land, the majority of the land in South Africa. You say from the white government to the black government. No, hold on, wait a minute. You said it was passed on from the white government, which was the majority owner, to the current, the white government, to the black government now today. Okay. Now, then you said no. Hold on. Let me finish. Okay. Then you said something. You talked a lot. Let me talk. Now you said in the majority of Africa, it's the same thing. Governments own majority of the land. That's a lie in West Africa, because in West Africa, the majority of the land is owned by families.
Can I say something?
That's why we got kings and queens, and regular people own the land. Governments own zero land, almost near zero. They're going to buy land from the people. Families and generations.
Can I reply because you didn't listen to me? I need to reply because you didn't listen to me. Can I reply? I
No,
said
but
the
you
government.
just made a statement, and I can't, and I interject. You said West Africa, rest of Africa is the same thing, which I'm telling you, West Africa is not the same thing. Families own land, as opposed to South Africa, which is the government and whites owned, they own the majority.
Listen, because you responded to something that is totally out, and I didn't say that. If you listen to me carefully, if you can listen to this video after this video ends, I said whites own the prestigious land. I didn't say they own the most land. Listen carefully when I speak. I said the government own the largest land. You know who owned the second largest land?
I agree with that.
Can you listen?
Yeah,
can you
go ahead.
Just listen? Do you know who owns the second largest land? Is the chiefs, our chiefs, the old setting that we had before. Here's another point that I'm going to make to you. White South Africans own the largest land of the active land where the economy is. For example, the hubs like Johannesburg, where the financial hubs are happening, Pretoria City, Durban City, they tend to own largest portions closer to where the economy is, but generally they don't own the largest land. That's a fact.
Okay, I agree with when you say government handover from government to government. I agree with that. But then you say, and to me, if you ask me, on average, the rest of Africans have more access to land than South Africans.
That's false, bro. That's false.
Regular
That's
Africans
false.
inheritance have a lot of inheritance from land, which got natural resources on it, than black South Africans. So I don't know, because land is where the resources are.
Let me explain it.
Land is where wealth is. So I don't know how the South Africans are so rich, they can't even have access to land. Regular, everyday South Africans do not have access to land. In West Africa, average people have access to land. They sell land to people.
Amara, let me ask something.
You don't own the land in West Africa.
Yeah, so earlier, Lozi was talking about different people being rich, saying African Americans are rich, etc., and Ghanaians are not as rich. Actually, when you're looking about wealth, you're not talking about richness. Richness and wealth are two different things. A millionaire in America doesn't have the same access to the living standards as a millionaire or even a quarter millionaire. No, even 100,000 in Ghana. The point here is that when you're living in Ghana and you have $100,000, you have far more access to power, control, land. You could buy hundreds of acres of land. You can't do that in America with $1 million in anywhere in America. Let me finish. I'm still talking, bro. I'm still talking. You cannot compare wealth and so-called rich. They're not the same thing. Access, the ability to mobilize power. So African people, like let's say in Ghana, who can actually buy a lot of land because its accessibility is there, actually have more power than, let's say, black South Africans, where land is a lot more expensive, for example.
Ghana government is trading for black Americans.
Because that's where the thing is, land appreciates. Wait, I'm still talking, bro.
Your government is trading for black Americans to come and invest.
No, let him finish his point, Lozi.
Bro, I'm still talking. You're talking over me.
Let him finish his point.
Land appreciates across time. For example, like my mom bought land over here in Nairobi, like just not even land, plot, right? Just a few years ago, 10 years ago, that land is now worth a lot more, like over 300%. So actually, those so-called Africans in other countries which have access to the ability to buy it for a lot cheaper than they do in countries like South Africa or America are more wealthier. That's the thing. You can't just... Also, the final point...
Can I respond to that?
You can't look at a statistical top people as millionaires and then say that that's the same statistical distribution across the whole population.
That's a low blow. That's a low blow.
I'm still finishing.
That's a petty comeback. Yeah, that's petty.
It's not
let him finish,
I'm
please.
talking about statistical...
Let him finish.
Let me finish my point, bro. I'm talking about statistical distribution. You can't look and say, oh, we have, for example, if you look at Guinea-Bissau, countries like that with high GDP per capita, but the money is distributed across the so-called richest people, you can't say that Guinea-Bissau people are richer than another country in Africa, which have a slightly lower GDP per capita, but a lot more people actually have access to money. So first of all, you have to tell us the distribution of wealth within those so-called millionaires in a country like black South Africa, as opposed to just mentioning a bunch of millionaires. That doesn't talk about the distribution.
I didn't just mention millionaires. You don't listen. I mentioned middle class. I
Can I
mentioned
add to
middle
this?
class. You need
Can
to
I add?
listen. Listen, guys, when
Lozi,
I
can I
talk.
just add to
I
this?
mentioned
The
middle class. So stop
Lozi.
saying things that I didn't say exactly. No,
Lozi, can I just
they
add
need
to
to. No, I need. No, just Gold. I need to respond. These people are
We have
making
to tell us
twisting what I
where
said.
these stats come from. What's a middle
They,
class? How do you define that?
you
Go
don't know
ahead.
what is a middle class. Like, really, you don't know what is a middle class. What are we arguing about here? Did you guys
No,
go to
bro.
school? You don't know what is a middle class. Should I explain what is a middle class to you guys?
Yes, please do.
I'm not gonna do that. Just respond. I'm not gonna do that. You can't be explaining middle
Look,
class.
I said a lot of things, so please respond to all of them.
Okay.
Now I'll come back after
Look,
Joseph.
in terms of land being more expensive in South Africa, there's no proof of that. Like, from what I hear, most property in South Africa is cheaper. Access
Are you
to
sure?
land in South Africa.
Yeah, it's
yes.
cheaper.
Let me
It's
prove
not a
that
matter
now.
if or maybe, especially in rural areas, depending on where you buy it. If you want to buy tribal land from a chief, it's cheap. So, like, this whole thing that it's more expensive or cheaper, that's also debatable. The whole wealth thing, look, I agree with you that maybe you might earn something, but the cost of living in that area also plays a role. There, I agree with you. But South Africa having more expensive housing is not true. Most of our properties are even cheaper than Kenya. And then even when you
Yes,
talk
that's
about
true.
land,
And
our land is cheap.
the luxury is high. The luxury is high,
Yeah.
and access to the best infrastructure on the continent. That's a fact.
Let me respond to
Yeah, but that
Nigeria
doesn't make you
Nigeria can
wealthy.
compete on
You're
that one.
not
Nigeria is the
wealthy.
cheapest country on the continent, really, in terms of all these sort of things, workers and all the rest of it. I think that point Keizo make is a very, very important one, actually, because
Yeah, it's important.
you might
It's a
have
good
a
one.
lot of money in your country compared to what the other people in, like, say, in an African country has. It doesn't mean you have the same access, because you can have $2,000 and you rent 2-bedroom flat in the US. That
Kevin.
money is a lot compared to a Nigerian man that
What you
has,
doing?
equivalent about $100. But that
What's the
$100 will
program?
rent that same 2-bedroom house in Nigeria compared to the same $2,000 the American
Cost of
will
living.
spend. Cost of living is higher in that. So the access. This is why it's very interesting, that point, actually, because when I go to Africa
Inflation.
and I look at the people,
Hello?
look at the people, you find out that maybe we are not doing way better than them, because all of them have got a haircut. All of them, if you look at their skin, I ask myself, I have not had time to go to a barber, and you have time to be having haircut every weekend and all the rest of it, because their access to things are not as restricted as we think. It's just that
Whose mic is that?
they don't have access to bigger resources in terms of the advanced economies, doing all the advanced stuff. That is what they don't have access to. But in terms of wealth, they do have wealth. They are not all hungry.
Tunajat, thank you. Someone's mic was going off, so I wasn't really able to hear that well. But it's okay.
That's
Pill, do you
interesting,
want to go
actually.
ahead?
I think it's my mic, because when I start talking, I start hearing it.
Yep.
Yeah,
Let
Pill,
me
you can
mute
go
myself
ahead.
and see.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, Pill, I think it's your mic
It's
or
cracking.
Amada's mic.
Can I go ahead, African Millennium?
His mic
No,
Amara,
it
please.
was Pill's turn. Yeah.
Huh? Can I go ahead? Why is he fixing his mic?
To make a statement.
Okay. Again, let's emphasize this. You know what I'm saying? Access in West Africa, for example.
Wait, Amar, it was Pill's turn. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not my mic, it's someone person's.
Hello? Okay.
I think
now,
it's Pill
you made a
Kill.
statement
It's
about
Pill
money
Kill's
being
mic.
worth more. Somebody
Yeah,
made a
go
statement
ahead.
about being worth more money in Africa as opposed to in the United States. A millionaire is, I guess, more powerful in Africa. Yeah, he's powerful because he can evade the law and certain things don't apply to him. However, your property and assets can be seized by your governments and have been. You don't have the protection of military and police forces to maintain your wealth like we do.
No, that doesn't happen,
That,
bro.
It's even worse.
What?
Their wealth is protected forever and evermore.
We have laws, bro. We have laws over
Rich
here.
people are untouchable worldwide. Let's face it, rich people are untouchable worldwide.
Yeah.
So
Let's not
you
pretend
guys
as if
don't
they
have
least and protect
assets
themselves.
and military changes and government changes that take assets from people. Are you really gonna sit here and argue that?
Bro, listen,
If
there's
they're
laws.
involved in politics and they involved in politics and another government comes in, okay. If you get your own wealth on your own, No government is just going to come in and take your wealth like that. That doesn't exist. It exists among people. For example, they join politics. They get into politics. Sometimes they seize they confiscate their resources prior to investigate the sources of how you got it. But regular people that come up, self-made millionaires, self-made rich people, no, the government doesn't know. The government doesn't.
Another thing that you guys can't do, the average man, is he has a very hard time attaining wealth. I could have a 6th grade education and just invent something or be really good at something and turn myself into a multi-millionaire, possibly a billionaire.
No, that's for whites. That's for whites, not for black.
No. That happens to black people, sir.
No, man. I've been here for 25
Let me give you
years.
an example. Let me give you an
I give you up for 25 years, bro. Blacks struggle.
Let me give you an example. Let me get my best friend. His mother ended up owning one of the biggest soul food restaurants in Los Angeles called M&M Soul Food. She was a millionaire and lived in the hood. She was worth $15 million in 95 when she passed away. So I don't know what you're talking. And she didn't even have a 6th
That's
grade
the
education.
exception, not the norm, bro.
She didn't have
That's
a
the
6th grade
exception, not the
education.
norm. Most black people will tell you, first of all, they don't give them a loan in banks. When you go to the banks, they give you a high interest rate for Hispanics and blacks and lower interest rate for Asians and whites. Then it's a lot of roadblocks in the way.
But
You know,
how do you think most black
America
businesses
dominates
started
the
in
business
America?
world, bro. I've been there, bro.
How do you think most black businesses start in America? They don't get a loan. Like you said, they don't qualify for it.
But that makes it even harder. Accessibility to finance reduces the amount of people that can participate. You see what I'm trying to talk about? Yes, those people you mentioned, yes, they had access to whatever, but it's not across the board. You see what I'm trying to say? So access, I'm telling you, our people I know going, they got a good credit, everything lined up. Black people, they give them a high interest rate. Whites, they get lowest interest rates, prime areas, you know, to do whatever they got to do. So the stumbling blocks are there for black people. There's so many roadblocks for black people to get ahead.
Crazy. You sound crazy trying to argue that the average man in Africa has an easier time attaining wealth.
I don't say the average man in Africa. I said people accessibility to loans. People, I'm saying in Africa, it's called what is called pair lending. They got Osusu. They got Osusu.
My point
there are people who have millions of dollars that don't have it in a bank account.
But
they
hold
borrow
on.
people money.
You people ask why can people come here and do so well from Africa? This is why. We don't have a tribalism. We don't have too much classism.
They came to America and made it on their own, bro.
Hold on.
They came to America and made it on their own. I'm trying to tell you.
Everybody hates you. Hold on. Let me make my statement. Everybody hates you because you're black. They don't care if you're from Nigeria. They don't care if you're from South Africa. They don't even care if you have 50. Hold on, man. They don't even care if you have $50 million. They just don't like you because you're black. Period. They don't, all that shit y'all be talking about, that don't matter here. Oprah Winfrey can get the door closed in her face, and she's a billionaire.
I was talking about general black statement. That's true. Across the board in America, they make it hard for blacks wherever they come from. I agree. What I'm saying is, in Africa, you don't need the banks. There are these people that got millions and millions of dollars in a secure location that they borrow people. The informal sector is big, huge, gigantic. I'm telling you. The farmer sector is there, but the informal sector is big.
We're in Africa. We're in Africa. Whoa, Amara, please. Let's please debate. Let's please base our arguments on facts. Let's not.
I'll give you all through West Africa. There are people with millions of dollars, thousands. They give out loans. They give out loans. They give out loans to people. I know that because my people are in it. There's somebody I know that got millions of dollars. He doesn't have it in a bank account. He gives people loans. They buy whatever they need to buy, goods and services, and they pay back.
This is true. Giving loans is not as big as the kind of money you get in the US. We are talking about equivalent of about $500 or sometimes $1,000.
I know, but what I'm saying, I'm not saying one person does it. I'm saying thousands of people do it.
Yeah, so let me give an example.
They borrow. So collectively, as a whole, there are lots of people that borrow.
Yep.
People
Actually, for example, Somalia is a good example, right? Both
yeah,
in
exactly.
Kenya and
Somalians,
Somalia, they don't even
can we not
put
make
the
so many
money in the
examples?
bank. That's the point, as in the money is all owned throughout the system and they're just renting each other. And to the brother Kill, again, America is easy to make money because basically you sell products for more money. So even if you start a restaurant, you're just gonna make more money because the economy demands that. That's true in terms of just making money in America. But the point here is that if you look at everything, look at the Africans who go to America. Percentage-wise, they're more successful than the blacks in America. That much is a fact, percentage-wise, based on the population. And the same thing, if you're talking about South Africa, I do think South Africa is doing really well. And I'm not going to say anything negative about them, but I do think they overreact with the Nigerians. In Kenya, we have the same kind of sort of, a stereotype that Nigerians are going to steal kids. Like, for example, this old woman is saying to this kid, this Amharic kid, saying, "Oh yeah, be careful, Nigerian might steal you." I think these rumors start. I've never seen or heard real cases in the government of Nigerians, being basically overrepresented as kidnappers. I think rumors start, people keep perpetuating them, and then it just kind of sticks, and then it gets a stigma and then attaches to people's hearts. But I've read some government cases. Nigerians are not overrepresented compared to any other group in doing these things.
In Kenya.
Yeah.
Look,
and that is supposed to be,
can I just add to
even
that?
if they are
Can I just add to that?
overrepresented,
Can I just add to that?
it's a criminal act. Work as other parts of the world do. You cooperate with the law enforcement from their home country and the one in the country that they are doing these things, and then you deal with the problem instead of allowing this thing kind of resentment to build within the continent. That doesn't help us.
Yeah, but
yeah,
look, whether you like it or not, there is no we. And I think that's something that many people are just refusing to look at. Like,
wow.
it's the truth.
Keep being in denial, eh?
Wow.
This is a thing guy. He will know how to support his local football team, then support his state team, then he will support his national team. But he's not going to figure out where he belongs in the chain of the black family. He can't figure it out.
To Niger. I live in Johannesburg, born and raised there. I see Africans from all over the continent, including Nigerians. Nigerians themselves kill each other over here in the streets.
Oh, God.
It's not a matter of if or maybe. There is no such thing. There is no we. I've seen it with my own eyes. I grew up around it.
How do you not understand that simple
South Africans, I wish you well, man. You going on an island on your own? Black South Africans, I wish you well.
If you're black,
Amara, which country are you from?
That level.
I wish you well, because doing the apartheid. I'm from Sierra Leone. Doing the apartheid. All Africans sympathize with you guys. All Africans sympathize with you guys in the fight for independence. So turn around and today and say, "Oh no, wait a minute." So turn around today and say, "There's no we. It's just us." And people are encroaching on your wealth. People are encroaching on your space. I wish you guys well. All the best. Don't get into another struggle though. Because Africa is going to back you up a second time. I'm going to tell you that. I have all the respect for Nelson Mandela, but you guys really turned around. You guys embarrassed us. The rest of Africa. The rest of Africa, you embarrassed us.
Amara, you see, the thing is, you have to understand.
You cannot just
even though they say earlier on that, I would know what you will respond after me. I will give you all the time in the world. Even though it did say before that governments are different from individuals. I hold the government responsible, but let me just say this one thing that I observed recently. When the Europeans refused to, they listed South Africa and listed some other African countries, and the African leaders came up and spoke like they were speaking in one voice. And Ramaphosa, for the last 2 years, have been begging Europeans, let's manufacture vaccines, waive your intellectual property rights and all the rest of it. They refused. But when these African leaders, during that time, together, Ramaphosa said it, Nigerian president, Ghanaian president, said this in Malian president, said the Senegalese president said the same thing, and they all spoke in one voice. You could feel the power these people have that they never use. Within weeks, they removed the red listing, Now they are all manufacturing vaccines. Now they are, because they never work together. If you work together, that's when you see your real power.
Strength in numbers.
So, okay, no, Amara, I need to respond. Look, guys, let's be real. This thing of one Africa, it's just not. We are. It works in levels. First, people start from their tribes. They go to recognize each other at the province or state level. Then they go to the national level. Then they go to the continental level. Then they go to the race level after the continent. Then it's a human race. There is no just from a go that we all love each other on the continent. No, but if you put white or Asian or other group, we should all be black before that. In that sense, yes. But this thing that's saying we know. I am a South African first before I'm an African.
Of
so
course.
are many. So my point is, we in terms of we should have strong trade with each other before anyone else. We must communicate in the same language when it comes to trade. Not this pity that where we have to just do each other favors in terms of.
Most importantly, we defend
How about
each other.
the Africans going to South Africa? Why don't you welcome them? Africans living in South Africa.
What do you mean? We are sitting with the largest African.
Okay, what happened to the riot? There was a riot out there that they said they don't want Africans in
Amara, we've answered
South
this
Africa.
question.
Can I talk?
Amara, we've answered this question. You keep on coming back to this
No, the
question.
guy bothered me,
You keep
man.
on answering
It's a
it,
shocker,
and
man.
people making a noise. Come on,
No,
Amara.
man, you guys let me down. I swear to God.
No,
you
no,
guys
listen
let
to
me
me.
down, bro.
But listen, my guy. But listen, my guy. We are sitting with the largest African immigrants in the whole world. How much do you want? Like, how much can we show that we are for Africans? We are the African country that is sitting with the most Africans in our country, from all countries. So how much?
How many numbers? Give me the numbers.
I'm not so sure.
Give me the numbers, please. Please give me the numbers.
But listen, so the estimation, because they lost count because of illegal immigrants on the ground, the estimation in 2018 was above 10 million. The estimation in 2018 was above 10 million.
Okay, let me ask a question.
How many of them
are you guys any challenging the dominant white race about equal distribution of wealth? How is that going? Redistribution of wealth. I'm not saying redistribution of the minority whites that owns the majority of the wealth. What plans are you making for redistribution of wealth to the rest of the blacks?
Okay, can I explain?
Yeah, go ahead.
So first of all, I don't know why that is like something you interested in.
It bothers me.
I'll explain because I'm not bothered about who's rich in your country. But anyway, I'll explain. The fact is, Black South Africans now they contribute the largest middle class in sub-Saharan Africa. Now, when you compare to the whites, we just large because obviously our percentage is way higher than them. So obviously we are supposed to have larger middle class, but it has only been 27 years. So I think I will say it's a work in progress. And so far, looking at where we're from and where we are now, I think we have achieved a lot. I'm just talking from a humble beginning to where we're from up until now. So that's my answer.
The country was developed when they handed over. So I don't know. You are making it sound as if it was a backwater country before they hand over to. They were a nuclear power. They were developed enough to have nuclear weapons. So let's not mince the word that South Africa was a backwater before they handed. I can't believe it. Is this a controversial
point? So you
point?
want to say the black government built the cities in South Africa?
No,
who built the cities in South Africa?
Yeah. Amara, what country are you from? Amara, what country are you from? Wait, Amara, what country are you from?
Sierra Leone.
Oh.
Okay.
I just want to ask this question: Does the black government? Did the black government build the cities in South Africa?
Who's speaking? Who's speaking? 1 second. Who's speaking?
Can I speak, please? Can I just make a quick point? That's it. Look,
go ahead.
The reality of South Africa is this: 1994, only places where white people were living were developed, mostly, largely. Most black people were living in abject poverty, and no access to electricity, basic water, basic services, inferior education. That's the reality. So South Africa technically was not developed. It's never been a developed country. It is just white people serving themselves for themselves. Most of the development comes after 94. Most of the infrastructure is built by the government after 94.
Wow.
Like
it's about
So you want to
70%.
say, okay, well,
Let's say
educate me. Wait a
70%.
minute. Let me
Guys, can I
answer
speak?
this.
Guys,
All the cities,
70%.
the major cities
Amara,
in South Africa, who built those major cities in South Africa?
Amara,
Was it the white
Amara,
government or the black government? I'm
Amara,
asking a question.
Amara.
Yeah.
Takes a quick Google search, bro. 70% of development happened post 1994. 70% of development happened post 1994.
Yeah,
That's just
maybe because
facts.
they build
Period.
houses. If you build houses more after this, it doesn't mean the fundamentals, the cities, the foundation
The
has not
foundation, the
already been laid.
industrial.
Come on, let's not do
Foundation
this.
was not accessible to
This is
everyone.
ridiculous now.
To Niger,
You're telling me a country that
the
is in nuclear
foundation.
power was not developed. Come
But you
on,
don't,
man.
but
Come
you don't
on.
call
Yes.
you don't call cities the total infrastructure of a country. That's
We're
like you guys
just
need
taking the discussion backwards.
the cities don't represent the total infrastructure of the country. Before 1994, South Africa only 60%, only 53% of South Africans had access to clean water. Today is 86%. Before 1994, only 64% of South Africa, only 64% of South Africa was electrically powered. Today is 94%. It's only 27 years. So how do you guys say white people have done? Yes, they've done the foundation, just like every country. They've done the foundation of Lagos, Accra, Nairobi, all these cities in Africa. Why are you guys isolating South Africa?
No, they started it off, but it was.
We are talking about the place where they live. They found they created
It's
the
the same
nuclear
with us.
technology
How-
there.
Yeah,
They
but that's
founded
exactly
the
what
cities. They
I'm
lived in the
saying.
cities
No, Toniger, that's the
themselves.
same thing
They're not
you
talking
say.
about. They're not talking about something different.
Toniger,
In Nigeria, they were administering Nigeria. They didn't
Toniger.
live there.
All right.
To Niger.
To Niger.
Even if South Africa had nuclear power back in pre-1994, the military capability wasn't there because remember we were in a civil war state between Umkhonto we Sizwe and the apartheid government. So even if the nuclear aspect was there, there wasn't really any military capability because by then the country was divided. So the nuclear power part of it.
Nuclear weapon. See, I don't understand. See, before you have nuclear weapon,
but you're not making
you have to have
sense.
military capability to defend it. Don't you get it? You can't just build nuclear weapons and have
Being
3
emotional.
guards monitoring the
Imagine
guard.
being
You have to be
emotional
rational here.
tonight.
I'm a little bit emotional because some people are making points that break my head. How can you expect people to build nuclear weapons and not have military capability to defend it?
Yep.
Listen, but
Jesus
we didn't.
Christ,
Listen, to Niger, pre-1994, we did not have the ability of defending it, of going into war with any other country because we were in a civil war state. You understand? Even with the nuclear weapons.
That doesn't make any sense.
Anyway, South Africans, it's nice to having this discussion. I understand your point of view. You're out there for yourself.
We have all seen the videos of South Africa in the
No, they're out there for themselves. They're not out there for Africa. So
the country was relatively developed. Most of those numbers that Lozi uses. I see, this is the thing. You have to learn to contextualize your numbers. When you say 60%, let me finish my point. When you say 60% of people don't have access to power supply in so and so time. Yes, 64%. Yeah.
Listen
Can I
because
finish
you're
my
gonna keep
point?
lying about what I
Okay,
said.
let me repeat it. 64% don't have access to power early before this was released. During the time of apartheid. What you fail to contextualize is that most of those people were the black ones that they were using those numbers for, not for the white ones. If you look at that number, most of the white ones had power, probably 80 to 90%, or if not more. So this is the thing. You have to contextualize the numbers whenever you use them.
What are you saying, Niger? You're saying
I'm
even
saying that
blacks
the same
had
thing that
access
happened
to
to
the
you then
electricity.
is still happening now. They still control most of the stuff. And all I'm saying is that
That's
I want
not
the
true.
best for you.
To Niger, they
I
don't.
don't like
false.
They don't.
That's
Don't
false.
let me finish my point.
It's just propaganda.
Yeah, but you're making any
He's doing propaganda to Niger. It's false.
You are not controlling the most
It's
important
not
thing.
It's not true. We are here
not
with
true.
it's
Not
all
true.
been explained
President said it
on
on
our
TV live. It's not even hidden, so you can say whatever you like.
Niger,
Your own
it's not
president said
true.
it openly.
It's propaganda.
Believe
It's not
whatever you
true.
want to believe. Oh, your president is just
not
telling
true.
lies. About
Niger,
you don't
do you
understand
mean
the
that they
dynamics.
control areas with significant consequence? So let's say
Strategic
matters
things,
of
yes.
right. Yeah. I think that's the point. I agree with you. They control things. For example, all these.
They are very clever people, and you guys are asleep on the wheel, and you
Okay,
don't
cool.
notice
Hold
it.
on. To Niger. It's important that you answer this question. What strategic sectors or points of the government do they control? Be specific.
Advanced this in weapons development, the nuclear this in industry,
Government.
and yes, all the advanced strategic stuff that can I finish? All the advanced strategic stuff
You're
that
finishing a
can
lie.
make your people self-determining.
No,
You are not
Niger.
these
Here's the
Europeans that
thing,
are controlling it. I can assure you that.
To Niger, that's not true. Most of the
transition
weapons
has not
manufacturing
happened.
is
If the
done by the
transition is
state.
see, let me tell you something.
To
When the
Niger.
true transition happens, let me
It's
tell you
done by
something.
the
What
state.
you will notice it. Watch what happens in the next 5 to 10
by
years.
the state.
When the true transition
Niger, it's done
happens,
by the state.
can you let me talk?
It's done
When
by
the
the state.
Niger,
can you let me talk?
lying.
I want you to talk. You will have your chance to
state,
talk.
man.
You will have your
It's
chance
done
to
by the
talk.
state.
Let me finish
It's not
talking.
done by
You have
white
your
people.
chance.
It's done by the
Can you
state.
stop talking? If we keep doing
White
like
people
this,
don't
we're gonna have
control
like
that.
children.
Josie,
Stop this,
let him
Josie.
talk.
Stop it. When the transition happens, you are going to know because the Europeans will complain. This thing they will take you to the UN. When the real transition happens, they will say you people are trying to cause problems for the minorities. You will see it. You think this will hand over power for nothing? Do you even know the people you are dealing with? Look at the world. Look at how they behave. How can you not figure it out? You say they've transition power, they just handed it over to South Africa. They've literally disarmed themselves of nuclear weapons, waiting to just hand it back over to you.
Deal was
we
made.
need to respond to you. We need to respond to you, Tunaja. Let me give you an example. Nigeria has been independent for last year. You guys celebrated your 61 years of independence. So Nigeria, Shell, the company of the British, they actually literally own your oil, and you're 61 years old now.
Yeah,
61 years old.
Yeah.
So how far do we go with this white control in this specific country and not yours? How is that specific? How is that unique for South Africa?
What? I can. You know what? If they tell me I would take your oil company and you give me nuclear weapons, I'll say take the oil company. I don't care about the oil company. Give me that nuclear weapon. See, if they tell me I want your oil company, then you're going to make us nuclear powers. See, let me finish my point. If you say take my oil company, see, what he said is, I'm not denying it. I'm not saying that is it not the Europeans that buy our oil? Basically, they own it.
They don't even buy it that much. They actually own it. They don't buy even
whatever you want to call it. Whether they buy it, they take it for free, or whatever you say. I am not here to defend the way Africans are running their day. If you have been listening to me, I'm condemning all our people. So I don't care about defending failure. What I'm telling you right now is that I would take a nuclear weapon, let them keep the oil.
The nuclear weapons are still in South Africa. Our nuclear weapons are still in South Africa. So what's the point?
Come on, you don't have it.
Gold and diamonds that South Africa own. Who own majority of the mines?
The mines.
Gold and diamonds.
Can I respond? No. It's the
government and private.
Okay, outside of the government, the individuals, that own gold and diamond mine, the biggest, most profitable, and the most biggest corporations.
You need to
who owns the diamonds in Sierra Leone?
Who owns the diamonds in Sierra Leone? Regular people.
Yes. No, it's not
regular people.
Bullshit.
It's not the
regular.
people.
I got a mine.
It's not the people. Don't lie.
All you gotta do is
don't lie. Don't lie. The people own the diamonds.
We mine gold and mine diamonds. All I gotta do is get a registration paper.
Okay. We've all seen the documentaries where there are militias and there are foreign influences for your resources. And basically, you guys have no control over your resources.
What was that?
Okay. Can I answer your question?
A war, right? A war, right?
Can I answer your question?
No. Let me educate this man. Okay, go ahead.
Question correctly.
Yeah. Look, gold and diamonds. Let's go.
Most of it is the government, and then the other part is through BE and employment equity shareholding. Basically, the individuals that were in charge. That's who owns most of the mining shares in South Africa. Basically, black South Africans.
Okay, the beer. Who owns the beer? The beer.
Who owns the beer? You said most of it, not specific companies.
The Bears, which is the number one, one of the biggest diamond mining, I think,
partly owned by the
company,
government.
Bears or whatever it is.
Amara,
Who owns that?
Amara,
I need
the
to
Bears is
respond.
partly owned by the government. The
Bears is owned by the government.
Partly owned by the government.
Partly, he said
partly. Who owns
It's
the other
partly
part?
owned, partly.
Who owns the other
but
half?
you're using one
Multinational.
company as to judge a whole
Multinational.
No, that's not monopoly. Who owns the other half?
Yeah.
Multinational companies own the other half.
Who owns the other half? Regular white, the white families that have inheritance and the inheritance. We don't have that in Sierra Leone. Diamond and gold, every individual people own it.
You
own the land. I'm telling you right now. My best friend, daddy, just handed him papers on diamonds. You see what I'm saying? The land is old. They've been passed from 10 generations. Let me give you a typical example. My best friend during the war, that dude risked his life. He went back there and got the original documentation behind rebel lines. They were fighting. He went to his house where they were hiding the papers. He got it. Find a way around behind rebel lines to keep it today. So his sons, he got like 4 sons that he's trying to pass that over to. That land has been I got access to that document. That land has been in the family for hundreds of years. Diamonds. They're the people that own that call Cornors. The Cornor people are diamond people in Sierra Leone. And they've been owning that thing for over 100 years. Families.
Bullshit.
I'm telling you.
But Amara, that's one instance out of many. We all know the
What you talking about? The whole Cornwall district, all Kenema district are owned by families. Government do not own jack nothing. Foreigners do not own nothing. They sell. The foreigners come in and buy the diamonds. They buy the diamonds from the people.
And the
when it comes to the people.
And the slave workers who are working on those mines. What about them?
Same thing with gold. No foreign guys own nothing. Regular people, families.
Okay. And why isn't your country? Why isn't the wealth, the resources of your country?
The wealth is over there. Those people have one tribe. There's one tribe.
What?
They're called the Cornor people, right? Where the area where the diamonds are and the gold, that's where the tribe is from. All of those guys are wealthy. I never met somebody from Cornor district that's broke. And when they take us out, they're spending pounds, dollars. I never seen them boys. They never have African currency with them. I meet them in England. They come to America. We out there in Sierra Leone. They always play with pounds and dollars because they hound them. The only way you can get access to diamonds is through them people right there. Their whole tribe.
Sierra Leone doesn't even have infrastructure to show, so these are all small tribes.
I said one tribe owns the area where the diamonds are. Didn't I say that? I didn't say the rest of the country.
I don't think you should even bring.
So are you saying that the wealth of your country? Wait, are you saying that the wealth of your country is concentrated on a few individuals? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying, like, I'm giving you a typical example. Like that tribe, the Cornor tribe, owns all the land where the diamonds and gold are, right? They've been passing it from generation to generation. And the only way the white people can come in and get access is to buy. But as far as access,
I have a question for
so, isn't
quick look, Amara, look, if you own all of these things, why is your country in a state of
I'm not saying you're misquoting me. I'm saying we got 17 tribes in the country. Listen, we got 17 tribes in the country. Listen. That area where the gold and diamond is owned by one tribe. They own the land that's been passed on from generation to generation. They
are far better than what it
they're
is.
They're not sharing. Listen, they don't share their wealth with nobody else. We in that area, they got all the
diamonds. How can one family own diamonds? How can one family own the natural resources of a country? One family. How absurd is that?
No, it's one tribe. That tribe right there had all their kingdoms in there. When the British came over to Sierra Leone to annex Sierra Leone to create the colony of Sierra Leone, they had all those kings out there had those lands sitting right there and being passed from generations to generations. It was the British that added all these other tribes. Listen, it was the British that added all other tribes to their area to form a country called Sierra Leone. You ask any of their kings, they said they didn't want no independence. They didn't want to. They had their own kingdoms. They didn't want nobody to. They didn't want to add themselves to other places and call it a country Sierra Leone. Those people don't marry to no other people. They don't leave the area. If they leave the area, they come to England, America. Every time they're dealing in diamond and gold. They don't go to school. In fact, they go to school if they want to. But most of them, they start in school. They stop because they get access to diamond pounds, dollars all the time.
Okay, it's a documented fact that almost 2/3 of Sierra Leoneans live
we poor. We're poor. You don't understand.
So wait, let me speak.
Yeah, go ahead.
So how's your situation better than ours? Where, well, in our country, a portion of the a portion of our mining is owned by government, others is owned by private, and some of it is owned by BEE, where everything is a bit equitable. How's that? How's your situation better than ours?
Owners of the land. Who are the original owners of the land?
But how's that better than our situation? But everybody's benefiting from our resources. You in your country, one family is benefiting. How's that better?
Who are the original owners of the land?
How's that better?
Where are the original owners of the land? Where they are?
But we are benefiting from our resources. But we are benefiting.
Okay, you're benefiting from your resources, but you don't own it. You don't own it.
But you guys own it. You guys own it. Listen, you guys own it, but only one family is benefiting, but you own it. How's that better?
I'm saying an entire tribe.
How's that better?
An entire tribe. A whole tribe. Because that's what it's
embarrassing.
That doesn't.
You guys in your countries living under poverty and you speak about ownership.
For thousands of years, you think you're just going to take them off there?
That's embarrassing.
2/3 of your countries living under the poverty line, and you speak about ownership.
I agree to that.
Come on,
that's not
bro.
a problem. I'm telling you about ownership of natural resources.
Come on, bro.
You said this man over here said the blacks in South Africa are the richest blacks in Africa. I'm giving you a typical example of one tribe that owns thousands and thousands of acres.
That's one tribe. The whole country, 2/3 of the whole country tribe under poverty. Are you bragging about one tribe? Are you listening to yourself and you bragging about one tribe? Are you listening to
You know
yourself?
what the population of a tribe is? 7 million people. You can't go to all those people and find a broke person over there.
Listen, 2/3 of your country is living under poverty. How do you defend that?
We're
How
talking
do you
about
defend
wealth.
2/3 of your whole country?
Yeah, I agree. Our country is poor. People are living. Just a statement you made. I agree to that. But what
Listen, your country's poor because your resources aren't distributed.
Listen, the Zulus
over here speaking about ownership.
Listen, the Zulus or whoever were the original owners of the land are not the original owners of the land today. We can say that.
They own the land.
We can say that.
own the
Well,
land.
original people that
Listen.
own the diamonds are the
The
owners of the
Zulus
land
own the
today.
land.
One
But
tribe.
listen,
The tribe that
but we
originally
benefiting
owned
off of the land.
is not the owner of the land
But
today.
we benefiting off of the land. Whether the Zulus own it, whether the Cubans own it, but we
I agree
benefiting.
to
That's the
I
bottom
agree to that,
line.
but when
The
it comes
bottom
to
line is that the wealth
ownership
is
of
spread
land,
onto the people.
ownership
What are
of
you
land is
benefiting
wealth.
apart from one tribe? How's that a good thing?
Ownership of land is wealth. Ownership of land and what is under there is wealth. I give you a typical
Okay, well,
example
no tribe
of
is
a whole
owning, and
tribe,
look at the state of your
7
country, and
million
your tribe is
people
owning.
that are not broke. They are wealthy. They are South Africans.
Come on, bro. They are successful, but only one tribe in your country is successful. 2/3 of the entire population is living under the poverty line.
Okay, that's
How's
a
that
bad
a good
situation.
thing?
But the man statement that South Africa.
What are you defending? What are you defending?
Are the most
What are you
wealthy
defending?
Black
The
South Africans
conditions
are the
of
most
your
wealthy.
people is
I give you
appalling.
an
We've
example
seen the
to counter that.
documentaries.
I
We
give you
see
an example
people
to counter that.
fleeing their country as economic refugees. It's disheartening. And you're trying to defend that against South Africa.
I'm not
Come
talking,
on,
I'm talking
bro.
about wealth. Land wealth. You talk about a whole completely different
Listen.
argument.
Can I just
You
respond?
talking about
Think
completely different
twice,
argument. I give
bro.
you wealth. Just like
Can I
you
respond?
contextualize
Can I
what you
respond?
say.
Because this guy is just
You don't
shouting.
contextualize what you say.
Please
You talk about
respond.
wealth.
I don't think he understands. I
You
don't
know,
think he
you
understands.
talk about wealth. Those
He's speaking
people
about
from
the
that tribe are
beers.
richer
He's
than
speaking
South
about the
Africans.
ownership for white
They're
people.
South Africans.
2/3 of his people's
Okay,
country is living under the poverty
guys.
line, while one tribe is benefiting. How's that better? What are you trying to argue?
The argument was the statement this man made over here, the man with the South African flag. He said black South Africans are wealthy than all other blacks in Africa. That's what he said. So I give you a typical example.
Amara, can I respond to you because you just talk all over and you're not listening to
No,
anyone?
I'm giving you a specific example. That's
Let
what you
us
said.
talk. Let us talk because we heard you. So
Relax,
here's the deal.
yo,
Listen,
relax.
here's the deal. Your Sierra Leone has got a population of 8 million people, and Soweto in South Africa, a township, has got a population of less than 3 million people. Soweto GDP is way higher than the GDP of Sierra Leone.
That's not what I'm talking about. We're talking about the statement, but I can give you an example of the wealth. Listen,
what is
you said Soweto. Okay, let me counter. By the people, the Connaught tribe. The Connaught tribe are richer than the majority of Black South Africans.
Jesus.
Exactly, because it's sitting on thousands and thousands and thousands and millions of diamonds.
Calm down, man.
That's what I'm trying to say. So you give me a Soweto example, I give you a Connaught example. So counter that.
Amara, let me answer you. Amara, let me answer you. Let me answer. You want to answer?
You have access to diamonds.
Amara, you want a direct answer. Look, you saying that majority, you guys benefit from the majority.
I know. I'm not saying the majority of you guys. I give you one tribe. The richest tribe is Sierra Leone that has access. That's the tribe that have 15 kingdoms that control the diamonds. Those people are richer than Black South Africans.
Let me just finish my point. Now, look, let's be logical here, right? You saying one tribe they benefits more from its resources than Black South Africans because of what? Because they benefit from all of their resources. Look, I'll say this. Maybe what I'll give you something is where you say we don't benefit from more, but we benefit from the majority of our resources. That's just a fact. Most of the mines are now owned by Black people.
I'm not comparing. I agree.
Okay, no, I know.
It's equal distribution of wealth. There's more equitable distribution of wealth in South Africa than in Sierra Leone. But when it comes to wealth,
Amara, let me finish. Like the wealth thing is also debatable. It depends on how much money you make, and the cost of living where you live, and the standard of living of where you live. So that's debatable. Like you could argue this, I'll argue that.
Give me the
total. Most South Africans benefit from the country resources.
Okay.
Resources.
We're talking about wealthy people right here. You still go back to the middle class. I'm talking about wealthy people.
Hold on. Yeah, like, okay. When you're talking wealthy people,
let him talk about
wealthy people than
you're talking about wealthy people. You say you made the statement that Black South Africans are richer than the rest of Black Africans.
Listen, even if we are not wealthy, even if South Africans are not wealthy, but at least we have access to basic. At least we have access to basic services.
I agree.
At least we have access to basic services. We don't live below the poverty line. So stop trying to argue wealth. At least we are living. At least we have water. At least we have electricity. And all of these things, we're getting it from our natural resources. Where is the natural resources of your country going to, apart from the single tribe that you spoke about? Doesn't that resources belong to the people?
With you 100% that is a better distribution in South Africa.
Okay,
I agree with you. What I'm against is this man's statement saying, no, wait a minute. I agree with you, so there's no argument. I'm not arguing with you. This man with the South African flag made a statement that when you compare blacks around the world, Black South Africans are the richest Africans. So I give you an example of people, Black people in Africa that own land, natural
I
resources
need to
that are
respond.
richer than black South Africans. That's what I'm
I
saying.
need to respond. I need to respond. Amara, you now listen, because you cannot just talk all over and keep talking and talking to yourself. Now you have to listen to others. Now, what I said, it's a fact. Like, I'm going to give you places to start your research, because you sound like someone who has never done a research in your entire life. I just gave you a figures of your population and your entire GDP. It's less than a GDP of Soweto.
You keep going to something we're not talking about.
But let
I'm
me get
talking
back to
about
you.
wealth. You're talking
Let me
about
get back
black
to you.
Africans, black South Africans are richer than all Africans,
need
black
to listen.
Africans. That's what we're
You need
talking
to
about.
listen.
We're not talking
You need
about
to listen.
anything else.
Amara, don't you
You need to
understand?
listen.
Do you know where
You need
Soweto is? Soweto is a township. Soweto, the township, has a higher GDP than Sierra Leone. A township has a bigger GDP than Sierra
I'm not
Leone.
talking about
You
people
understand what he's trying to say?
earning,
A
I'm talking about
township.
millionaires.
Okay,
With a country
People
that
that
has
have
diamonds and
access
resources.
to resources
A township
that
has a
they
higher
sell out.
GDP. A township.
I'm not talking about
More
the
than a
rest of
country
Sierra
with
Leone. I'm
diamonds.
talking about one tribe that got all the diamonds.
Can you guys please, like, my ears, please?
Amara, stop shouting.
You trying to have the South African flag trying to back out of his statement. Talking, they're talking about middle class. I'm not talking about middle class.
Amara,
I'm talking about wealth.
Amara, let's use
Okay,
the
all right,
stats.
all right.
Amara, let's use the stats that we have. Can we just use the stats that we have? The reality is right now.
I need to respond.
Look at the stats. They say, no, just a quick stat. It says that South Africa has like around 17,000 black millionaires. Sierra Leone, there's no evidence of that. You can tell me about
Yeah,
there are
that's
people
true.
here.
Okay.
Hold on. There are
Yeah.
people here who also have money in cash, who don't bank, who in all sorts of businesses. That's not unique. That's hard to tell. Like, it's you'll say this, Lozi will say that. At the end of the day, we can only go by what we know of.
Okay,
Like,
let me say
right now,
this.
you
Let me
wouldn't
say
have
this.
any other evidence.
Let me
That's all
say
I'm
this.
saying.
South
But I need to
African diamond and Sierra
Amara.
Leone diamond, they go to the same buyers, right?
Amara.
Amara.
Yeah, no, hold on, wait a minute. I have a team of people.
But where do the profits go?
And I dig the
Where do the
diamonds and I
profits
bring
go from the
diamonds out.
sale
Amara.
of those diamonds? Where do the profits go? Eh? Where do the profits go from the sale of those diamonds?
You see, you guys are going totally. We're talking about wealthy people. Wealthy people. You saying black South
we saying we're more wealthy
come on,
people
don't
than
run
you.
away from it. These people sell the same diamonds.
But he said
These
that he
people that buy
maintained it.
diamonds.
Listen, South
buy from
Africans
South
may not be
Africans
wealthy,
as well as
but we're
from
also not
Sierra Leone.
poor. We may not be wealthy, but we're also not poor.
Okay, now you say, yeah. Come on, you can do this now to get it. Come on, man.
Stop agreeing with nonsense. You need to stop
We're
agreeing with
talking about
nonsense.
wealth. I'm talking about one state now. I ain't talking about the rest of Sierra
That's
Leone.
not true.
I ain't talking about the GDP of Sierra Leone or the per capita income of Sierra Leone. I'm talking about wealthy Africans. Wealthy Africans. I give you an example. The same place where the government of South Africa sells their diamonds is the
Okay,
same way
give us an example of
individual
wealthy people in Sierra Leone. Give us an example of wealthy people in Sierra Leone.
These
Give
people
us an example.
They don't publish their wealth, but they're sitting on diamonds.
Yeah,
and you go on the
Amara,
planet.
Okay, all right.
Amara, can I just say something quickly, please?
Amara, can I say something? I just got in, guys.
Can I just say something quickly? I've not said something in a while. I've been quite quiet for a quiet long time.
Guys, I just got in. Can I say something?
Go ahead, let
me just say something because you will say you will have your chance to say whatever you want to say.
I'm just saying
let me
it
just
very
finish.
quick.
Okay, good. Thank you. You see, this thing about who is richer and who is not richer, I don't think you can necessarily measure it just by millionaires. I think the South Africans have a point in terms of when they say, okay, our people, based on the funds that they have in their pocket, if they go to the world market and they want to buy something, they will probably have more in their pocket to buy than Sierra Leone. That is true. The same thing, like African Americans have more in their pocket to buy more than this in South Africans. And the same thing, like Nigerians may have more than that to buy from Sierra Leoneans. Personally, I still don't know where Nigerian money is going to. I'm still trying to figure that one out. That said, what Kamara is saying is that in terms of natural resources and the way the people live within their countries and their access to things, he's arguing that theirs is just as good, if not better, than that of South Africa. Personally, you
but
can't
can I
use
respond?
that argument
Okay,
as a
no, wait, I have
as an
to.
empirical argument for wealth. They don't do that. You just have how much you have in your pocket is all people care about. Because in the end, if you want to go and buy a computer in China, they are not going to say because you are from Sierra Leone, we are going to use your lower currency to buy that computer from China. They are still going to pay the US dollar that South Africans have more of. So there you go.
Okay.
Can I
Niger, let
enter?
me
Wait,
tell you this.
Amara,
The people that sell, the people that buy diamonds, right, Africa.
wait.
Okay.
Amara,
The people
wait.
that buy diamonds, right, Africa, right?
Amara.
Yeah, wait a minute, man. Let me say this. Let me finish.
No,
I'm responding. Let me
you
respond to
have
two
been
Niger.
speaking. You'll respond.
Let me
Amara,
respond to
please.
two Niger. I'm trying to tell you there's buyers of diamonds and the buyers of gold. There's not a certain separate category for South African government. There's not a separate category for the Connaught tribe of Sierra Leone. There's not a separate category. You go out there, you got your diamonds, and you sell to the highest bidder. The highest bidder pays you, you put your money in your pocket. Individual wealth. These people got it. They dig diamonds every day. They get gold every day. The more they dig the diamonds, the more gold comes out, other things come out. They sell. The individual sellers of diamonds. That's what I'm saying.
Can I speak now? Can I speak?
No, you don't know that. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying economy. I'm not talking about the economy. I'm talking about individual wealth.
Amara,
individual wealth. That's what I'm trying to say.
Amara, can you give me a chance, please?
Yeah.
So there's a tribe in South Africa that owns the land where most of the world's platinum is sitting, and that tribe is called the Royal Bafokeng tribe. So these mining companies, they buy platinum from this family, and they own a mine also. Even if you search even certified websites, you'll see that the richest tribe in Africa is the Royal Bafokeng family, which is found in South Africa, and the province is called Northwest Province. Search it for yourself, Amara. You will come back and tell us.
Okay.
Can I respond?
Okay, well, let me respond. Let me respond. You said a tribe, an entire tribe owns the land, but then somebody told me another example that the government owns 70% of the land. Okay, we're talking about control right here. This is wait a minute. These people in the Connaught tribe.
You're twisting our words. You're twisting what we said.
Okay. These people in the Connaught tribe, when they go in and dig the diamonds and they mine the diamonds, 100% of what comes out is their own.
You twisted what we said.
You see what I'm saying?
No. Not in South Africa. In Sierra Leone, that's what happens. Not in South Africa. With us, it's a whole different process.
That's what I'm saying. The tribe owns the land where the mine's at, and
so are you proud of it? Are you saying that you're proud of it?
No,
aren't there rules in your country?
We're talking about wealth in Africa. Black-owned wealth in Africa. That's what we're talking about. Don't deviate. You guys are deviating.
That's nothing to brag about.
We said
that's nothing to brag about, Amada. That's
the Royal Bafokeng family.
It's about
I know you're trying to pass it off. Amada, I know you're trying to pass it off as something good, but it's not.
No, you correct. You made a statement. This man made a statement that all blacks,
the diamonds, the resources in our country, it's used to build the roads.
I'm not talking about you. I'm this man with South African flag.
It's used to provide bursaries for the children in South Africa. With you guys, you put it in your pockets.
I'm disagreeing with you.
With you guys, you put it in your pockets.
You distribute your money.
You guys don't have roads. You guys is in a system of disarray, and you talk about you putting it in your pockets.
I'm disagreeing with you.
And you are bragging about that. And you are bragging about that. And you come into us, telling us about the minority and white people and all of that. And you are bragging.
See, Amara, we are not
and
going
you
to get
are
anywhere.
bragging.
Are you bragging about? You're talking about black South Africans. You are the one bragging. You said black South Africans are the richest blacks in Africa. You said that.
I need to respond. Amara, I need to respond to you.
Did you say that?
Amara, I need to educate you so that you listen. Right now, maybe
Amara,
they are
can you
riches
listen?
I don't know whatever standard he's using. I don't know what standard, but what?
Amara, can you shut up? Can you shut up and listen to me?
I'm not talking about anything else but that. That's what I'm talking about.
Keep quiet. I need to explain to you why I said we are the richest. There is a data on that. I need to explain to you so that you can get educated. So what's happening currently is you need to go check what it's called Johannesburg Stock Exchange. It's the largest stock exchange on the continent, worth above trillions of US dollars.
So let me tell you something. Most of no, wait a minute. You talking about the pharma sector, right?
I think I have a better answer.
You're talking about the pharma sector. The pharma sector is the South African Stock Exchange, right?
I need to talk. Can you shut up? I need to talk. I'm not even done.
No, you gotta shut up. You know what I'm saying? What you talking about? We talking about.
You better shut up, hey. You better shut up, Amada. You better shut up. I'm telling you. You better shut up.
Why you gotta cuss? You see what I'm saying?
Do you have a problem?
The pharma
Do you have a problem?
You said the pharma sector. Listen, I'm not disagreeing with you.
Listen, Amada.
The pharma sector in South Africa, it's a pharma sector. These other people are in the pharma sector. So how can you
private sector,
people that live in the pharma sector?
The situation in Sierra Leone is appalling.
That's what
we need to save Sierra Leone. We need to come together as Africans and save Sierra Leone.
I'm talking about wealth.
What's happening in Sierra Leone is shocking.
People are speaking across each other.
It's shocking.
I'm talking about wealth of one tribe. The man said,
and you are talking about something
the man
else.
said millionaires in Africa. Millionaires in Africa. South Africa got more millionaires and rich people in Africa.
Leave it. It's
no,
besides
but
the point.
Correct the man.
You correct him. You think that he's not saying that. He's saying something else.
I drop it.
Can I respond? Can I respond to you now?
Yeah, you're running away from the principal point. No, don't even worry about it, man. Let's move on to something else. I'm not talking about anything else. Let's move on to something else.
Okay, so now I was talking about Johannesburg Stock Exchange. Johannesburg Stock Exchange is the wealthiest stock exchange on the continent. Black South Africans own 30% of that. Now you need to go and check what is the capital, the capitalization of Johannesburg Stock Exchange, and come back to us. Look at the amount of portfolio that Black South Africans are holding in terms of investment. I'm talking about assets here. I'm talking about wealth. The other thing that I need to remind you of, you should check a company called Ashanti Gold Mining. It's also in Ghana currently. Ghana is the largest producer of gold on the continent. It overtook South Africa in 2018. The Ashanti Gold Mining, it's a South African company that we bought that company in 2004. We are currently also mining gold with other global mining industries in Ghana. Our way of contributing to resources is not only just in South Africa. We also used to own a gold and iron ore mine in Ivory Coast. What this guy used to play football, Didier Drogba's country. We used to own gold and iron ore mine there. We also own mines in DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo. So South African resources are not just only in South Africa. Our mining companies are all over the continent. So
I don't deny that. I don't deny that at all.
Let me make one other point. You see,
I'm not denying none of that.
The companies that you are saying that are doing these things, are they black owned?
Yes, I am gonna get back to that. Please go Google Ashanti Gold. It's owned by PIC. I keep saying PIC.
We need to see. You are just saying they are. There is no proof of this.
Exactly. Anyway, let's forget about it, man. Let's forget about it.
Provide proof.
Let's forget about it. Yeah, black South Africa's got more money than anybody else. Let's move on to something else.
I'm dropping a link. Now. Please check on the comment section. I'm dropping a link.
Yeah, black South Africans are richer than everybody else. Let's go.
I dropped the link.
Amara, why does that bother you? If they are richer,
no, it doesn't bother me. It's just that I was trying to correct the man from what I know, whether it's good or not. You see what I'm trying to say?
In the end, we're all in the barrel here.
Yeah, I know we are in the barrel. It's just a statement. I was just trying to correct his statement. That's all.
You need to die on that mountain.
No, I'm not. I don't forget about it. The man can own up to his own statements, so I don't forget about it. You see what I'm saying? Let's forget about it.
Bullet, that family you mentioned, the Royal Mafuken family, it's a Botswana family from the northwest. I think it's northwest. They are the richest tribe in Africa. People need to check this. I make facts. I don't just say things. Royal Mafuken is the richest tribe in Africa. People go check that tribe.
When you listen, guys, I'm from the northwest. Can I speak? Wait, guys, listen. I'm from the northwest. Can I speak? Can I please speak? Yes. Can I please speak? I'm from the northwest. Can I please explain
When
what
this guy describes South Africa, you would think they are the largest economy on the continent. But
yes.
that really surprises me.
Wait. I'm from
When you
Northwest.
describe it, I would have expected them to have $1 trillion economy.
Can you please let Radi
I don't know. No, it's a
Wait,
mystery
listen.
to me.
let Radi talk?
Because me, I'm looking at Nigerian economy. I'm like, where is all that money going? Him is saying we
Yes.
have this, we have
Let
this, we
me
have that.
explain.
To Niger.
Listen, let me
To Niger,
explain.
just
I'm
cut
from the
someone off.
Northwest. Yes,
cut
guys,
someone
I'm from the Northwest, and
Let the man talk.
yes, indeed, the Royal Bafokeng family, the Bakwena, they are residing in a town called Rustenburg. If you were to look on their website right now, Rustenburg is actually the fastest developing town in Africa. I think they're growing at a rate of 30% per annum. I went to Rustenburg recently, and wow, the roads, there were buses all over, and there were businesses opening. This is in Rustenburg. So we can indeed say that the wealth from the mines is coming down to the people. The other thing that the Royal Bafokeng people do is that they built the stadium. They have a lot of sports programs going on. They sponsor a lot of people, with their tuition, with the university tuition. They have so many things going on. You can actually feel their impact on the ground when you go to their region where they are located, which is either Rustenburg or Mahikeng, which is the capital city of the Northwest. So you can feel the resources of the country actually coming down to the people, and they have all the right in the world to use it for themselves, like they do in Sierra Leone. But instead, they're thinking about their own people. They want their people to survive. They want their people to have a sense of living. They want their people to have a sense of income.
I'm not denying the fact. Honestly, everything you just said, I agree with it. But one thing is that is equal distribution, is a better distribution of wealth in South Africa. I agree. I'm not arguing with that.
So what are you defending?
No,
what are you arguing?
What I'm arguing is this man's statement, and I'm not going to argue again, that when it comes to wealth, when I'm talking about like millionaires, people with resources, okay? He said Black South Africans are the most richest. The only people that's above them is African Americans and Caribbeans. That's his statement. But as far as Africa, he says Black South Africans are richer than all Black Africans. So I gave him a typical example that said, no, sir. And then when we count in wealth in Africa, there's a large informal sector. Huge. Yeah. In some countries, the informal sector is bigger than the formal sector. All that wealth going uncounted. Because in Africa, you don't show off. In West Africa in particular, you don't show off your wealth. You don't show how many millions and millions you got. They don't show it off. It's not like being on the Forbes list and stuff like that. Don't face West Africans. That's not an achievement. You know, people hide their wealth because of resentment. They're resented. When people get extremely wealthy, they're resented. So most people don't tell you how much money they got. But I've been there. Like my brother is a CEO of a bank, and I'm telling you, some people, the guy you underestimate in the streets.
Why are you shouting?
Amara, I think this argument that you're having right now, I don't think is edifying from the point of view of, because somebody, in the end, we have to agree on a matrix. Because everybody has their own truth. If the South Africans say their own truth is we are objectively the richest, and you are saying from your point of view, we have to use one value. And from what I'm seeing, if you look at the data, obviously South Africans are richer. It's not an argument. It's not even an argument. And even I'm a Nigerian here telling you that even if we have a greater, higher amount of GDP than South Africa, they are still richer. But the point I'm making,
let me give you an example too, Niger.
Let me finish my point.
All these millionaires in Nigeria.
Let me finish my point. The point I'm making is that it is not about wealth. Is not a measure of your ability to control your destiny. It's not. Let's not make that mistake. You can have wealth, but you really need to have power. And my concern with South Africa, because as time goes by, it's not only South Africa, to be fair, it's everybody, is that we need to focus our eyes not on money, Because if you look at the countries that free themselves from the control of others, they don't care about money. North Korea don't care about whether they sanction them or Iran or all the other. They don't care. Do you see Russia caring about money? Russia is focused on their power.
Okay,
so that is because that power generates wealth. Let me finish my point. I'm not finished.
It's true. No, I agree.
That is where I tell the
that.
South Africans. I agree with some of the arguments. Even their stock market is worth 1.something trillion in the one in Johannesburg, which is all good. But focus on the most important things and stop trying to make it look like it's a competition. It's not a competition. And the reason why that is high,
exactly, I agree with you.
proximity
Because
of
he was the one that started it. He was the one that started it. Made the statements that black South Africans are richer than everybody else. And to buttress your point, it's not a competition.
True, why argue with that? That is
no, but it's not a competition. You said the statement that people should not boast or brag about their wealth, and that's what this man did.
I understand that. I think that's true. He didn't help when he was being a little bit.
That's what I was trying to say.
Losing rubs people up the wrong way with the way he talks. But I personally, I'm not going to engage with somebody on the basis that just because I don't like the way they talk to me, then I disagree with them. You don't do that. You see what I mean?
Yeah,
let's agree with the truth so we can move forward. Like one of the things he said about this in the South African nuclear technology, that the government have something that the Americans wanted. They wanted the fissile material, and the South African president refused to give it to them. But they destroyed the design of the nuclear technology. They destroyed everything else regarding the nuclear technology that they have. It's only the fissile material that is in South Africa right now.
They have the second largest land.
It wasn't me. It was just memory fresh tonight.
How can you call these people?
Listen, Niger, what's the point of having? Niger, what's the point of having?
Africa.
Wait, Niger, what's the point of having a nuclear? Is it a power station? Nuclear power station, when there aren't any numbers on the country. Meaning that, let's say, for example, if Russia would invade our country, Russia has more numbers and they have more military machinery, right? And then
the way it works is that if somebody wants to invade, they have to calculate what they are going to lose to. What is the point of invading? By the time you invade, then they take over your own country. If you fight the wrong enemy, you are going to find that you might win that battle, but you lose the war. Because remember, the French lost their country to Germany during the Second World War. War is not that simple. You see what I mean? You have to understand power dynamics. You have to do your due diligence. Just because you feel some other person is strong doesn't mean you shouldn't try. You are dead. Just because you have to.
But listen. But the strength of us defending ourselves towards invaders isn't solely gonna lay on nuclear power. It's gonna lie on us being organized. It's gonna lie on us being well prepared, and also the kind of machinery that we have, which all of us in our entirety as Africans, we don't have that. We aren't organized.
Okay.
Yeah, we aren't organized. So how's the nuclear going to? So how's the nuclear going to defend us against an invader? Because I mean, look at a country, for instance, like India. They have an active military force of 1 million people. If they were to invade us, how's the nuclear going to assist?
Okay, Tunaja, wait, hold on, Tunaja. Before you go any further, you can answer the question, and then we're going to have Kaizo begin with the closing statement. Thanks.
Thank you. So, you see what I mean? Just because I will still answer it with the same way, because you are saying that they have 1 million soldiers. Why should we not? What can we do against that? That is the point. You prepare, you change your mindset and focus on defending your people. You are a man. Those people, they don't have 5 heads. What is it with our own people that we feel like we should fall asleep just because other people are strong now? You become strong too. You make it. You know what one Asian guy said? Let me just finish the point. The Asian guy said, this country, I think they're a country of about 5 million or something, and they have almost 1 million soldiers. You know what he said? He said, we are going to make it impossible for anybody to invade us, because when they invade us, we are like a food. When they eat us, they will be poisoned. That is what North Korea did too. North Korea followed a policy whereby it's a Scotch policy whereby they want to arm themselves. If America wants to invade them, good luck coming. By the time you are done, you are going to find yourself a weakened state. That is, if you don't take that kind of mentality, how are you? Then you have just outsourced your survival to some other group.
Yes, but to Niger, Africa is a continent that's broken up into small countries, right? The only way that we can achieve that is if we work together. Now, some countries are more organized than others, and some don't have some don't have machinery equipment and all of that. So even if, for example, South Africa has all of that, there are some countries who don't, and the ability for us to defend ourselves is going to rely on us coming together. And unfortunately, we aren't that organized. Even with the African Union and even with the SADC and ECOWAS, we aren't that organized. You understand?
See, let me tell you something. It's only black people that are not organized. North Africa, Algeria, just up the north, 43 million people. They've got this in 700,000 soldiers. South Africa, almost 50-something million. They got at least 5 to 6 times less. And you see, it's not because Africans are incapable. It's black Africans uniquely. You'll be shocked. Just look at the map, and you know what? Just go to Google, search country, military size. South Africa, military size versus population. You will see black African countries are underrepresented. So this is why I boil it down to black men. It's not the women now. It's the men. We are not doing our job. Our mentality is wrong. All other countries, non-African countries, are different. And this is what I have been crying about since I found out this information just last day. It's really alarming to me.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Kaiser, do you have any closing statements for the panel?
Sorry, what did you say?
Do you have any closing thoughts on the panel?
Yeah, I think this guy doesn't know what nuclear is.
He's hiding somewhere.
Can you speak louder?
He's afraid. Maybe there's somebody in the house. Case will come out from under the table.
Can I close?
Okay.
African millennial, can I close?
Go ahead.
African millennial, can I close?
Yeah, I think. Can you hear me now?
My close on this is that what I've picked up is that most Africans really need to start reading up books or do more research, and education is really needed in Africa. We are so petty. I went on, like most Africans might feel like I was attacking them, but I was just retaliating from what they always talk about us. I'm just sick and tired of that. Now, I don't hate any African country or any African people, but we need to stop being petty. We need to face the truth and live with facts. Only with facts and the truth we can grow. If we keep being denial, well, I guess some countries will grow, but some might doubt. I mean, listen to that guy from Sierra Leone. There's nothing he said. He was just shouting because he doesn't want to listen to the truth. Facts don't make him feel good because it's all about emotions and opinions more than facts and what can be researched and found. I mean, we have to take opinions like, I put my money under my mattress, I'm a millionaire. So what kind of debate is that? I mean, how are we gonna grow Africa with that kind of mentality? And this is what we don't want in South Africa. We don't want this corrupt mentality that's just gonna be emotional when we debate. This is not how we were taught to debate in school. In school, you put your emotions aside. Let's say, for example, Aliko Dangote is the richest man in the world. He's been in that position for more than 20 years. Is it a lie? No. Nigeria is the highest GDP per capita. Can Nigeria grow? Yes. Sierra Leone one day will do good as well. Why should I wake up one day and feel jealous and say, no, Sierra Leone people are not rich? If the facts say they are rich, we just need to learn to accept facts and not take things personal. That's my point. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah. Okay, can I go next?
Yeah, Samara, you can go next.
Can I go next?
If you were starting this polite before, I don't think this argument would have gotten heated.
Can I go next? Okay, now to the man from South Africa.
Wow.
The man with the South African flag. Okay? First things first. You guys, South Africa got a better distribution of their diamond and gold wealth among their population than Sierra Leone. That's a fact. I agree to that. Secondly, South Africa's black people do not, and I repeat, do not have more access to their natural resources than one tribe in Sierra Leone that has been there forever. That's a fact. Secondly, in West Africa, In particular, when you're rich, you're resented. Most people that come out officially, they're doing the formal sector, their own big corporations, big banks or whatever, those people are not, in actuality, are not the richest people. But because their data is out there, they're going to categorize them. There are people who, one, if people never heard, there's a place called Switzerland where people hide their money at. Wealthy Africans hide them because they don't want, people are resentful of them. People that are in the informal sector are invested in different things around the world. Their wealth is generating for their families, but they're not vocal about it because there's high resentment. High resentment. So they keep it under wraps. See, significant wealth. So on paper, in the formal sector with the data available out there, if you want to go by that, okay, I'll give you your kudos. But if you want to go, you peel the onions beyond the surface, scratch the surface, go deeper, investigate, good for yourself, you will find out there is a lot of hidden wealth. And people don't brag about it. So, then another thing I want to point out about South Africa is I see this generation of South Africans coming up as defensive of the status quo. They are very defensive of the status quo. They are very sensitive if you bring up white wealth and stuff like that. You know, like more like a taboo topic. It's more taboo to them. Don't say that out loud, you know? So I'm just saying, think outside the box. There's really the rest of Africa out there. And yes, you have your individual problems. There's not enough resources to go around. So you rebel against the other Africans from outside. But just know this, that don't burn bridges. And the wealth, in my opinion, is not on your side. So you're acting out of anger. Yeah, act out of anger. Act out of the fact that people are encroaching in our country, taking resources away, jobs, everything away from us or whatever, fellow Africans, and we the local people are not getting it. Okay, you got a fact there, but just know that the way you separate yourselves, it's not a good. You don't set a good precedent. You don't set a good precedent at all. And I wish you all the best. That's all I gotta say.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Can I go next?
Yep.
Yes. You know, I remember when I used to be part of these conversations too. Niger would always go on and on about the importance of having a strong military, and you know, and he'd always go on and on about us being able to defend ourselves and nuclear this and that. And I thought that, you know, he was being, you know, Niger was being his typical self, and there wasn't really any importance in us having a military when, you know, we Southern Africans, you know, don't have any we don't have any national security threats or any kind of civil, you know, any kind of civil violence. So I've never really seen the importance of having a strong military. But I've been following the news recently, with the whole NATO and with the whole Russia, you know, with the whole Russia situation, and just how Russia, just what Russia's been doing to Ukraine. I mean, they've annexed, or they've taken a portion of Ukraine, which is Crimea, and also on the eastern side of Ukraine. They've also they've also funded rebels with weapons to because eventually they also want to take that portion, and also on the western side of Ukraine. But ultimately, they are preparing to invade Ukraine, and Ukraine really is just sitting there, you know, and all they're doing is that they're praying to God. They're praying to God, like and you know, the Ukrainians really cannot do anything because all they're doing is just sitting there, and all that they're doing is that they're trying to be diplomatic and they're trying to be this and that. And really, the Western powers aren't coming to their rescue. All they're doing is that they're just sitting on the side, condemning them from the side, really not intervening or doing anything. And it made me really think about the security of our country, but particularly as Africa, particularly the security of Africa as a whole. Are we really, as Africans, prepared to defend ourselves against invaders? And the more and more I came to think about it, really the USA can attack us tomorrow, and there's nothing we're going to do about it. Ukraine, India, China, any even Japan can come and invade Africa, and nobody would dare do anything because we don't have the military capabilities, we don't have the nuclear power, as Tunaja has been alluding to, and I'm only now beginning to see the importance of it. And in conclusion, I really want to say that we Africans really need to come together, and since since we have had some successes, in South Africa, I think other African countries can maybe try and replicate it from us, and we can also look to other countries where something has worked and try to implement it from onto our side. I mean, just look at Ethiopia. Ethiopia has the best airline in Africa, and South African Airways has been struggling a lot. Maybe we can replicate their model, or so. I would really love for us as Africans, to put our differences aside, but to also be honest with each other, and just build one Africa, one sustainable, self-sufficient Africa that can defend itself against intruders and invaders. And really, at the end of the day, we are African, we are Black. We come from the same ancestors, and we should really come together. Thank you.
Man, that was well said. I have to give you credit for that. That I think you are the most. I don't want to patronize you, but so far, almost all the South Africans that have come here, you are the most rational one. It's not about feelings, because he came on disagreeing with me at first, and just as if I hear something that somebody says that is compelling, now I will change my view. Why should I hold on to an inferior idea? It's a stupid idea to just be dogmatic about anything. This is what I've been talking about, and sometimes experience. This is why when I say something, it doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. Experience, life will tell you whether I am right or wrong. If I'm wrong, life will prove me wrong. This is what he has experienced. He has seen what power means. Power doesn't need a lot of, you don't have to be. Look at what the Russians are doing today. The Americans can't do anything. They just sit there and watch, because they know the price to pay is too much if they mess with Russia. That is what power does. It's not wealth, it's not anything else. Power defends itself. It stands on its own. And our people have lost touch with that. It's so scary. When I was thinking about it today, I said, there are aggressors, there are defenders, and there are pacifists. We have become pacifists. We belong in the other group. And all the other groups in the world are either defenders or aggressors. How have we, with one of the largest continents on earth, one of the greatest inheritance, the genetic this in the base of the human race, how have we become the pacifists? How did that happen? We are one of the strongest looking people on earth. The men, anyway, are one of the strongest looking people on earth. The tallest, the shortest. We have them all on the
most beautiful men in the world.
I'm not so superficial.
So
I don't want to
the
go
most
there.
beautiful men in the world. I'm just putting it out there.
So we have all this, and we haven't made it count. And when I was on a panel with Africans talking and African Americans and Africans talking about women, and that's when it occurred to me that we are the problems, the men. All other groups have done better for their people. What have we done?
I can agree with that. Yeah, that's true.
What have we done? Single-handedly, we are the group that has failed. And when people laugh at us, now I understand it. Because there are Filipinos, there are Japanese men that are barely 5 foot tall. And these people have made people respect them. How have we become the laughing stock? And we are almost, that's the men, are almost 500 to 700 million strong. And we have not made it count for anything. If we just raised this thing, South Africa has got 50-something million people. There's no reason why they cannot raise well over 500,000 soldiers. There's no reason. Because we are not militarily inclined. That's why. There's no reason Nigeria cannot raise 1 million. Because we are not militarily inclined. Ghana, oh, that one is like a summer camp. They decide that it's 15,000 that they need to defend a whole country of 43 million. Because we don't have that mindset. How have we become so pacifist? Because we think the whole world is our friends. That needs to change. We need to stop arguing amongst ourselves because we, the men, need to do the business. Like the Russians are doing right now to defend their interests. Europeans will do everything to defend their own interests. The Asians will do the same thing. Let's learn something from them, at least on that front, because they are the ones running circles around us. Thank you.
Thank you.
No problem, no problem. That you guys raised very, very good points. Both of you guys raised very, very good points. And yeah, Josico, did you have anything to say?
Yeah, look, I don't see anything of these things working out. I agree that South Africa needs a stronger military. Like, it's number 27 in the world, which is not good. But on this whole thing, like, for me, this live stream just proved that there is a lot of hatred towards South Africans. A lot of the things South Africans were saying were true, even though I think that maybe some South Africans could have communicated it in a nicer way, though. But a lot of the things that they were saying was true. And many people came on to attack South Africans and to get the better of South Africans. So it just proved what I already believed, something that I've experienced many times on these panels. There is a lot of hatred towards South Africans. And it's just a fact. It's not a matter of if or maybe. It's something that I've seen over and over again and experienced it. So, do South Africans and Pan-Africans hate South Africa? Yes, 1,000%. It's not a matter of if or maybe. But on the issue of like letting other Africans, at no point do South Africans on this panel say we have anything against people coming in. We said we have something against illegal foreign nationals. And illegal foreign nationals. And it's something that I stand firm on. And many other South Africans said that as well. Because that's just the reality. We just don't have the resources in the country to accommodate them at this point. It's just the truth. I don't know why people are offended by that. Yeah.
Well, I'm not against South Africans. Like I said, I agree with South Africans aspiring to a high standard of living and competing with white people instead of other black people. And that's the main problem is black people only look to other black people to compete with. It's like the poverty Olympics or something going on. And we got to raise the standards and start to physically build and intellectually build our own infrastructures around the world, period. Now, I made a comment in the room earlier about Walter Meyer. My question to the panel is, well, let me say this. I'll just make it as a statement. I don't understand how a man could start a platform as a coon and come back to Africa and be a hero. And that's the kind of stuff that would never be allowed in America. Black people here would not allow that. You know, he loved everything Asia forever. And then he switched over when he realized Africa was profitable for him. So it's people like that that should never be in position to lead in our communities. I'm done.
That is a good point. That's true. And I know Tinaja is gonna get offended by that, and maybe some other people, but that is a good point. I never thought about it that way.
I'm not offended. This guy is asking whether the West will respond to Russia. They won't. What are you going to do? Fight Russia?
And Tunaja, there was a question for you from Christopher. I don't know if he's going to come on and ask the question.
King. He's asking if the West will respond to Russia if Russia invades Ukraine. No, they won't. They don't want to fight a nuclear war, and besides, Ukraine is their backyard. So they know if they go into that war, they don't know where it's going to end. It will be madness for them to fight over Ukraine. Ukraine is not their backyard, so they are going to leave. Basically, that's what they are saying. They are just basically saying, all our citizens leave that place, leave the area. America with all their nuclear power and everything, like, leave the area, please. These people, they are on a different level. I've never seen America openly look this weak before, where a country is deciding to invade another country in Europe. And they are like, you know what, everybody leave, clear space, make space. The only thing they can do is economic sanctions, use international diplomacy and all the rest of it. Russia doesn't care. Russia is fine as they are where they are. They can trade with China. China is very happy to trade with Russia. And that even makes Russia, this in China, stronger. So either way, they win. The West can't do anything about it.
All right, good point. And there were some people in the comment section, too much hatred and jealous towards South Africa, and we know it. From Africa to South America said, me because of South African women, I love my South African brothers. Basically saying because of the women, he likes the people.
I'm not sure people are jealous of South Africans. I think what people hear now, you see, whenever they see South Africans, now the first thing that comes to mind is xenophobia, and unfortunately, that is what they hear now. And you can forgive them for thinking that because it actually happened. And the point I raised earlier on that they still didn't address is that there are other countries where illegal people come into their countries, even from war and everything. You don't see the Middle Eastern people attacking each other because Iraqis are at war or Palestinians are escaping from Israelis. You don't see them attacking them, and we have to take. Yeah, it might be different, but the South Africans have to own that and say, okay,
finish your point.
These things, maybe our leaders can do better at handling this. We can't be putting our head in the sand and say, because it's affecting your image too.
Okay, are you done?
Peace. Yes.
Yeah, look, the reality is this to Niger. You might argue with that and say it affects our image. Yeah, our image has been tarnished, so on and so forth. But the reality is this. A lot of the things the South Africans are complaining about are true. And as much as our own government needs to take accountability, your own governments in the countries you come from also need to do the same. Sure, we could have had stronger borders, and that's what's happening. That's what the push is for, mass deportations of people who are illegally here. That's what we're pushing for. Stronger borders, making it hard for people to come into the country illegally.
Including Europeans.
Everybody, including Asians. Asians as well, especially Asians. Europeans won't come here at the same
Please put the emphasis on them then if you want to do that. Let's see. So, because my concern is that
hold on,
Africans are feeling that you are punching down.
You stop. Look, the reality is this. They're also being deported. But the majority, like let's say 90-something% of people from other African countries. 9 out of 10 times people come here come from poor countries, and they're not the top achievers of those countries. It's just the reality. When they come here to survive. Causes problems. Many of them had to lead to crime. It causes problems. So nothing good was ever gonna come for that. It's just the reality.
Okay, we're gonna let Guardian go ahead. Thanks for calling in.
Oh, thank you, and peace to the chat. Thank you. So my point of view on this is I do think South Africa gets a lot of hatred, and I'm starting to it's something that I didn't see before, but I'm starting to see it now. So, all right, I'm not going to speak against Pan-Africanism because I think we need to work together if we're going to get out of the situation that we're in as a collective on the globe. But I feel like some people who push Pan-Africanism sometimes are short-sighted on, like, for example, basically any house has a certain amount of resources. So South Africa is a house. The people of South Africa, they built South Africa. Of course, they had a lot of course, there was a coalition to fight against the whites who had South Africa. But ultimately, the people there, they stood, they fought, they died for their country. The Zulu were fighting back for hundreds of years. They sacrificed a lot to get to where they are. And I feel like how some South Africans feel is that, one, people don't respect the struggle that they went through. They don't respect the fight that they went through. They don't respect the blood that they shed to get to where they are. They think because other people look at them and say, oh, the whites gave you everything. No, the whites didn't give them everything. They fought extremely hard to get to where they are. That's one. Two, I think I understand now, because the media shows one point of view as far as like maybe people getting upset, and I don't think it shouldn't lead to bloodshed. So like if there's people in there and then the so-called xenophobic attacks, I don't know the full backstory to it, but I understand that, and that people are like, what? Why are they attacking their own black people? But on the flip side, I understand if you flood a country of limited resources, even though South Africa might be in a better position than a lot of other countries, if you flood them and then things get hard and everything, they're telling, all right, it's coming to problem, it's going to come to problem, then I could see where they're going through their issues. Especially if people don't respect the people that's there in the first place. Like if I'm here in South Africa and now people are they just see me as South African and say, oh, you kiss up to white man. You hate you are they saying all this stuff to you. It's like, why you talking about me like this inside my home? And so I understand some of the frustration that some South Africans go through. I'm not gonna justify any murders. I'm not gonna justify any attacks on other black people that's in the country or anything like that. I'm not justifying any of that. But I do understand how some South Africans feel, because I have seen certain people from say like some of the craziest things about them. So I understand, and now they feel like they're defending themselves. And then it's like when they finally get to the point where they feel like they want to defend themselves, they're like, well, we're all black. You're supposed to be my brother. We're all black, but you just smacked me in my face like a million different times. I'm supposed to just stand down. So I kind of understand how a lot of South Africans feel now. But I feel like we need to be able to look past certain things. Sometimes if you have a brother and a sister, you're in a household, and then your sister might say something foul to you or whatever, we gotta figure out a way to you gotta work through these issues that we're having. And I think panels like this and discussions like this are important because we are able to bring our perspective to the table. But I feel like, this thing, we gotta work through these things. But I understand how a lot of South Africans are feeling as far as that goes.
Okay, thank you. No, I definitely agree.
Yeah, I get that. But like I've stressed it to Josie before, and that the government is in their hands, because this look is affecting the ones that leave the country. Because I was here in the UK and I was asking a South African that I know what is going on. He was like, "This is what is happening." And he actually said things that are even more derogatory about South Africans. So, how do other people manage it? Europeans, they have more migration. Americans have more migration. They should learn from that, and other African countries should, like that other South African man. He spoke very well, actually. That we Africans should learn some of the things that Africans have done well, and vice versa. This is the kind of stuff that works. The law enforcement in South Africa, if they have a problem with, let's say, Nigerians, they should work with law enforcement in Nigeria. This is what is common sense to do, instead of it spilling over on the streets and South Africans looking bad overseas, people actually dying, shops, businesses being destroyed. All this didn't need to happen, and it's a failure of leadership in the end.
Okay.
I understand your point, Nigel, too. I feel like I understand your point too. I understand your point too. It shouldn't get to the brutality of it. But I think that there needs to be more of a focus in general on every nation building up their nation at this point, instead of But I know it's dire straits. So it's like, you could say that, but if I'm in an extreme situation and I need to leave, then what for you to tell me anything? So I understand that, but there needs to be more. I don't know. There needs to be from leadership on. There needs to be more effort in each nation building itself up so people don't have to leave. So then you wouldn't have the situation with the South Africans feeling where they're feeling they're feeling flooded, I guess, is what they're saying.
Yeah. Sylvan, Robert, you can go ahead. Thanks for calling in.
Don't talk no shit now.
No,
I
speak
know,
your truth.
I know that's the reason why Brian also.
Yeah, when you came on here, I had to come on here. I had to
Yeah.
counteract you.
Okay, South Africa. South Africa. I have lived in South Africa, and I can say it's very hard. It's very difficult to find South Africans. It's very, very difficult. They have a lot of good people too there. At the same time, I was deported from South Africa.
Oh my
Yes.
god.
Oh yes, I
Immigration
was.
did its job.
Yes, I
I
was
hear that.
deported from South Africa, but in my case, I was having a residency permit. I was having a residency permit, but I was deported. But that doesn't make it look make me hate South Africans though, because the same people also did good too as well. They were very supportive too as well,
Bro.
and I wouldn't say they are bad people. It's just individual emotions that sometimes makes these kind of situations of xenophobia happens and stuff like that. But I think we as Africans we have to try as much as we can to try not to be so emotional about things, but rather try to focus on how to like how to grow together and stuff like that. And to Niger, I really like Niger's energy on the part of the fight. We shouldn't just be like submissive and then allow some things to just go on like that. I 100% agree with to Niger, but the South African part again. Uh, South Africans, they have a lot of bad name outside. Let me just say this: they have a lot of bad name outside, but the whole thing is about the xenophobia attacks and stuff like that, guys. Each and every single me, I was deported. I had my residency permit. I was deported. I was living in Eastern Cape, and I was even working for one correction facility in what do you call it in Humtata. But I was deported by one immigration officer who just took my passport and then removed my residency permit from my what do you call it from my passport. He just looked at me direct and said, "We gave you the residency permit and we are taking it." So there is a lot. There is a lot. If somebody doesn't come out to say what's real, like the reality on ground, a whole lot of people might think, yeah, for real, it's people hate South Africans and stuff like that. But me, I don't still hate South Africans. I still love South Africans because uh, I can say because of what happened. So therefore, they are all the same people because I had the support since day one, and what happened to me also happened to a whole lot of people that I know. I'm Ghanaian. I have seen a lot of Nigerians too were who went through the same situation, that xenophobic attack, and there is a lot of things like that. But we shouldn't just look at that side and then quickly draw conclusions about South Africans. They are nice people. They have a lot of nice people over there, and we should try as much as we can to we should talk about this the way they behave when most of them behave. I won't say they because if I say they, a whole lot of people will draw the conclusion that I'm trying to put the whole South Africans in. I would just say this: we should try as much as we can as Africans to work on this part so that there wouldn't be so much confusion. And yeah, but apart from that, South Africans they are very very nice people. If not for
these xenophobic attacks and stuff like that. But they are nice people. But even though with that too, I think there is a reason behind what is this xenophobic attack too as well. And there is a lot of truth about South Africans, like about most South Africans. I won't say all of them. There is a lot of truth. Uh, they don't like working, and when they see someone working, like a foreigner working and making ends meet, it becomes problem. I have witnessed a whole lot of hatred attacks because I was living in the typical zone of like where like you hardly see foreigners and stuff like that. I was living in a place called Humtata. In Humtata, I was living in a place called Ingangalizwe, and
How could you
those
say all
places.
of them? How could you say all of them when you are into the country? It's not. If it was all of them, you would have been out the country a long time ago.
That is why I'm saying I'm not saying all of the South Africans, but most.
Yeah, but you need to clarify it for me. I'm South
Yeah.
African. You need to
You understand?
clarify that. Like, what
Yeah,
do you
need
mean
to clarify that. You need to clarify that shit because that's what they say about us in the United States.
Yeah,
and I
you
take
need to
offense to
really
that.
clarify it.
Yeah,
Really,
that
really
is
need to
why
clarify.
I don't use they. I always like to use most.
But you said
understand? Because I have
most.
lived
You said
in,
most. That's like
You
80 and
said
90%
most.
of the country. You would have been out the country already, done.
Relax.
No, just
Most is
no.
51%,
Elaborate.
actually.
Well, that's still not most,
I
though.
can,
I mean, you would have been out the country already, even if it was 51% of the population.
I can say few because what I have witnessed a lot of bad stuffs. You understand? Like I was working with some correction officer, sorry, a correction facility in what do you call it? In give me the name, in Queenstown.
In Queenstown, okay.
Yeah, in Queenstown. It's close to Humtata. I was living. I had, like I said, a lot of foreigners went through what I went through, but that doesn't make me draw conclusions about South Africans. You understand? There is a time where a South African will see you and ask you, "You are from Africa? Are you from Africa? How did you come to South Africa?" You know, like there are a lot of questions that you get from your own black South African people, which you'd be like, "Really? Are you getting this kind of question?" You understand? But that's not the matter. We shouldn't draw conclusions about the whole South Africans or something. You understand? Because there are good ones. There are, like, when I say there are good ones, super good ones, because I personally I know a lot of good ones. Like the place I was living in Hintata, I was living there for free. When I went to Durban, I was living there for free. When I was in Johannesburg, Kempton Park, I was living there for free. When I left to what do you call it, Bloemfontein, I was living there too for free. So like, there are a lot of good ones, but you know, the few bad ones are making they are bringing all these problems. It's like most Ghanaians will say, why are Nigerians are like that? But me, I wouldn't ever see Nigerians to be bad people. You understand what I'm saying? Like, it's both sides. It goes like that. It goes like that. But we as Africans, we shouldn't quickly draw conclusions about our fellow Africans like that. That is why it's difficult for us to unite or to make Pan-Africanism real. That is why I always say it's a joke. Like Pan-Africanism, it doesn't exist. It's it's just a language like Pan-Africa. You understand? Like a whole lot of, like a whole lot of things are going on. Even within us Africans, we have a lot to try and then fix. You understand? But we shouldn't. We should just try as much as we can. This is even the time, the best time for us to try and then not to hate, but rather try and then see the good side too as well. Because I'm saying this from my own experience. I have seen a lot of bad things when I was in South Africa, towards the foreigners. But even with that, I wouldn't say they are bad people. Like I said, I had my residence permit. Immigration officer took my passport and then just removed it. I ended up in Lindela. If you are South African, you know Lindela, right?
Yeah, I've heard about it. That's where
Yes,
they put
I
all
was.
the illegal
Yeah,
foreigners.
I went to jail for 3 months.
Hey.
After jail for 3 months, I was sent to Lindela. I was in Lindela for getting to 4 months, and I had to buy my own ticket back to Ghana. And yes, they have some name, like they call you like, oh, chief, like, as you know, it's like a from full respect. You get all of this. I have been through the worst. I was jailed for 3 months, and I did nothing. I was just trying to defend one foreigner. That's all. Because the guy was having a, what do you call it, an asylum document, and they were trying to harass him. So I was trying to help the guy out. So I fell into the same trap. I think we were about 4 people who fell into it. 2 Zimbabweans, one Mozambican, and myself, and the guy who they also arrested. So this matter of people saying South Africans are like this towards foreigners, it's, let me just say, it's 60 to 70% true. You understand? Because I have seen it, I have had that experience, but I won't say because of that South Africans are like that. You understand? Like they are all like, no, they are not like that. They have good people. They have people who will stand for you too as well in this kind of situation too as well. And look, it is just complicated. We shouldn't just draw conclusion about them. They are nice people. It's just like the way in the West Africa to a whole lot of West Africans, when they hear the word Nigeria, they'll act some kind of way. Like in Ghana, a whole lot of people be like, Nigerians are like this, Nigerians are like that. When I was in Ghana, I had a whole lot of Nigerian friends, and they were the ones who even supported me much more than my own Ghanaian people. Like they gave me businesses and stuff like that, and so it happens everywhere, and we cannot quickly draw conclusions about them. They have their thoughts about foreigners, but we shouldn't make that look so, I don't know the word I'm going to use. I like to say fact, guys. You know me. It's because of me, Rian. Brian also joined there. He wanted me to say something so that he can just come in. But today I'm simply here to talk about this South Africa hatred thing. A whole lot of Africans don't like South Africans. That one is just is fact. It's there. They don't like South Africans for so many of these xenophobic attack reasons and stuff like that. But guys, South Africans are nice people, so we shouldn't just draw conclusion just because of what is going on. It is just fact. It is fact that they are doing bad stuffs. Most of them are doing bad stuffs. I won't say all of them. Most of them are doing bad stuff.
God help me if you are a character weakness for me. I got this guy. You will finish.
Yes, I was.
This
I
guy's a
was
character
deported.
weakness for you.
I told you
You
they
better
took my passport and then they take the
digging
visa.
your grave.
Yes, he took my passport and said, "Look, we gave you the residency permit. We are taking the residency permit from you," and he teared the residency permit in my passport. He teared it.
Wow. That's
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm
So
telling
what?
you, it's real.
that's mean though. That's
And
mean. That's
and I
harsh.
was banned from going to South Africa, or from even transiting through South Africa. I was banned. Like I bought a ticket. I was going to Ghana. I bought South African Airlines. When I reached Sao Paulo, they told me that I cannot go through South Africa because I have been blacklisted.
What?
After me having my residency permit legit in South Africa, I was deported. Look, it is a lot, but we cannot just.
It seems like you get deported everywhere you go.
Okay, let me ask a question to the man from Ghana.
Yeah.
Do you guys, the African people over there, do they have like lawyers represent advocating for them? Do they have an organization that advocates for them?
Okay, organizations, we have them, but we don't have these lawyers and, like most of us from West Africa, we are not so much, like in the beginning, somebody was talking about education. I think one South African guy was talking about some education stuff. We are not so much into this kind of lawyer thing, and you understand what I'm saying? Like, we are not so much into this kind of thing. So any problem, if you are not lucky, then trust me, you are going to smell it. And a lot of us have been through like this kind of situation. I remember one.
That is mean.
I remember one Nigerian guy who I met in Lindela. I met him in Ghana. He was we had something we call space to space. African Millionaire, I don't know if you know about space to space.
Nope.
They sell credit, like they sell credits on the roadside when like you don't have credit, you go there and then you tell them to you want to buy credit.
Top up?
Yeah, we call it space to space. It was MTN. It was space to space. MTN. Yeah. So I met that guy, that Nigerian guy. I met him in Ghana. I was with him in Lindela and I met him in Ghana, Accra Post Office. He was working over there and he also went through the same problem that I went through. He owned a saloon. In his case, he owned a saloon. And they took his passport and they took his permit, his work permit, his permit that he's using, they took it from him and then they deported him too as well.
So what happened to his property?
So why did he get deported?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Why did he get deported? I don't understand.
Yeah, he also said something about they came to his barbering shop. He owned the saloon. So when normally they come there and then they take money. You understand? Like when they come, you have to settle them something, even though you are legit. Especially this happens a lot to Nigerian people. A lot. So that day he didn't have money. That day he didn't have money. That was where he had the problem, and he ended up being deported. So there is a lot of
Josie Code. You see why?
Well, that's not the only place he got deported at. Niger. He got deported at, and also in Europe. He got deported at in South Africa.
I was deported.
Europe is different, isn't it?
No,
You're
it's not
going to
no
compare
different.
Europe to
No
South
different.
Africa.
When you're deported,
everywhere.
That's just as simple as
Yes, I had a lot of deportation, my guys.
If you break the law, you get deported.
He have a history of deportation. So
yeah, I have a lot.
History of deportation is different from
no, it's no
European
different.
to South Africa.
How
can you say? Are you going to sit there and tell me that because this thing Europeans this thing
not only in Europe,
Africans,
not only in Europe,
it's okay for
not only Europe, even in the Caribbean, a lot of Africans get deported. What are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about
on
him.
African soil. On African soil, man.
On African soil.
The Caribbean majority black
country.
Okay,
people live in an island and you get deported.
One mic. Okay, thank you. So we're gonna continue with the panel. So Chillins and Grits, you can go ahead.
Hey, how you doing, the panel? I got on here because of Mr. Brazil got on here about Orama. However, just to to Niger point, the Filipinos are a bad example, bro. Don't use the Filipinos in the same category as Koreans, South Koreans, Japanese, and Chinese. They're like, I hate to use this expression, they're like the lowest of the low among Asian people in the Asian world. I mean,
that's bad
in the Middle East.
Bro.
Huh?
That's bad to say. You're talking about millions of people, bro.
What I'm saying is this. I mean, in the Middle East, you see a lot of them work in those serving positions. That's just facts. If you go to Saudi Arabia, if you go to UAE, even if you go to Yemen and Egypt, they're usually working as house servants or what have you. It was to the point in their government, people were complaining about people getting abused among these different countries. it became so like a major international issue. Bad example. But going back as far as what Guardian said, I totally agree with everything you said.
Hey, like,
It was
I
on
have a
point.
lot of Filipino friends, bro. Like,
Right,
I
right.
have
I'm
a
sorry
lot
to
of
say that,
Filipino
but
friends.
I do too. Even some Filipinos would even tell you that, bro. Go to Saudi Arabia and you will see that reality. Go to the UAE.
Oh, I
you
know
will see
it's
that
like
reality.
one thing I know about Filipinos. I think they're
Very
like the
nice
niggas
people.
of
Very nice
Asia.
people.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. I mean, I'm not going to even tell you what East Asians here in the United States say about them. You know, that's neither here or there. But going back to what the Guardian said, you know, I totally agree with everything you said. You was on point in regards to South Africa. You know, and it seems like South Africans kind of like understand African Americans a lot better in comparison to other continental Africans. That's just fact. Also, you know, we have taken consideration during the apartheid era, the South African government took the playbook of Jim Crow law and also Latin American racial categories and exported that shit over there. That's just the fact of the matter. But you know, we should not. You know, the biggest thing what I hate is when people never go to a country and they feel that they know the country better than the locals themselves. Even though, you know, we might go by, you know, as far as what we see in statistics or what have you. Not everything is what it might appear to be. Also, in regards to the whole xenophobia attack and this and that, you know, what I find ironic, many people are still trying to migrate into South Africa. They're not trying to migrate to countries like Malawi or any of the other nations, you know, whatnot. They go straight to South
Why should they?
Africa.
Those countries are poor. I mean, like,
Right, exactly.
let's be real. Let's be real,
That's what
man.
I'm talking
Like,
about.
you know,
I'm not blocking you. I'm not talking over you.
yeah.
I'm just
No,
saying.
sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you, but like I just wanted to just to make a point real
Right.
quick.
I got
You
you.
know, like this whole thing about Africans always saying, "Oh, South Africa this, South Africa that," like hating on South Africans and calling South Africans xenophobic and all of that. Like they have no right to talk about South Africa because at the end of the day, they go into their country.
Exactly.
Like how you gonna talk about anybody when you go into their country? South Africa are not going to Nigeria. I've lived in America for so long. I've never met one single South African, and I could tell you, I met dozens. I met like almost all over other Africans in America, except South Africans. You never see them outside their country. You know, the only time you
I
see
would
South
say
Africans, it's like when you go to college, when you go like school. That's the only time you meet South African. I've
right.
never met a South African in my entire life.
Only South Africans I met were either white. I met.
Oh yeah.
I met.
Yeah. The
I met
whites,
a
the whites.
couple of-
I forgot about them. Yeah, they migrated here
Right.
a lot.
Right.
And they call themselves African Americans too, which is so annoying.
Right.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of them. Yeah.
I met a couple of coloreds, and I could say honestly, as far as Black South Africans I met, besides a photographer who had me do some modeling stuff back in the day, Bantu Images, I only met two.
Yeah, I got a question for the South African guys in the panel.
But let me finish my statement. But
okay.
At the end of the day, I have nothing but love for South Africa. I have nothing but love for Africans in general. I never really had any issues with other Africans in general.
Only me.
No. Actually, you'd be honest. No, you're good. Actually, you're good. But my own people, I usually have more problems with than anybody else. Unfortunately, it's usually people within your own house you have more problems with than people who live outside of your house. But other than that, I have, like I said, no type of hatred. And I have to admit, Amatima Royalty, you sound like a Baptist preacher back in the old days from the South. I have to admit, like the old timer African Americans, you kind of speak just like that. Your accent sound exactly like that. It's crazy.
Okay, can I just react to something you said about the Filipinos? You see, this is the point. When I made that point, I was saying how they are militarily readier than us, and it still stands. If you look at their numbers, they are even more militarily ready than South Africans.
Oh, you're talking about as far as
the Filipinos themselves? They have altogether.
You talking about military, or you talking about economic index?
Can I finish my point?
Go ahead.
They have altogether 700,000 military personnel. That's including their reserves.
Okay.
South Africa, they have about 40,000. Active personnel and 12,000 reserve. That is the Filipino, the lowest of the lowest. You're calling the lowest of the lowest.
Lowest of the lowest is what I'm talking about when you have pimping half of your citizens are leaving your country just to make ends meet. That's just facts. That's just facts. That's just facts. Being in the military myself, being a serviceman myself who served in the United States military, being a serviceman myself, I see them consistently when I was in, the Arab world, working as servant position and asking me to help them sponsor to come to the United States.
That is not a measure of the lowest because
that is a measurement. I mean, how many Chinese people did I see working in the Arab world, working as servants, working as that? Hardly nothing, none.
See,
how many Black South Africans are seen in the Arab world? Hardly none.
See, if you are correct, I will let you talk. But please let me talk.
No, I am correct because I lived it, brother. I've been there.
I'm not arguing that point with you.
I've been there, not lived there live, but been to those parts of the world.
Okay.
Hey, I have to agree with my black brother here, man. He knows
when
what
you're
he's talking
finished.
about. He lived in those Arab countries. To Niger, you haven't. So
can I finish my point, please?
Let's finish.
Americans, if you say that, I can say, Americans are the lowest of the lowest because with all their wealth and all the rest, 40,000 people die a year from gun-related violence. How can they not figure that one out?
No, that's a totally different issue, bro. I mean, a lot of Americans are not going to the Arab world to work. A lot of Americans are not going to those parts of the world.
Because you are choosing your own metrics.
I mean, that's the metrics I'm measuring it, bro. Most Americans do not travel outside of the United States to get a job. That's just facts.
But the point that I was making,
stick with the facts. Let's stick with the facts of the economics.
Should have addressed
the economics
between the
Philippines and also between
anybody can pick anything they like. See, anybody can pick anything they like.
It's not pick. It's just facts, brother. It's just facts. It's just facts.
I was talking about
facts. I deal with facts.
Defensive.
How many Americans gonna go to
another country
and work?
Unbelievable. I've never seen him like this.
A lot of Americans, because there's so many Americans in the world. Like, what's the
right? What I'm saying is, as far
population?
I'm saying the cream of the, the majority of the population. Most Americans can't even tell you. I hate to say it, where the Philippines or where Saudi Arabia on the map.
But because they don't have passports.
A lot of Filipinos here, though. Like, I think there's
most Americans don't have passports.
Say what?
Even that
most Americans don't have passports.
Right. We're the lowest readiness
than we do. The lowest of the lowest in Asia has more readiness than we do. One of the best countries on our continent.
That's not true. That's not fact. That's not a fact, bro. That's not true.
If you factor in Egypt into that mix, if you factor in Egyptians to that mix,
I just gave you the numbers. I said
it doesn't matter,
one
bro.
of the best countries on the continent.
Philippines is not more powerful than South Africa. I have a question for South African guys.
Yeah, go ahead. What's your question?
So, I've been listening to this and, I've been hearing all over the internet every time, there's kind of these type of panels. I've noticed this, South Africans have a huge problem with the Nigerian immigrants coming to their country. And then most of the time, when they don't have Nigerians as a people, they have problem with the Nigerian criminals that bring in drugs and selling drugs in their country. So the question that I wanted to ask South African guys is like, what's the issues that you guys have with East Africans? Because it looks like the East Africans just go there to open up shops in the townships in the poor areas. Like what are some? I'm just trying to understand what are some of the problems that East Africans. When I say East Africans, I mean like Ethiopians and Somalians. What are the problems that they bring to your country? Can somebody please explain?
Look, I was away. Please repeat the question.
Oh, my question was I've been listening panels like this when there's always this type of issues about Nigerians in South Africa, and then most of the time the people from South Africa complain about Nigerians because they say Nigerians bring a lot of drugs into their country, do a lot of criminal activities. So my question was, what are some of the issues that East Africans bring to your country, like Ethiopians or Somalians?
Okay. Well, with East Africans, slightly a bit different. The only issue that people have is that some of the shops that they have sold fake products to South Africans, and some South Africans have gotten ill. But that's not really the major issue with them. I don't think there's even a huge issue with East Africans.
Yeah,
The
there's no
reality,
issue.
no, never mind the
Yeah,
fake products
no,
that are being sold. Hold on, let me just
I'm
finish.
agreeing with you.
Sure, okay. The main, never mind that whole thing. I think the main issue, the main thing is that you get caught up in the violence. Unfortunately, many other Africans get caught up in xenophobic violence. That's why I don't like xenophobic violence. It starts off as targeting people who are involved in criminal activity, and it escalates into something else. Everybody that isn't South African ends up being targeted, unfortunately. Never mind the fake product thing. They're not really seen as much of a threat in my own.
All right, thank you for explaining, man. Cause like I've seen some xenophobic attacks in the. You guys always complain about Nigerians because of drugs, like, but I've never seen South Africans complaining about East Africans about anything, you know. And it seems like some East Africans getting attacks too. But I just wanted to know what was the main issue. But thanks for explaining. So you're basically saying there's no issues. They just get caught up, you know, in the violence, you know, because when something happens, then people just attack everybody who's not South African. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Bullet, did you have
They
wait,
have
Bullet,
actually gone after
wait, Bullet, did you have anything to add to that?
To what Josie said.
To the question that is
Yeah,
blocked.
I just wanted to say that even when you check the South African townships, you will get the spaza shops, the mini markets. You will get that East Africans are running the spaza shops, and they are renting for they are paying rent to black people, and then you'll get Mozambicans, you'll get Congolese, but you'll never find a West African in a South African township. I don't know, is it because they are scared of xenophobia, or maybe they are not into the type of businesses that I've been talking about?
That's interesting. So most
That
as if
makes sense because
they fear for their safety.
And
that makes sense.
I'm assuming that to the South Africans, I'm assuming you can't tell the difference between the
Yeah,
West Africans, right?
yeah, between Nigerians and people from Ghana, I we can't tell the difference. But even when you talk, you sound the same. But someone from Kenya, Somalia, Ethiopia, North Africans, we can tell the difference. But West Africans, most of us, we classify you as Nigerians.
Okay,
Oh,
so
okay.
the other question that I want to ask is like, you know, I live in America. I'm American citizen, but you know, I'm originally from Somalia, and sometimes I watch. We have actually a Somali local TV here,
Okay.
two satellite dish, and then sometimes I see some Somalis in South Africa, like especially in those townships, especially you know those guys that are running the shops, and
Yeah, yeah.
they're marrying local women, like it's mostly is Costa women. So like, can you talk more about that?
Uh, I'm not sure that it's mostly Xhosa, but they are marrying South African women, and you'll never hear us saying that Somalis are taking our women. So
Yeah, it's always Somali guys and South African women. I've never seen South African guys and Somali women. Like, why is it like that? I don't understand.
there I really do not know why, but I think one of the factors is uh, when a Somali person comes here, they are working, they open a shop, and once they are able to take care of themselves, they bring in their wives, or they get a wife from the South African population. So it's rare where you would find a single Somalian lady would come to South Africa and open a business. It's always the guy.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
From my point of view, the Nigerians, I think it's a mixed reasons why they dislike West Africans. Part of it is that we have a lot of numbers. Part of it is some of them are involved in crime, which is real. It's not made up. And others are just about socialization. You know, some Nigerians are a little bit over the top. Even to Nigerians, you know, many Nigerians avoid Nigeria just for the heat that is in Nigeria alone. So I can see why foreigners will find that a little bit too much of a people, so loud and everything else. So my take, I keep repeating this. My take is that Nigerians go to European countries too. Nigerians go to America too. Nigerians go to China too. So if all these people can manage it, why are we not managing it better? Because it's not a very good look that the Middle East, where some countries are, you know, have millions of refugees, and these countries are small. Look at Jordan, small country. Check how many refugees have fled into Jordan, Lebanon. You never get this type of events.
Tunisia, can I just enter the? It's just a short answer. Can I?
Yeah,
okay.
of course. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sure when we were talking, Lozi mentioned something. In South Africa, we have a history of mob justice. Even for South African, if you are a problematic South African, let me say, you always maybe take things from people. You know the typical characteristics of a problematic person. We will report you to the police continuously, and we will have an end point. And once the community reaches the point where they've had enough with you, they will typically group and go to where you live, and they will solve the matter by themselves. So I think that is why most of the time when we get together, we tend to take the law into our own hands. It's because of the history of mob justice.
You see, I think let me just address this one quickly. You see that mob justice argument. I would have been, you know, if that was true, I would have said, okay, good, mob justice. How about visiting it on the people that are oppressors, the ones that have oppressed you for hundreds of years? Have you ever done that? So even the recent riots, the recent unrest they had in South Africa, most of the people that were armed are the Indians and the coloreds and the white people. They were the ones that were armed. They were literally shooting at. There are videos of them shooting at South Africans, and when they came out, they are not armed, while the other groups are fully armed to the teeth. This mob justice seems to be on one side, and you ignore the other side.
Okay, Tunaja, you made your point. Can I just add? So this issue of illegal immigrants in South Africa, it's not specifically targeted at African migrants. The bigger problem is other countries are not sending their poor migrants to South Africa, whereas almost all African countries are sending their poor people to South Africa, people who live among the poor. The poor don't live among the whites or the Indians who are rich, and even black rich South Africans don't live among the poor. So the poor people are the ones that are taking the illegal or the immigrants in general. These people, they attack their closest victim. They don't care about your skin color. They even attack Pakistanians, the Ethiopians, the Somalis, as the other guy mentioned. You guys have this, you are making up stories that we are targeting the Africans. What kind of migrants are your country sending to South Africa? That's the question we should be asking ourselves.
Can I say something to Naja before you speak?
Indians is the opposite that we've seen. I've not seen them target Indians. Is the opposite that is happening. I've seen Indians burning buildings and shooting at black passengers in cars.
I think I'm beginning to feel. I'm beginning to see some kind of mentality, and that is growing between some. I'm seeing some kind of correlation. I'm trying to understand why. If you see like South Africans, you see like African Americans, they have this same narrative of these people are coming to take over jobs. So I'm beginning to think people that are growing under white people, I think they've developed some kind of hatred for their own African brothers. Because if you look how South Africans they think the same like these AOJ's people. So I ask myself, why are they so the same? Why do they have the same talking point? I'm trying to say, maybe because of these white people that they're under them is giving them this hate. They want to see themselves as white people. Wait, I might be wrong because because I see South Africa to be very, very xenophobic. No matter how they're trying to play it, no, we are not this. Maybe they have some particular reason for doing that to Nigerians, but as a whole, they are xenophobic because illegal immigrants are not going only to South Africa. There's a lot of illegal immigrants to so many other African countries who are not even doing good as South Africa. They're even worse. Their economic is worse and everything is worse. But you don't make your point. You don't listen to them. So my point is, you are just being xenophobic for no good reason. You know,
then don't come to our country. It's simple. Don't come to our country. It's really that simple. We are xenophobic. Don't come to South Africa.
Well, I'm not coming to South Africa. You know,
that's the message.
Listen.
Dan to travel African about the whole ADOS movement. And
I'm not.
Let me just make a statement. Tariq Ashi.
I have a statement too. I'll speak for myself. I'll speak for myself afterwards.
All right. You know, outside the internet, if you talk to the rank and file African American in the streets, you know, specifically like in LA, even if in places like, you know, maybe New York and New Orleans or Atlanta, what have you, if you ask them what ADOS is and all this other stuff, they're not going to know what you're talking about. I would say 90% of the people will not know what you're talking about. With that Tariq Hashid thing, it's an internet thing and not a real life thing. See, what we have to do is we have to separate ourselves from the internet, even though, you know, he does have traction on the internet versus reality.
Well, can I just interject there? You know, the way I don't want to talk about FBM and FBA, but the way they talk, they don't have the power. You understand? South Africans, black South African in South Africa, the majority, they have the power. They can go attack and nothing is going to happen. But ADOS or FBA cannot do that. If they attack a foreigner, they're going to prison or the government is going to hit on them hard. I think they have the will, but they don't have the power. And they know that. I think that's the difference. If they had the power,
can I respond?
They would do harm to Africans. Not like
they will. To be perfectly honest with you, we do have the will.
Listen, bro.
We do have the will to do that. But
did you live in the U.S. for any period of time? Are you speaking from like first-hand knowledge or what? Did you live in the U.S.?
No, he's speaking from the internet. That's what he's.
Where do you live, bro?
Well, I visit America often. I live in Italy, but I have family in America.
How long were you in America when you visited?
What's your point? You're trying to say I don't know.
Well, I gotta know how long you live so I can know what you're basing your statements on.
I just come spontaneously, like some few weeks ago. More
weeks. Have you had any issues with any Black Americans in person when you was in the USA?
No, but my family have got.
So you haven't. So I could speak on. So no. All right. I'll let other brothers. You can speak, bro.
Okay.
And I'll respond afterwards.
I want to respond, and
yes, sir. You can go, bro.
This is gonna be very important. Back to South Africa. So let's make this clear. South Africa has been a target here. Let's make a typical example. If you look at Somalia now, or Ethiopia, or Nigeria, I'm gonna give example with Nigeria. More than 200 people were butchered in a village in North Nigeria around December last year. During any xenophobic attack in South Africa, never has more than 100 lives were lost.
Please, don't compare xenophobic with Islamic terrorism.
I'm making a point. I'm making
two
a point.
Different things.
No. You know I'm making a point.
Listen to Lozi.
So why are we why are we picking the suffering or the killings of Africans among each other, and we are always loud about xenophobic in South Africa? What do you call when another tribe? What do you call when another tribe butcher another tribe in large numbers? You guys never discuss that.
No one is saying it's wrong. Look,
it hardly happens.
Listen.
No, you listen to me. I'm still making a point. Xenophobia hardly happens. It happened, I think, 3 times or 2 times. You guys butcher each other in and out. In the villages, 200 people die. Nobody is ever gonna call you and discuss that. We are always discussing
you are really slow, or you just want to
So I
insult.
don't get it.
What you are saying doesn't make sense. When there is a conflict going on, when there is a conflict going on, you are saying people are not talking about it. What is that all about?
You're not
What he
hating
is
a
saying
specific
is that
group.
they are talking about a
You are not-
specific
you are not-
thing.
you
This
are
is
not
not
hating a specific
xenophobia is
group
not
for
the
it.
same as tribal
Thank you.
conflict. It's like
I
saying
don't know
that
what he's
it's
trying
like
to
saying that
compare.
Americans killing themselves with gun and this thing gun violence. Let another country go and kill 10 Americans. You see what the Americans will do to you. But yet they kill themselves at 40,000, almost 40,000 almost every year. So
Do you hate,
go and try
do you hate
doing that to
Fulani
Americans,
headsmen?
you find out
Do
the
you
difference.
hate Fulani? Do you hate Fulani headsmen who go around butchering people with
I
their
think
cows?
That is a
You
domestic
specifically target
issue.
them and hate them.
That is a domestic. Stop making unnecessary
Thank you.
excuses.
What?
South
South
Africans have
Africans,
crime in South Africa too. That's a domestic issue. This one is just a specific thing where you target foreigners. That
Look,
is the point
if
they
you
are
go
making.
to Nigeria, if you go to Nigeria, Nigerians are complaining that your problem is Nigerians. They're complaining about your government, complaining about the politician. You will never hear Nigerians say our problems are foreigners. That's my problem. You come to my country, they will say, "Oh, our problem is our government." We've got foreigners, all African countries, but no one is complaining that your problems are foreigners coming in your countries. Why is South Africans the only one complaining?
You're not gonna do that because when Nigeria was doing good economically, they did Ghana must go, and it was brutal. And it was not video put on cameras at that time. So don't come here with
a
that.
retaliation thing. That was not an immigration issue.
No.
Okay, so this thing is just
It
about
also happened
Nigeria
with
because
Ghana and Nigeria.
That one was a retreat for that thing, and this is the thing Africans do. Where
it was
when we are
xenophobic.
supposed to know better, we are expelling our own.
that
and then
is
Nigerians
xenophobic.
retaliated
Look,
badly.
It was
I will not.
think
Yes,
Ghanaians
good.
can put enough pressure on Nigerian system for the Nigerian
No.
system to feel
Look,
that
guys.
the immigrants are causing problems.
See,
No.
Ghana must go is xenophobic. I will not say that's not. I will accept that is xenophobic as well.
Until African leaders deal with their mess and stop sending their poor people and dumping them on South Africa, xenophobic is going to keep happening. We're not addressing the root of the issue here.
It's your government.
It is wrong for you
Is
to
my government
come.
taking your people to South
It's your
Africa?
government. Your government should stop it from happening. They should stop people from coming in, one, or you make sure that the South Africans that are this is not well off, that are that they don't have a lot of resources, you move them on in the food chain. I keep giving you this example. You're supposed to be an intelligent man. How do you think Europeans have figured that one out?
Do you know how many resources we have to spend on the border and
You're just going to make excuses.
Is your Nigeria helping
The
us?
answer is right there. It's a sheet book. Look at how other countries
is your Nigeria helping with the resources to guard your own people who come here and do the problems, who come here illegal? Why is your government not stopping them? Because we spend our resources stopping these people.
And can I speak? There's this thing that most Nigerians like to say that our borders are weak. So I don't understand, why do they say our borders are weak? At least our borders are trying. Check Nigeria. In all the sides of Nigeria, Nigerians are just living without papers, heading into the sea.
True.
Seriously going in that direction.
They must fix their border so that the criminals can stay inside the country.
Yeah, I think I really believe that these people who've been growing with the Muzungus in their country, they've got developed some other kind of mental thinking that
maybe they want to turn white. Maybe they want to turn white. Some of all these people subliminally has a kind of divorced their own race already. They want to turn white on the inside. They are hoping that they mix with the white people and become white. Maybe that's what what's going on here, because this one not seen.
I think that's an unfair assessment right there.
Why can't people I can speak.
Because you're
I'll
not
speak
seeing
for
them
all
as
right.
your own people.
You talk while you're in UK, bro. You are
Speaking on
actually
behalf
willing
of Black
to tell us what
Americans, we don't see it that way.
That hot
You the
about
one who's in
Europeans
UK.
coming
People
to
need to take accountability for themselves as well. People keep talking about how these other groups of people need to do this, that, and the third. But the main thing is people not taking responsibility for their own lands as well, and then they rather just go to somewhere else. And then when they do that, they want to throw dirt on the people that's in that country. And that's what the South Africans are having a problem with. People like, oh yeah, we work hard. We working hard in South Africa. They are jealous of me. And then the South Africans are like, what? What are you talking about? We worked hard to even make this place a country that's free for us to get whatever little that we do have over there. So why are you saying that I don't work hard, or why are you throwing dirt on my South African people? So that's that. And this
And
thing like, oh, you
also
walk around with a white.
name calling like apartheid babies and stuff like that.
What the fuck? Like, of course they're gonna be upset.
I don't think anyone in your country doing well, they're gonna have issue with any foreigners coming in doing whatsoever they want to do.
Anybody is gonna have an issue with somebody coming to. If you have a mansion and somebody comes to your mansion and they spit on the ground, they smack you in the face, you're gonna be mad because you feel disrespected.
If
it doesn't matter what it is.
If I'm in my country, I'm doing well. I don't care about who foreigner is going to come, because if I'm doing well, I will put myself on a level where these foreigners would not be on the same level with them. But if I'm not doing well in my country and see someone comes in my country and trying to do better than me, I might feel jealous.
It's not about that.
It is about that.
It's not about that. It's not about that at all.
It is about that.
It's not about that at all.
I want to say something. I want to say something.
You don't know how much sacrifices these people really.
No. See, when we're talking about sacrifice, everyone knows what sacrifice the South Africans have gone through. But all these people today, they're not part of apartheid. They're young people. The young people, they came to South Africa when everything was already
But listen to me as
the forefathers fought for apartheid.
Just hold on. About
let me finish.
address this.
Come on,
people have made this statement about struggle before.
Let me just finish what I'm trying to say. So these young people, they have come to South Africa. I don't know why you are inheriting that apartheid history. You did not fight. Yeah.
So you're saying that the young people of South Africa then do damn shit and they
Wait, are you African American?
So who gives a fuck?
Wait, listen.
You're disrespecting their parents. You're disrespecting everything that they're going through at this very moment.
That's bullshit talking points.
No, it's not Addis. That's his facts, bro.
Listen, no.
That's complete disrespect to the people in South Africa right now. That's disrespect to them.
Listen to me.
Apartheid only happened. Finished about what?
Listen to me. Let me say this. My country, we've got people that fought the French. You've got they call them the Bassa. Listen to me.
You did not have racial segregation.
Listen to me. It's still a fight. Can you listen to me?
You did not have none of those things in Cameroon.
Can you stop? Let me talk. It's still fighting. They fought. They chop off your head, put them on sticks, and try to parade them in the whole of these countries. The whole of most of the towns. My country got its independence through these people fighting. But no one day they're gonna say, "Oh, my ancestors fought for my country to be liberated from French, and now you're doing this. You need to get out. You need to pay. You need to pay me because no, that is just to me. It doesn't make sense at all.
You cannot even compare it.
You cannot even compare it. It's just wrong. My point is, all African countries have their own struggle.
What happened to African Americans in the Deep South? There's no comparison to it.
Can I make this point about struggle, please?
I don't really know about all that. I'll speak on. If I speak, I'll speak on like America.
See, I was saying something earlier.
What South Africa happened, the Guardian is pretty much exactly the same thing. Our people.
Can I just say this one?
Almost identical. South Africans got it from the American playbook.
We've heard that you said it before. See, let me just say this one thing about this issue of struggles that people struggled. We struggled, but we have to remember it's not the same as defeating the enemy. The enemy just handed us a settlement that is not whole. This is what happened to almost all African countries. You didn't defeat them, you didn't kick them out like the way the Chinese did. It's not the same thing. So, and we have to keep that in mind. When we struggle, our struggle, and maybe that's why we are a little bit pacified, because we didn't really fight for our survival and kick them out. We have to keep that in mind.
Kick who out? We kick who out?
The oppressors.
You are in UK tonight.
You didn't defeat the
you are
white
speaking
people, did
from
you?
UK. You left Niger for UK. You
I was
left
talking
Nigeria
about,
for UK.
oh my God, you see what this guy is just
South
a troll,
Africans
really.
in the UK
He never
want
wants
to
to
do
address
that.
the point. He
The
just talk
South
about what happened in
Africans,
the UK.
South
But you're not
What's wrong
making
with you?
sense. You are in the
Africa
heart
wants
of
so
UK.
many of them. Don't think like
Niger.
Address the
Niger.
point. I just said your people didn't defeat the white people, so just as Nigerians didn't defeat the white people before they handed over.
So okay, so let's get back to the immigrant. No immigrant is entitled to South Africa. We make the rules in our country and we tell who we want, and that's coming from our experience. Now, this thing of people feeling entitled to South Africa, it's not going to happen. If we reject something, we reject it. Deal with it. It's our country. We make rules here.
Entitled to South Africa.
So you can talk all you want, you can talk the whole night, but at the end of the day, we're gonna make the rules. We're gonna bring the change in our country. It doesn't matter. It's pointless.
Make your rule.
You know to Niger, countries like Botswana, which is pretty much did it themselves. They're a lot more stringent in their immigration policies in comparison to South Africa.
Yeah,
true.
They do not let anyone in there. And then plus, and the thing is, the people in Botswana, before we say white people did it, no, they did it themselves.
True.
The British
You
didn't
can
do
compare.
nothing.
You can compare Botswana and Nigeria. Come on.
Well, what I'm saying is
what's the population of Botswana?
They pretty much get rejected. They pretty much very, very strict on immigration policies.
So South Africa's
a lot more liberal. South Africa's a lot more liberal.
I don't know why
examples are not good.
That's what I was saying. This talking point of South Africans are just the same, and this guy is just trying to solidify what I'm trying to say.
I'm just giving you an example of
another
who's in the same region of Southern Africa.
Your mindset
a lot more strict, very strict when it comes down to immigration. Very strict.
It is just like mind blowing that you listen to Africans talking about immigration. For me, it's just like it's really, really funny. You're talking about strict immigration in African countries. Come on,
every place in the world have an immigration policy.
I know.
Every place in the world have an immigration policy.
Africa is that is very Western. You have a very Western mindset. That's really Western mindset. Immigration.
Asian countries have immigration policies among each other. Europe have immigration. We in the Americas have an immigration. Definitely have an immigration policy.
America is a Western country. That's why I say it's a Western.
No, Americas. There's America and there's Americas.
What's that? What's America? What's America?
The Americas is North, South America, and the Caribbean.
Well, I'm talking about the United States. Let's talk about the United States.
When I say Americas, because we live in the American continent, I'm concluding all these nations and its diverse people. Various nations, I mean.
But what's the immigration got to do with the United States?
I mean, with immigration, what I'm saying is throughout this hemisphere where I live at, called the Americas, it's very strict immigration policies. Even countries in the Caribbean have very strict immigration policies.
Mexico has not got strict immigration policy, bro. What are you talking about?
Well, I'm talking about places like Barbados.
Okay, now you want to choose. I thought you said the Americas. I talk about Mexico.
Barbados
you say no.
is part of the Americas, bro. We're in the same hemisphere.
No. I know, but I was talking about all Americas. But I said Mexico. You said no. Barbados. You had to say no, not Mexico. Now you went to Barbados.
Mexico too, but they actually sending people back.
Come on.
I mean, that's what I'm saying is every country has
every country has got
against their own people. If in the UK now, I know people that if they want to go and resettle in Australia, they can do it easily. Good luck trying that from any other
because they're part of the British Crown. They part of the
I think we're just
British Crown along with Canada.
I think we're just using the wrong people.
This is the thing. We keep pretending as if these things are not done in a certain pattern. As if everything is level playing field. It's not. All these countries you are talking about that they have strict immigration policies, look at the people that they allow in and people that they actually have that immigration policy for. And mostly it's against us. We are the most restricted people from moving in this world. Is that lie? Is that the truth or false? We don't even understand how we are being controlled. How are people so? Oh,
why are
forget
Africans
it.
not more? Why
We're
are
so
Africans
slow.
not? Why
My
are
No wonder
why
we
are
never catch up.
I got a question for tribal
This
advocates.
I
thing
don't
you're saying
care, you
is
know.
why we are so slow. We are the most restricted people in this world from moving, which means we can't even take
Please,
advantage of opportunities as well as other groups do.
don't
And
get me
we
wrong.
start doing it to ourselves.
Don't get me wrong. South Africa has got all right to make their immigration the way they want. Each country has got you can do what you want, but why why are you xenophobic? Why do you go burning people's shop, attacking people?
Can I respond?
Let me finish. If that was, let's say, if you had a special police, let's say you had an immigration police, okay, getting in and deporting people that are illegal, I think that is perfect. That's how you do it in like a civilized country. If you have an immigration police that can just come and say, "Oh, all you illegals, we're deporting you," I don't think nobody is going to say, "Well, there's something wrong with that." But if you go and make people like ordinary
you need to
people,
make your point.
and
We heard you. We
listen,
need to respond.
when
No,
you go
we
to
heard you.
meet
You need to
ordinary
respond.
people, you go and you kill people. That is just xenophobic, and there's nothing you can tell me that's going to
I
change my
think
mind.
that they already addressed that. They already said that there's a different dynamic in South Africa. There's more of a mob culture. Like it's just a different dynamic. They already addressed that.
All these people keep making unnecessary excuses. Even when you dismiss it, then they don't explain it. The mob doesn't go after white people. Why does it not go after white people?
Check the farm killings, Tunisia. Check the farm killings. It's white people who are dying.
Robbery.
Check the farm killings. It's not only Tunisia. Tunisia. It's not only robberies. The communities that are
But Tunisia, I think Tunisia. Remember that time that they were talking about taxi drivers, a situation with taxi drivers getting hurt. So I think it's just like, it's just a dynamic. You know what I mean?
They have a dynamic. If Cabin is
But they do
applied
that to their own
equally,
people,
I
though.
will see the same
In
thing
their
and
own country.
acknowledge it.
I think there's too much pressure when African people, like black people, live together with white people, because what's happening in South Africa is the same thing what's happening right now with this Edos movement in America.
But we don't see it in
Do
Brazil.
you know about any of that?
No.
You said you haven't come into contact with any Black Americans, so you can't really speak on Black Americans. You haven't even come in contact with them like that in the USA. Or you have, but you haven't had any negative experiences with them. So how can you say that we are one way when you haven't even had experiences with them?
And to be it's
Only
true, the
time he
Americans
has
have not
contact with
done
Black
anything
Americans, Guardian,
close
is all over the internet.
What South
And he
Africans have
believes in
done.
everything over the internet, which I think is a
my point.
And even with the internet, there was a lot of people sending death threats towards us. There was people that talking that you want to call the FBI.
Let me give you an example that I saw that is not of the internet. I saw this thing on CNN. Okay, there were this group of people. I don't know. They call themselves More Republic. They went and there was a one Nigerian lady living by herself. They went into a house and had to kick her out and put their flags all over that she needs to pay what kind of tax that this is their land, and they had to call the SWAT team to smoke them out of that house. What's that? Is that internet?
That's a scam. That's some people who like to scam. That doesn't represent all
that's
Black
some
Americans.
people.
And that could happen to anybody.
How often?
You're talking about a swatter. You're talking about a scammer. These scammers.
No.
That doesn't mean that we don't.
The thing is, Tribal African. How often do you hear that? You hardly hear.
I can have a.
Wait, because let me stop. You don't hear that because people are not interested in covering that kind of a news. But maybe it's happening in the hood. It's happening in ordinary people's lives.
No. I grew up in Nigeria. Nigerians and all African people.
I'm not talking about scamming. I said this guy. He said he's the that's their land. They're aboriginals.
That sounds like a scam, bro.
We are
Most African Americans don't even follow. Most African Americans don't even know who the Moors are.
Let me finish. It was not a scam. This guy was really serious. He went into this lady's house and put his flags in.
That's an individual. I mean, you're gonna judge one person for 50 million people.
What is that? No, I'm not judging it. But if you see this idea that is being spread now, that's my problem. If it was just one person, doing that, well, it's just one person. But you can see that side, that same idea, that same ideology going
You don't
across
really
the
know
board.
the ideologies. You're
Then you know
conflating
there's an
different groups
underlying
of
issue.
people.
There's an underlying
You don't even know. You don't even
ideology.
know who the Moors are. You don't know our religion. You don't know our history and things of that nature. You making jump into quick conclusions. That's like me taking a tribe. This is Nigeria.
You don't know me. I can tell you the history about the Moors. You don't even know what you're talking
Okay, okay. About the Moors in America.
From
You know the history
Africa
of
to
them?
America, there's no more in America. The ones that they claim in America.
See, you don't even know about the history of the Moors. You don't know who the Moors are. You don't know what they
I
do.
know who
You don't
the
know
Moors
about
are.
our religious
The Moors are
systems.
not
You don't know
African
about our
beggars.
tribal
The
systems. Y'all
Moors
have
are
tribal
not
systems.
African
Y'all have
beggars.
history. We have
Listen,
history here that
the
you don't understand.
The Moors
You're
are
conflating
not.
a lot of different issues.
Stop talking
You
so
just
fast.
saying
The
that they don't
Moors,
exist. There's Moors here.
listen. The Moors are not African beggars. Anything you know out of that is wrong. Just listen to me. Have
You
you
don't
heard?
know what you're
The
talking
Moors
about, bro.
are not African
tribal
beggars.
African,
Any
at the end
history
of the
that
day,
teaches
tribal African,
out of that is wrong.
that is a
It's
fringe
false
group,
history.
bro. That is a fringe group.
I can have discussion with
Very,
you.
very fringe group.
I want to have
Not even that important. Yeah, but
Well, let's talk about the Moor and Edoms. Let's talk about South Africa. This is my thing.
Right.
South Africa is a powerful country. What I'm thinking, like my South African brothers, you should be the country that is setting like the standard. That's what we're thinking. Oh, South Africa is great, setting the standard for African countries. But people come online and say, let's deport all Africans. To me, I don't understand. Why do you have this idea? Why do you have to deport them? Because most of these people are really, really poor people. They don't
We
even.
did not say all Africans. We said illegal.
Yes,
foreigners.
good. I don't have any
Yeah.
problem if the immigration of any, like, if any immigration in any country is deporting illegal immigrants. I don't think there's anyone that's going to be against that. You know, like immigration police. But if you just have an angry local mob taking up sticks, shit on their hands, trying to chase out people, that is just some kind of I don't know, of a concrete, an anarchy. I don't expect that to happen in South Africa.
Let me tell you, when something like that, and it normally happens in the Gauteng province, where you get the Joburg city, and it also happens in KZN, where you get the Durban city. So in other parts of South Africa, it rarely happens. So I'm going to explain to you, when you see them a mob of South Africans, they normally go to Hillbrow, and Hillbrow is occupied mostly by Nigerians. So when we take out our anger, our focus is Nigerians, to be honest.
Why?
So other Africans are just getting, I don't know how to explain. I'm not fluent in English.
I understand you. I understand. What I don't understand why, because we have, just let me talk. We have Nigerians in my country. Okay, I'm from Cameroon.
Do they bring drugs to your country?
I don't know. Okay, I don't know if they bring in drugs or not. Okay, but Nigerians, they run the market. It's normal for a Cameroonian to say, "Oh, if you don't see this thing, go to the Nigerian's man shop." You know, go to the Senegalese shop. We know Nigerians run certain things. Maybe the spare parts, car parts. Most are Nigerians or Senegalese people. They have like materials and things like that. Ghanaian, listen. So when I come, I say people say Nigerians. I don't know if they do drug. I don't know if they do drug.
Kidnapping and scamming.
Well, not only Nigerians scamming. Everyone in Africa, most African young people are scammers, not only Nigerians.
The majority of foreigners who are doing this is Nigerians. That is why when
don't you think it's news propaganda? Don't you think it's news propaganda?
It's not news propaganda. You know why? Let me address it. In the town that I live in, there's a place that is called Church Street. So every.
Wait, are you in Potchefstroom? Are you in Potchefstroom?
Yeah.
I'm also in Potchefstroom.
Oh, which part?
Oh, wow.
Yesterday,
that's right. Now I'm in school.
No clue what
school way.
Yeah, serious. Yeah,
that's also where I got my degree. Yeah.
I'm still studying IT.
What a coincidence.
Yeah, let me answer the brother.
Yes.
Yeah, so
You know,
there's
people don't believe us when we say that a lot of foreigners who sell drugs are Nigerians. I'm glad that there's someone from my town who can also confirm that we have that issue. And the people that we can point out to are people from one national, from one nation, and that is Nigeria. Why is that an issue when we point that out? Why are we being labeled as xenophobic when we're pointing out the fact?
Anybody's labeling xenophobic. Can I say something? See, tribal African Americans say something.
Why is it an issue? Why can't we just be honest with ourselves? Why can't we just be honest with ourselves? Every time we hear stories about South Africans being labeled as xenophobic, South African hating other people from other African countries, but once we point out the facts, it's somehow you guys struggle to understand the damage that these people are causing to our people. Why is that an issue for you guys to understand?
You have already made the point. I accept that. I said it already that these things are real, that are happening, that some Nigerians do those things. But let's not pretend as if that it's all just based on because Nigerians commit those crimes. It's because of something deeper, the lack of scarcity, and the fact that they are robbing against each other. That is what is causing most of all these frictions.
Absolutely,
and
tribal that's also what I'm trying to draw.
Tribal Africans don't equate African Americans to what is happening in South Africa. African Americans have not gone anywhere close to that. To what is happening.
Right, that's my main point too.
Where they are actually attacking Africans.
That's not gone there because, as I said, they don't have the power to do it.
We have the power to do whatever we want over here. If we want to do anything, we could do anything over here. We don't have that mentality over here. I can speak for that.
You don't have.
We could do whatever we want.
I would say it like this: if our little gangsters,
we don't attack other people like that. We see the bigger picture. We're not just gonna attack a black person because of this and that. We see the bigger picture, and Black Americans don't have anything against Africans at all.
Let me give you an example. I don't know if it was true, but you attacked the Asian, and there was an Asian bill.
No, we don't. That's a lie. That's propaganda. And you believe everything on CNN. That's a lie. You're not attacking Asians. You're not attacking Asians.
Most of the Asian attacks, they're not Black American. A lot of them are Puerto Rican, bro.
I'm not saying
and most of them are mental illness.
There was even an Indian person. Mental illness in New York City.
I'm not saying it's true. I say it might be a lie. I'm not saying that is true, but just the fact that the United States government can make a bill to protect them, that's just to tell you don't have power to do as
that's a propaganda bill. That's why it's a propaganda bill.
It might be a propaganda, but that's why I say you don't have the power.
Tribal African,
Black people commit crimes against themselves. You think that we can't commit?
Okay, let's not make the topic about America because this is not.
Sorry.
Tribal African, there's also a law in South Africa against attacking people, people that are innocent. So they choose to do it, but the Americans choose not to do it. At least not yet.
I just want to make a. Let me make a quick point. Let me make a quick point because I live in America and I'm African. Let me make a quick point. So, like those people saying, "Oh, Black Americans gonna attack Africans," bro, that's bullshit. First of all, African population in America is less than 1%. 99%. I wouldn't say 99%, but like overwhelmingly majority of Black Americans don't know any Africans, don't see Africans, don't even talk about Africans, don't care about Africans. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you, H-Block. Thank you.
This whole thing is just online. I don't know why people taking this so serious, man. Black Americans don't give a fuck about Africans. They go on a day, bro, on a daily life. They don't care. They don't even see Africans like that.
H-Block, that makes perfect sense. Okay. So what percentage of African Americans do you think are on the Black YouTube space? What percentage? What numbers can you say?
Well, not a lot, but the thing about internet is powerful because one idiot can make one comment and million people can view it.
I would say tribal African, most Black Americans, especially youngsters, they look at, and I hate to say it, celebrities. they're more into the Black celebrity space than they are into channels like this. I mean, you could tell from the subscribers list.
I know.
Various different channels.
In America, you consume a lot of media and pop culture. I understand, but this is my logic. If Africans are just maybe like 2 million, and this anti-African rhetoric that's coming on from the Black YouTube, it's almost, let's say, 600,000 people. That is a big group. That's a big chunk of people who are against these 2 million Africans. That's my point. They're like the other 45 million Africans. They don't care. They don't even know about these people. But the small number of people that are against these Africans match the number of Africans that are in America. That's my point.
But we shouldn't give off the impression as if it's by chance that people don't like Africans. There must be, there must have been something that these Africans did to these people that led to them not liking them.
People were sending death threats towards us, and it's people who was bragging about scamming this and doing that in Brooklyn, New York. And I'm from Brooklyn, so I took it a little personal. There was somebody talking about all of this stuff, talking about, oh, y'all are baby mamas, y'all are worthless, you pick cotton, this and that. You the white man, little, servant of all this other stupid shit. And then when somebody responds, then it's like, oh, you are xenophobic. Oh, you hate us. Like, no. Yes. And that's how South Africans feel too.
Anything like that. Anybody that goes as far as talking about cutting this thing, that tells you that person, I don't know what kind of person would think that.
Not one person. It was a lot of people, for the people in the chat.
That's my point. If anybody went that far to be talking about those things, you know that those people were put up to it. That is not normal African.
Yes, right. And I agree with that too. I think it's some type of government stuff trying to cause us to divide. And I see a bigger picture. I agree with you.
Very nasty stuff, really. You see, we were separated by this in oceans before. Now they try to create
my problem is I'm looking at South Africa as this big brother to set a model for Africans. Okay, I'm saying, oh, you've gone through this, you understand this. You can be this scare for Africans to try to see your country and try to imitate how you're doing good. But if you see now all this xenophobic, maybe it might be a small number. Oh, okay. I just begin to think this is not good. I think you South Africans, you should be the one fighting it and stopping it. But if you have people like some of maybe Josie Go, some other people come in and say, oh, we need to do this, and I think that is really wrong coming from South Africans. That's just my problem.
Well, that's not. Yeah, but that's not the opinion. That's not the opinion of Josie Gold's personal views. That's actually progressively. Oh, wait, can I finish? That's progressively the frustrations that most of us South Africans have. The issue is that there's a huge influx of Africans from many African countries to our country, and it's putting a burden on the limited resources that we've had. We've said this countless of times. We ourselves are getting frustrated by, our African brothers not using their resources to uplift their people. We ourselves are really getting frustrated. Which country are you from, if I may ask?
I'm from Cameroon. Deport them.
Yes. So you're from Cameroon. So why isn't Cameroon doing something about? I mean, don't you guys have gold and these? I mean, why aren't you guys using your resources to help your people out? We're also frustrated by you. You're speaking about South Africans. South Africans are xenophobic, and we also angered by you Cameroonians. Why aren't you guys helping your people? What's going on?
Well, that was a question.
You guys have a president.
Everyone.
You guys have a president. You guys have a. Whoa, wait! Can I finish? You guys have a president. You guys have a president that's been in power for more than 20 years, I think.
Yeah.
Why is that? Why is that?
Okay, let me ask
but you guys are so quick. But you guys are so quick for blaming us for xenophobia and saying to us, you look at us as big brothers, but you somehow disappointed. But you guys yourself aren't using your resources and what God gave you. You guys aren't maximizing your resources. But here you are saying South Africa this, South Africa that. We're also upset with you guys.
Listen, you have a good reason.
We're also angry with you guys.
Look, you have as I said, African, bro. You have a good reason to be upset because, like, most people, they don't realize, bro. South Africa went through hell, right? They've been apartheid and all that, and they just now got off all that, and they haven't even their own people didn't even get a chance to benefit from the economic gains that they made. Now they have to deal with all these Africans
You guys
coming
have
to their countries.
and
You
they
know what I mean?
and they have been liberated for more than 50, 30 years, and look at where they are. Look at where they are right now, and they're complaining about xenophobia. Shouldn't you guys be ahead of us? If you guys are true Pan-Africanists, shouldn't you guys be ahead of us? Why do you keep on pointing fingers at South Africa? Why?
Absolutely, bro.
Why?
Whether you are ahead or behind, they are saying that it's not nice to attack your fellow
Let
Africans.
me
No, you guys should be ahead of us. You guys were liberated way before us. You guys should be way.
You attacking us, does that make it right? This is not about being ahead. You are human.
Okay.
If you don't want to get attacked,
listen, you African brothers flood into our country in numbers. Is that right?
Bro, all
Is that
Africans
right?
are going to all African countries is number, not only South Africa.
Okay, listen.
All Africans
are going to
We have the largest number of immigrants in our
No, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. I have not seen large number of Nigerians in Kenya. I'm from Kenya. I'm Somali Kenyan, bro. I grew up in Kenya. I don't see large number of Nigerians coming to Kenya. Now there's some coming, but you see large number of Nigerians going to South Africa. So you can't say we're going to every country.
Yes. My point is,
I've seen the video.
guys, listen. My point is,
Nigerians that
my point is,
would like to visit.
my point is, guys.
Let me just finish the point. I've seen a video where they asked Nigerians which country they would like to visit in Africa and why. They said, I was quite surprised to hear Nigerians choosing either European countries or South Africa. They said why. They said that's the only country that they can learn anything from, that they don't have anything to learn from any other country. I was thinking, this is why, that could explain why they don't go as much to Kenya. They feel they can learn something from South Africa, not anywhere else in Africa.
Okay, guys, let's take Europe as an example, right? In Europe, there's many options, right? There's Germany, there's Belgium, there's Denmark. You can go to Sweden, you can go to Norway, you go to Finland, all these highly developed countries. Why can't we as Africans also develop ourselves like that? Why can't we have options? Why can't we South Africans have options? Why can't we say, man, I would love to go to Equatorial Guinea. I would love to go to Chad. I would love to go to Sudan. You understand? Why don't we ourselves? Why don't we have options?
Because you guys don't like to go anywhere. I was surprised you guys don't even eat fish. Jesus
because
Christ,
their country is good. They don't need to go anywhere. The reason Africans
exactly. Why can't all of us be good? Why can't all of us be good? That's my question. Why can't all of us be good? And you're standing here blaming xenophobia and saying South Africans don't like Africans. Come on, bruh. Come on, bruh.
Look,
tribal African. Come on, bruh. Come on,
bruh.
Please. African tribal. Tribal African. Come on, bruh.
Rats, be reasonable. Just because
somebody has got
headache doesn't mean you don't treat the stomach ache. You can't ignore the other one.
Bro, is it me or it's always West Africans only complain about South Africa, bro? I've never met East Africans complain about South Africa.
You are killing them.
And actually,
talking about you are
killing we South Africans are taking a stand. We are tired. We South Africans are taking a stand. We are tired of being blamed. We are tired of people saying fellow African brothers this, fellow African brother that. Why don't you guys develop your own country? Why can't we?
Don't worry now. When Nigeria gets its act together, then you.
Bro, we're not complaining about South Africa, bro. You got to be specific.
We are tired.
Africans that complain about South Africa, bro. We East Africans don't complain about South Africa.
Yeah,
so you got to be more specific.
Maybe not. Maybe you don't. I don't know. Yeah. Maybe South Kenyans are relatively.
No. I have never met one single Kenyan person complain about South Africa. None.
Kenyans don't go to South Africa and South Africa.
They go to South Africa. There's a lot of Kenyans in South Africa. What are you talking about? There's a lot of Kenyans in South Africa.
I can't speak for them. All I know is that when these xenophobic things happen, it affects all of them too. And I saw that the whole African continent was revolted by it. So it's
we
not
South Africans,
we can pretend
we South Africans are
don't complain at all.
Listen, we South Africans are tired. We South Africans are tired of being shamed. We are tired. Tribal African, we are tired. If you don't like South Africa, if your people don't like, don't come to South Africa. We have our own issues. You understand? It's not about the fellow black man and the fellow and this bullshit rhetoric. You understand? We have our own issues. And the reason why many of some of these African brothers are coming to South Africa is because of
Isn't that what your chiefs were doing when they were taking over your country? Isn't that the kind of attitude your chiefs were taking when they were taking your countries bit by bit? This is the same mistake your forefathers made, and you want to carry on the same trajectory. You see the silliness of our African brothers. This is the silliness they do. If you
Why
go to your
don't we
history
develop
right
Africa?
now, you've been talking.
Why
If you
don't
go
we
to your
develop
history
Africa?
right now, if you go to your history right now and check your
No,
books,
no, no,
you will see the same
no.
behavior in your books.
What same behavior? What same behavior to Niger?
Question for you.
What same behavior?
And your players come and take over your
Niger, I have a question for you.
Your one chief fights the other one. You are busy
I have a
fighting
question
yourself
for you,
while they
Tunaja.
take your country away from you.
We're not fighting ourselves,
Tunaja, I have a
but
question
that's
for you.
Go and take your history book.
Tunaja, I have a question for you.
Tunaja, yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanna know. There are so many Nigerians in UK. So when are you guys going to develop buildings there?
Exactly. When are you guys going to develop your country? When are Nigerians going to
the roads? And you have money in UK, but you don't want to go back, or are you planning to
Exactly.
stay there forever?
Exactly.
Okay.
Why? Nigerians are scattered all over the world. Nigerians are scattered all over the world. Why?
When are you going to help?
Do you want me to answer, or you're just asking a rhetoric question so that I can keep quiet?
Okay, answer.
Okay. If everything you've said about Nigerians going overseas and not coming back, I ask the same question myself. Why are our leaders not using their own people? You can ask that same question about so many other countries in Africa. We have the people, we have the resources, we are not using them. And it takes, I believe that we are one big leader away from fixing a lot of things in Africa, West Africa, and even East African countries. We don't use our resources. We keep talking about things that are on the ground, under the ground. We forget that our people are our greatest resources. I agree with that one. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Nigerians are doing very well because of we traveling overseas. I hate that. I've seen our diaspora minister talk about how so many Nigerians are doing very well overseas. As if that is the job of a diaspora minister. The diaspora minister is supposed to be thinking about bringing those people back into the country to generate wealth for the country, not for us to be leaving our country to go and contribute to other people's country. That stuff really annoyed me. So that is a fair criticism. Like I said, if somebody has got a headache, doesn't mean you shouldn't treat the stomach ache. If we are talking about this problem, I acknowledge we have our problems, but so do you. You have to take responsibility for xenophobia too. We can't pretend as if something is not happening.
Okay, well, you guys have to take responsibility for the fact that you are not providing economic opportunities to your citizens, and your citizens have to flee. Your citizens have to flee your country in order to make a living. You also have to take responsibility for that. Stop blaming us for everything.
I'm not blaming you for that. Did I blame you for that?
No, you are, man. You are.
Am I blaming you for us not using our people?
You're blaming us.
Our leaders that are failing us.
So the effects of xenophobia are the frustrations of our people on the ground. Because your leaders are failing your people are failing.
I take responsibility for our own failings. You two, I think it is only fair and honorable for you to also take responsibility for things that are not working well. We can't just be
what's going on. Listen, what's going on in Africa right now is that we South Africans are being pointed, right, as people who aren't African and people who don't love our fellow brothers, and some of them can be so poetic, right? But your leaders fucked up. Your leaders are messing up. You understand? When are these people going to start taking accountability? When are these people going to start taking accountability for like? You understand what I'm getting at?
Brother,
taking accountability.
Africans are not just
Kenyan presidents are taking accountability. Some governments are taking accountability already. They are beginning to try to do. Even the Ghanaian president is not doing so badly. I'm telling you that if Nigerian government, as bad as they are, what you people don't see is that because you hear all the headlines, you don't know what is going on in Nigeria. If you really know what's going on the ground, the kind of development that is going on, maybe you wouldn't be so dismissive of what is happening in Nigeria. But it's okay. It is what it is.
Look, African countries, I know when you say we should hold our leaders accountable, that's true. But we are not doing bad. These people are still struggling and trying to build their countries. You can see the East Africans, they're trying to create an East African community. The West African community is a work in progress. So you should give them the time to build it. It's not that they're working. Sometimes we just want to look on the negative. But if you look at these countries, inside these countries, they're building, they're developing in their own ways. And there's nothing wrong with that. Now, don't get me wrong. South Africa has got all right to do what they want to do with their immigration, but to me, don't make it a kind of an anarchy. Like you make it like normal for any South African. Just get up. I mean, you may have an issue with Nigeria or with any other African nationals and just hit them. That is not correct. That's just my point.
Okay,
it doesn't get us anywhere.
Okay.
It doesn't get us anywhere. We have to learn to be honest about these things. And I really wish that you see how Nigerians take a responsibility. I really wish our fellow Africans learn to take responsibility for when things are not going well. Instead of them being defensive all the time. You have to hold a line because if I lose the line, what is he going to do for you? Is he going to kill you to say, maybe next time we'll find better ways of handling these things?
Okay, thank you to Niger. Thank you to Niger. And thank you to Tribal African. Sorry, guys. It's 7 hours. It's getting kind of late. So, yeah, H Block, I don't think you said a closing statement. Do you have anything else to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, this whole thing about people complaining about South Africans being xenophobic, like you have to understand where they're coming from. South African people, their own people are not.
Bro, you might. H Block. H Block. I didn't. What? Can you repeat what you said?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, no one has the right to say, South Africans are xenophobic because at the end of the day, South Africans, they have to take care of their own people.
True. Well, thank you, and I appreciate it. Yes, please.
Okay, can I close off?
Yeah.
Yes. Let me close off. At the end of the day, there's no such a thing as a South African or a Nigerian or a Kenyan. That's all. That's all. That's all. It's nationality. It's just letting people know from which region of Africa you're from. At the end of the day, we're all Africans. I don't identify as a South African. I'm an African. I'm a Black South African. You said. So we need to find ways of checking or of looking at how we can benefit from our resources. We are rich in resources. In fact, there's one document that I saw where they said that Congo, I'm not sure which side of Congo, has a large mineral deposit, and it has the largest in the world. And if it's used effectively, Congo could be the richest country in the world. But their resources are managed effectively. So I believe that we should really find ways where all Africans can benefit from the resources of our land, but also not to depend too much on the resources. You said maybe if we can use those resources as a starting point and then diversify into other sectors. But we really need to develop and build ourselves. That's what we need to do, and stop pointing fingers and saying this person did this and this one did that. Yeah, so that's my conclusion.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for being understanding. I also know that it's kind of late, so thanks for being on the panel. Appreciate it. Appreciate you guys. Yeah. And Guardian, did you have any last statement?
Yes. So first and foremost, I think we all do need to be more understanding of each other, where you all are coming from. Don't be so quick to make personal insults or even group people up together and all that. I'll say I understand where South Africans are coming from with a lot of stuff, and just people just don't listen to them. In that they're saying that they're being flooded. They're saying that people are coming with this mindset like, oh, I think the main thing that they feel is that people are looking down on them in their homeland. They're feeling like, oh, well, you didn't do anything to get to what you got. You, the white man helped you with everything. We are working hard. We come over here. You are jealous of us. Whereas they don't feel that way. They're just saying that their country, every location has a limited amount of resources, regardless of what the circumstances are. And they probably feel like, you know, they're being flooded in a sense. And people are just talking shit about them too much. That's what I see. I see people talking a lot of shit about the South Africans, and they tired and they stand up for it. So I feel like people should be a little more respectful of them. That's what I have to say. I'm not justifying any type of mob attacks on that hand. I understand how people understand that's not wrong. I'm not justifying any of that, but I do feel like South Africans get a lot of hate. And I'll end right there. And we just need to work together more and have more discussions about certain stuff. And that's that. We'll get this together. And peace to everybody.
Peace. All right, guys. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. We definitely went way over schedule, but it's cool. I don't feel, though, unfortunately, I don't feel resolution. I don't feel like we came to an agreement. I did think that there was a lot of dialogue and we heard each other's points, but I don't think that we came to an actual agreement, and that's kind of sad, actually. I don't know. I don't know what the future of Africans in South Africa is gonna be, but judging by some of the South Africans in this panel and in the chat section, I think that they're pretty much just done and they don't really care anymore. And yeah, I don't think that's good. I really don't think that's a good thing, to be honest. Yeah, and this is the problem, right? Like, we could sit here and we can say that, oh, this is not a big deal, blah blah blah, but it can get worse. Like the things that we're hearing about online, it can actually get worse if these things are not being dealt with. So I don't know, was this a good stream? I like the topic, but did we really solve the problem? I don't think so. There was also a question that somebody posed here. Are there actual organizations and movements that deal with these type of things on the ground in South Africa? It seems that the answer is no. Have there been any movements for like border security to change? The answer seems to be no. So I definitely think that things are gonna get worse before they actually get better. That's just my personal opinion. I'm not trying to put anything into existence, but I definitely see things getting a bit more worse and a bit more violent before the problem is solved. And then Crypto Walk says, tomorrow let's do FBA versus everybody. Oh no. I'll think about it, but like, anyway. They're breeding too many criminals. Who is that? Love to essay? Really? But I tried to ask the question, right? I know for the purpose of this topic, there was a lot of talk of Nigerians, but I don't know. I don't think it's only Nigerians. I definitely think it's others as well. It's just the Nigerians, I guess, are the most. They're the biggest group. So it just seems like Nigerians are getting the brunt of this, but it's not just Nigerians. It's not.
But yeah, like judging from the panel, judging from what people said, it seems like the next government that South Africans is voting for, I'm not sure what South African politics is like, but it seems like the ANC are no longer going to be popular. It seems like the next government that they're going to vote in power is going to be somebody that's more worried about immigration and, you know, immigration protection. And I think it was, I don't remember if it was Bullet or Perspective, but one of the South African brothers said that they actually want to bring back the electric fence. So people are actually serious about this. Like they really want to change and have South African borders become more strict because of this. And in the case, I guess, of what most people were saying is they're upset about the illegal immigration. They're not really upset about the legal immigration. They're upset about the illegal migrants that are going there and also like disrespecting the country. That seems to be the big issue here. But in cases of illegal immigration, I'm sorry, like I can't stand for illegal immigration because it's like if you're entering a country, right, without being allowed to be there, if you're entering a country and you're already breaking the rules of the country before you're a citizen or a permanent resident, like that is not smart. How can you disregard the law of a country and expect that the country cares about you? Like illegal migrants that are up to no good. I agree. Like, even though I'm not South African, illegal migrants should be deported. They just should be deported. Like, too bad. That's just how I feel about that. But anyways, thanks guys for being here. I appreciate it. It's a late night. Does anyone in the comment section have any last closing remarks before I leave? Yeah, nobody can defend illegal migration at all. Oh, 2024 is South African elections. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, now let me ask the South Africans a question before I go, right? South Africans, just be honest here, okay? Like, it's okay. It's just me. I want you guys to be honest. Are you guys just done with immigration? Like, are you guys just tired and you guys just don't want anybody else to come there? Like, how do you guys really feel about this? Like, are you guys just done and you don't want to deal with it anymore? Are you guys just done with African unity and you don't care anymore? Like, how do you guys really feel? Like, do you guys even care about any of this stuff? Because I know when it comes to South Africans, even though there are some issues with people from Zimbabwe, at least they're still South Africans. Like, some of you guys are actually related to the Zimbabweans. So that's different. But how do you guys feel about like other Africans that are not South Africans? Do you guys even want them in South Africa? Do you see a point of them being in South Africa? Like, how do you guys actually really feel about that? I think Josie Gold would say, oh, he wouldn't have an issue with it only if most of the immigrants that came to South Africa had money. Like, if it was the high class immigrants, he wouldn't care. But it just seems like, from what I can tell and from what I'm hearing, it seems like a lot of the immigrants that are going to South Africa are the ones that don't have a lot of money. It's like economic migrants. It's not really people that are going there to build big businesses. It's not really doctors that are going over there. It's mostly like people who don't have money that are going there. So how you guys feel about that? Okay, so you're saying as long as they're legal, illegal migration is what we don't want. It's not nice to be a foreigner moving on the street with... Yeah, okay. I see what you guys mean now. Africans talking like European. Oh man, this is so funny. But what can we do? What can we do? South Africans, man, this is not. Anyways, African unity is undefeated. African unity. African unity. But this is a problem for African unity, don't you think? This is a serious issue. This is a serious matter. And again, I could be mistaken, but I don't remember any African governments speaking on this. Like, I don't remember any African governments telling the South African government, like, okay, we have so many people from our country coming to your country. Let's actually create an organization. Let's create a group. Let's do something to work together. I don't really remember any African government speaking to the South African government. So that's something that can be put into consideration. And again, I don't know if people are just speaking online or if this is true, but somebody was saying that there are 10 million, 10 million African immigrants in South Africa. I don't know if 10 million is the correct number, but I can definitely think that it's at least 5 million. So 5 million is a huge number. I don't know if people understand that, but 5 million Africans in South Africa in one country alone, that's a lot of people. Like, I'm not even going to sit here and lie about that. That's a lot of people. So I'm just saying that's a big deal. No, not all foreigners are doing bad, but majority of them are doing bad things in South. This is not good. This is not good. Oh, you're saying 2 to 9 million. 2 to 9 million. Really? South Africans have rap. I've never heard of South African rap before. Wow, this is sad. This is sad. This is really, really bad. So Zimbabwe is that bad that there's 5 million Zimbabweans in South Africa? Are you serious? I thought that... Is Zimbabwe still being sanctioned by the West? Because I'm so confused, because I thought that after they kicked out the colonizers in Zimbabwe, I thought that Zimbabwe moved forward. Like, I'm so confused. I'm so confused right now. What is going on? But even though I'm making fun of Zimbabwe, like, Zimbabwe is still in a much better position than some of these other countries. That's sad. That's actually really, really sad. How do 5 million people... What? Nigerians are only 5 million in South Africa. What? I can't believe that. Really? I need to see a number. I don't believe... What? I'm confused. Why would Nigerians go to South Africa as a destination when there's Dubai, there's UK, there's Russia? I'm really confused about that, but anyway. 5 million Nigerians in South Africa. This is no.
listen. I know Nigerians are very numerous in population, but 5 million? No. You're telling me that there's more because I think, if I'm not mistaken, right, the population of Afrikaners, the population of the white people there is 4 million. So you're telling me there's more Nigerians than there are white people in South Africa? Mm-mm. I don't believe that. Mm-mm. That sounds fishy to me. No. It can't be 5 million Nigerians alone. No. I need to see the number. I can understand Zimbabwe's, like 5 million Zimbabwe's. I can understand that, but Nigerians? No. Maybe 2 million Nigerians? Anyway, Nigerians in South Africa is said to be 40K. You know what? I don't even know. Yeah, you're right. I need to come and see because I don't even know. I don't know the number. Anyway, this week alone, I spoke to Nigerians running. Oh no, this is really bad. This is really bad. This is becoming like an anti-Nigerian. This is really bad, man. This is really bad. The South African whites are 7%. They are not that many. It's delusional to think that white people are that many. Oh, okay. So 40K is a lie. There are so much. They are more than that. Well, you know what? Even though I'm trying to be realistic about this, we actually don't know because you guys are saying that the number of Africans, they're illegal Africans, right? So if they're illegal, then you actually don't really know the number because they're not registered. So I don't know. I'll try to see if I can find some more information on that, but we said one day we'll have 0 Nigerians in South Africa. This is so funny. This is so come on. Are Nigerians marrying South Africans though? That's the question I have. Are the Nigerians there marrying the South Africans and you guys are making Nigerian South African babies? Is that happening? But yeah, I kind of feel bad when you guys keep saying that about Nigerians because, like I could be Nigerian. So that kind of hurts. That hurts my feelings. Not gonna lie. But anyway, oh, okay, that makes sense. You're saying that's why you're saying that there's too many of them because they're not registered, so you don't know their numbers. Okay, I see. Okay, so that means that one of these days you will have Nigerian family members. Or is that going too far? Okay, anyways, it's been real talking to you guys. I probably will see you guys tomorrow. I'm not too sure, but I'll try to be here tomorrow and we can have this conversation again. I think it's going to still be focused on South Africa, so we can have this conversation again. It was really nice talking to you guys, and I'll see you guys soon. And to also anyone in the chat section, do you guys listen to South African music? Because I don't know if it's just you, but lately, like on TikTok, on Instagram, I've been seeing so many like South African dance music videos. It's really interesting
because it's like, is the new competition gonna be Afro beats versus South African music? Do you guys see that? Anyways, I'll talk to you guys later. It's been real. Have a nice evening, morning, afternoon, wherever you are. Bye.